Wang Lin's expression was calm. After hearing that the first, second, and seventh meridians were destroyed, he remained calm. He had already sensed those 3 meridians being destroyed. Top secret plan? Wang Lin frowned. I only came to pass on the order and don't know the details. I hope fellow cultivator can quickly return to the sect. There is a total of 4 people like me who were sent to each meridian. Ouyang reached toward the void and a jade appeared. He threw it toward Wang Lin. This jade contains the exact location of the transfer array and can activate the formation 3 times. I hope fellow cultivator will be quick. I still have another task and will say goodbye first. Ouyang looked anxious. After he clasped his hands at Wang Lin, he left. Ouyang came and went quickly, but Wang Lin sensed the tension the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull sect felt in this war. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin looked down at the jade. On the ground, several rays of light flew out and revealed to be Yen Lu and the other void turbulent cultivators. They were silent. After a long time, Wang Lin put the jade away and looked at Yen Lu and company. He clasped his hands at them. Fellow cultivators, we have been together for months, but it is time to part. If fate allows it, we will have a chance to fight together again. Goodbye. Wang Lin's gaze swept past Yen Lu, and without hesitation, he turned around. Ripples echoed under his feet and his figure disappeared. Wang Lin left very casually. He didn't belong to the Heavenly Bull continent, so it was fine if he came or left. Just like the wind, there might be no trace of him after he flew past. Yen Lu and company looked at where Wang Lin was with complicated expressions for half an incense stick of time. These months of coexistence had been complicated and difficult to forget. It was something that they would remember for the rest of their lives. On the day after Wang Lin left, all the cultivators left with Yen Lu and company. They left the extreme sky prairie and gave up on this place to head toward the location Ouyang had given them. The defense of the Heavenly Bull's 3rd meridian was over. Guai sect, one of the 2 most powerful sects of the Heavenly Bull continent. One of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent. Although not the strongest, it was also not the weakest. The entire Guai sect occupied a large part of the Heavenly Bull continent. Those endless peaks contained countless ancient buildings and gave off an unspeakable sense of mystery under the fog. The Guai sect was structured with multiple layers of rings that seemed to form a huge vortex that covered an endless area. Like the Great Soul sect, the Guai sect had a large amount of disciples. A sect like this had many powerful cultivators. Tens of thousands of kilometers from the Guai sect, there was a burst of light that lit up the sky. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the Guai sect. Dozens of rays of light flew toward the formation. Inside the formation light, a white-haired and white-clothed Wang Lin began to appear. However, it was only his figure and not his appearance. Just as he was about to appear, the dozens of lights had already surrounded Wang Lin. "Who are you, sir? Please take out your identification jade," a cold voice echoed. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man at the late stage of arcane void. He wore a 5-element Dao robe and stared at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. The surrounding cultivators were all wearing Guai sect 5-element Dao robes and were waiting for Wang Lin to take out the identification jade. Right now was a time of war, and if Wang Lin couldn't take out the jade, they would immediately kill him. After Wang Lin's figure became completely clear, the surrounding cultivators saw the Heavenly Bull tattoo on his face. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed and they retreated a few steps. They clearly felt the aura of the Heavenly Bull's soul that made them tremble. They had clearly felt this aura from 2 other people yesterday. "We all greet Heavenly Bull Messenger. I wonder what meridian did Messenger come from? What sect?" The middle-aged man who spoke coldly before immediately became polite. The surrounding cultivators quickly clasped their hands too. They felt respect from the bottom of their hearts toward a Heavenly Bull messenger who could guard one of the meridians. Although they could see that Wang Lin's cultivation level was not high, just like Ouyang, they thought that there had to be something extraordinary about someone who could fend off the Green Devil Continent's attack. Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin. Heavenly Bull 3rd Meridian, Extreme Sky Prairie. Wang Lin clasped his hands at everyone. "Lord Messenger, please." The The sect master has sent out an order. All messengers must head to the main hall. The middle-aged man raised his hand and welcomed Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and looked at the Gui sect in the distance. This was not the first time he had been here. In fact, in the cave world, he had sensed the Gui sect from the rift in the wind celestial realm. There were also some old friends here. He stepped out from the formation and, accompanied by the middle-aged man and the surrounding cultivators, they flew toward the Gui sect. However, before everyone flew far, the transfer array released a dazzling light once more that spread out in all directions. This sudden change caught the attention of Wang Lin and these cultivators. The middle-aged man's expression became cold once more, and he stared at the formation with a serious expression. Inside the formation, the figure of a woman slowly walked out. It was not possible to clearly see her appearance, but her figure was very beautiful. Just one look and your heart would skip a beat. Shortly after, the woman's figure became clear. It was a woman wearing purple. She looked young and very beautiful. She possessed a sense of serenity that spread out and made her look like a goddess. On the right side of her beautiful face, there was also a heavenly bull tattoo. Not only did this tattoo not reduce her beauty, it gave her a mysterious aura. Xianxia's Tangjia, Heavenly Bull's 6th Meridian, Azure Sea Mountain Range. The woman said softly as her gaze swept by the people before her. Her gaze stopped on Wang Lin for a moment, but she was still calm. After seeing the woman, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He took a closer look and felt that she looked familiar, but he could not remember why. Tang Jia frowned slightly toward Wang Lin's gaze and calmly glanced at Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator, which meridian did you come from? Her voice was crisp and beautiful. Heavenly Bull's 3rd meridian, Wang Lin slowly said. He continued to observe her, trying to figure out why she felt familiar. He was certain that this woman was not someone from the cave world. However, his gaze was very rude to the woman. She frowned and looked at Wang Lin with a hint of disgust. She coldly looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Fellow cultivator, have you met me before?" "I have not met you before, but I feel like you are a bit familiar." Wang Lin pondered and realized that his actions were a bit rude. He gave an apologetic smile and withdrew his gaze. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Tang Jia felt even more disgust. She had heard similar words many times before and considered Wang Lin a skirt chaser. She no longer spoke and flew toward the Gui sect. Wang Lin rubbed his nose as he flew toward the Gui sect under the strange gaze from the middle-aged man. Soon, everyone flew into the Gui sect and entered the formation with the middle-aged man leading the way. Purple light flashed. It seemed like it was not Tang Jia's first time coming to the Gui sect. She directly headed for the Great Hall. Half an hour later, Wang Lin saw a huge square where a huge clock was hanging upside down in the sky. It gave off bursts of pressure. There were 2 cultivators sitting under the clock. One was a gloomy-faced old man who seemed to ignore everything around him. On the right side of his face, the tattoo of the Heavenly Bull was flashing and giving off the aura of the Heavenly Bull's soul. The other person was a young man who had a lazy expression. But if one looked closely, one could see the light in his eyes. Although he looked lazy, once his expression became serious, he would be like a different person. There was also a Heavenly Bull tattoo flashing on the right side of his face. When Tang Jia arrived, the young man looked over and didn't care at all. However, a moment later, his expression collapsed, revealing a look of shock. He suddenly stood up and stared at Tang Jia. Or rather, he was staring behind Tang Jia, at the white-haired Wang Lin who was being guided by several cultivators. Wang Lin also saw him. Tang Jia was shocked by the young man's drastic change. She knew his identity, and knew his reputation on the Heavenly Bull continent. In the past, she had seen his proud figure from the crowds, but she had never seen him reveal such an expression. After being startled for a moment, Tang Jia subconsciously turned her head and looked at the figure that she felt disgust toward. "Brother Wang." The young man's lazy expression disappeared. His aura suddenly changed, his powerful cultivation erupted, and he laughed loudly. He charged forward and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. As he closed in, he raised his right hand like a blade. There was a burst of golden light from his right hand, and it turned into a golden blade that chopped down on Wang Lin. This blade had the power to split the heavens and cause the world to change colors. The sky was filled with a golden glow, and all the celestial energy in the vicinity gathered. It was as if this golden blade had the power to devour the world. This sudden change caused the expressions of the cultivators that followed Wang Lin, including the middle-aged man, to change greatly. Without hesitation, they rapidly retreated from Wang Lin's sides. Tang Jia's pupils shrank as she stared at the figure of the young man whose right hand was like a blade. That figure quickly overlapped with the proud figure in her memories. If I don't activate the heavenly bull soul armor, I can't resist that blow. Tang Jia was only at the 8th arcane tribulant. Once she went through the 9th arcane tribulant, she could truly enter the early stage of void tribulant. There was also the old man who was sitting under the clock. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he gave off the aura of a mid-stage void tribulant cultivator. He was very similar to the 7-colored celestial sovereign at his peak. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. When the young man's golden blade was less than 100 feet away, his eyes shined and stared at the young man's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed forward. With one point, the entire world paused as if a strange force had solidified the world, solidified the rules, solidified the celestial energy around the golden blade, and solidified every movement of the young man. The golden blade that was like a landslide was broken without Wang Lin attacking at all. The moment the young man was frozen, Wang Lin calmly landed on the square below the clock. Yang Jia saw all of this, and her heart trembled. She suddenly looked toward Wang Lin, and her eyes revealed a mysterious light. As for the mid-stage void tribulant old man, he frowned and glanced at Wang Lin. The stop spell had only lasted for a moment, and the young man recovered his movement. He revealed a bitter smile as the golden light around him disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and slowly revealed a sincere smile. We haven't met in many years, and Brother Wang does not disappoint. I'm still not your match. This young man was the Guei Sect's Yu Nifeng. Can you change your unique way of greeting me in the future? Wang Lin frowned and looked at Yu Nifeng. Yu Nifeng landed beside Wang Lin and laughed. Seeing Wang Lin, he felt very happy. Looking back at what happened in the cave world, they had been enemies and also friends. It was complicated, and looking back made him feel a bit emotional. After all, those tens of thousands of years in the cave world were the majority of his life. Brother Wang, after I left the cave, I immediately used the power of the sect to find you, but found nothing. I didn't expect you to suddenly appear like this. I was happy and naturally wanted to continue our battle, Yu Nifeng said sincerely as he opened his arms toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin paused for a moment and looked at Yu Nifeng. After pondering for a moment, he walked forward and hugged Yu Nifeng. Yu Nifeng was very happy. He pulled Wang Lin to the side so they could continue talking. However, just at this moment, a voice filled with majesty echoed from the great hall before them. Everyone is here. Yu Nifeng stopped and looked at Wang Lin. His expression immediately became serious, and he stood there respectfully. The person who spoke is my Guei Sect's sect master, late-stage void tribulant. Wang Lin heard Yu Nifeng's voice. He didn't make a sound as he looked at the great hall that looked like a giant beast. The three of you, tell me your names. The majestic voice echoed once more. Tang Jian put on a serious expression and softly said, Xiaoxian Sect, Tang Jia, Rogue Cultivator, Edge Cloud. The old man stood up and clasped his hands at the great hall. Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin. Wang Lin slowly said before looking around. He noticed that when the voice echoed before, an invisible restriction had shrouded the area, so no one could hear anything from outside. What secretly shocked him was that the changes in the world here were also disrupted, so it was impossible to divinate what was happening here. This wasn't an individual restriction, but part of the formation that protected the entire sect. 3 of the 7 heavenly bull meridians have been destroyed and 3 heavenly bull messengers have died. The 4 of you defended the meridians and achieved great merits. After discussing it with the Great Soul Sect, those that achieved merits should be rewarded. The majestic voice gave off an ancient aura, as if it had lived for far too long and had forgotten the passage of time. Edge Cloud, the voice echoed. Here. The old man named Edge Cloud walked up. You have guarded the 4th meridian and have achieved merits. I'll take you as an elder of the metal faction and give the treasure metal element armor. The majestic voice echoed, and a ray of golden light flew out. It emitted a powerful killing intent that shrouded the square. The golden light stopped beside Edge Cloud and turned into a golden suit of armor that gave off a terrifying pressure. Edge Cloud was no longer calm and was very excited. Thank you, Sect Master. Edge Cloud took a deep breath and clasped his hands at the Great Hall. The moment he bowed, the golden light turned into countless golden threads and entered his body. Xianxia, the majestic voice echoed once more. You guarded the 6th meridian and have achieved merits. I'll allow your Xiaoxin sect to expand 3-fold, recruit 3 times more disciples, and obtain 3 times the cultivation resources. I'll also give you the Guai sect's treasure water element armor. A ray of blue light flew out from the Great Hall and turned into a sea that filled the world. It swept forward and shrouded Xianxia, entering her body through her pores. Xianxia's body trembled, and there were ripples in her calm eyes. She bowed and respectfully said, Thank you, Senior Sect Master. Yunifeng. Yunifeng became serious and stepped forward with a bow. You guarded the 4th meridian and have achieved merits. Because you already have the sect's elemental armor, I'll teach you one of my 4 spells and give you one of my celestial treasures, the Slaughter Spirit Dagger. As his words echoed, 2 rays of light flew out from the Great Hall. One was a jade and the other was a dagger. It was very strange. It had 9 thorns that gave off a terrifying aura. Thank you, Sect Master. Yunifeng was excited as he accepted the 2 items and bowed at the Great Hall. Wang Lin. The majestic voice paused for a moment before it slowly echoed. Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the Great Hall and walked forward. You guarded the 3rd meridian and have achieved merits. I'll give you the fire element armor. A ray of fire flew out from the Great Hall through the air and turned into a suit of fire armor that shot toward Wang Lin. The rewards have been given. Now I'll give you guys a top secret mission. The voice echoed. Yunifeng wanted to say something, but after looking at the Great Hall, he silently pondered. The 3 of them had obtained 2 rewards, but had only Wang Lin obtained 1. Yunifeng wasn't the only one who had doubts. Xianxia and the old man both looked at Wang Lin and noticed this issue. Edge Cloud had a high cultivation level and a gloomy personality. Since it wasn't related to him, he didn't care. He withdrew his gaze and didn't question it anymore. Xianxia had a bad impression of Wang Lin and would naturally not care. Your mission is... the voice echoed, but before the voice could finish, there is a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Wait! Wang Lin stared at the Great Hall and stepped forward, interrupting the sect master of the Guai sect. The moment Wang Lin spoke, Yunifeng's expression changed and he signaled Wang Lin. Xianxia also looked at Wang Lin. She didn't expect him to dare to speak at a time like this. Even Edge Cloud turned to look at Wang Lin. Your mission is to head to the Green Devil continent, sneak into the Green Devil temple, and destroy the Green Devil statue to seriously injure the Green Devil soul. Once that is done, the 4 of you will have done a great deed for the Heavenly Bull continent. The voice completely ignored Wang Lin's words and continued with the secret mission. After these words came out, Edge Cloud's expression changed, and Xianxia was the same. It seemed like it was the first time Yunifeng had heard of this as well. All 3 of their expressions changed. Entering the Green Devil continent was simply too dangerous. If they made a small mistake, they would not be able to come back. The Green Devil continent is basically empty right now. As for the ancestors of the Green Devil continent, there will naturally be people who will restrain them. Now that the mission has been stated, what do you want to say, Wang Lin? The voice was still calm and slow, as if very few things could shake it. Junior doesn't understand why everyone has obtained 2 rewards, and I only obtained a fire element armor. Wang Lin wasn't polite at all. He was no longer alone, He was now an elder of the Great Soul sect. As a result, he could not stand for this. Even if the other party was the sect master of the Guei sect, he would still question them. Your cultivation level is the lowest, so just one armor is enough. This decision was made by both the Guei sect and the Great Soul sect. You don't have to understand it, but you must accept it. If you don't like the fire element armor, then this old man will take it away. The majestic voice echoed once more. The floating fire armor turned into a sea of fire and returned back to the Great Hall. Wang Lin looked at the Great Hall and slowly said, "Since this was a decision between the two sects, do you have proof?" After Wang Lin spoke, a ray of ghostly light came out of the Great Hall. There was a strand of white hair inside the ray of light. The white hair erupted and a figure appeared. This figure was that of old ancestor Green Bull. The matter of the reward has its own reasons there. This old man will not change. If Wang Lin doesn't agree quickly, this is the proof this old man will now leave. Wang Lin stared at the projection of old ancestor Green Bull. He knew that this was not the avatar, but a divine sense imprint. The proof has been given to you. Step back. The Guei sect's sect master's cold voice came from the Great Hall. Wang Lin's expression revealed nothing. If this matter was really the decision between the Guei sect and the Great Soul sect, then with such an unfair decision, Wang Lin wouldn't need to worry about his agreement with old ancestor Green Bull. Wang Lin silently pondered and no longer spoke as he calmly stood there. He acted like nothing had happened and didn't feel any heartache for the fire element armor that was taken away. This old man will now activate the formation that has not been opened for countless years to send the four of you to the Green Devil continent. Before you four leave behind a wisp of your life soul. Once you complete your task, this old man will teleport you all back. After hearing about the matter of the life souls, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The advantage was being able to be teleported back. The disadvantage was that he would have no freedom, as the other party would know his whereabouts at every moment. Yunifeng was a disciple of the Guei sect, so he didn't hesitate. His right hand touched the spot between his eyebrows and his body trembled. A wisp of soul came out to form a ball, and it flew toward the Great Hall. The old man named Edgecloud hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. He also exacted a wisp of his life soul and sent it to the Great Hall. As for Tangjia, she pondered for a while and then clenched her teeth. She was willing to pay any price for the development of her sect. Not to mention this was necessary, or else she couldn't be teleported back from the Green Devil continent. The three of them all sent out their life souls, leaving only Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he looked at the Great Hall and slowly spoke. "I refuse to do this. I need to head back to the Great Soul sect to meet with the old ancestor before making a decision. Goodbye." After Wang Lin spoke, he slowly retreated and was about to leave the square. "You can leave, but leave behind the soul armor." The majestic voice echoed from the Great Hall. A giant hand made of black gas that covered the sky reached toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Everything was happening too fast for him to figure out what had happened to cause all his. The change in the attitude of old ancestor Green Bull and the Guei sect making it difficult for him. Something Wang Lin wasn't aware of was happening. He even felt that if he handed over the soul armor, it would be very difficult to leave the Guei sect. Without the cultivation boost from the soul armor, he would be in a dangerous situation. This feeling was very strong. In truth, Wang Lin didn't want to keep the soul armor for himself. His original plan was to complete the 3 conditions to repay those 3 gifts. Then he would leave the soul armor and leave alone. After all, this item didn't belong to himself, but to the entire Heavenly Bull continent. However, this strange turn of events caused Wang Lin to become extremely cautious. He didn't know what changes had occurred in the Heavenly Bull continent during the half-year he was at the Extreme Sky Prairie. With no information, he could not allow the soul armor to be taken away. With the soul armor, he still had a little power to survive, but without it, he felt like he would fall into an abyss. This matter began when I came to the Guei sect. They were obviously being unfair. If I spoke up, then I would fall into their trap. If I had remained silent, then there was the matter with the life soul. They are forcing me to comply. At the end of the day, everything today was targeted at me. There is a problem here. The Guei sect knows my identity, knows that I come from the cave world, and also knows my connection with Shenluo, yet they still... Wang Lin didn't understand and didn't have time to understand. Between abandoning the armor and facing the unknown, or keeping the armor and fighting, he didn't hesitate to choose the latter. The moment the giant hand closed in, the heavenly bull tattoo on the right side of Wang Lin's face released endless black light, shocking Yunifeng, Tang Jia, and Edge Cloud. The black light instantly shrouded Wang Lin's entire body and turned into countless black threads. They took the form of a suit of black armor that exposed only his eyes and his white hair, which fluttered without any wind. Wang Lin's cultivation level suddenly increased from late-stage spirit void to early-stage void turbulent when he put on the armor. He raised his right hand and used the war spirit print. The huge, six-fingered devil palm print appeared, collided directly with the huge black hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the Guei sect square, and the six-fingered devil palm print collapsed. The black hand trembled and half of it collapsed, but the rest still landed on Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, after being hit by the remains of the black hand, his face turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. Wang Lin has betrayed the Heavenly Bull continent. Send out the Soul Order. All cultivators of the Heavenly Bull continent can kill him on sight. Whoever kills him will be rewarded the Fire Element armor, the Great Soul Sect's Vice Ghostly Sail, and a Heavenly Bull bead. When Wang Lin was knocked back, he heard this. He gritted his teeth and felt an indescribable emotion. He vaguely felt like those 3 items were originally his reward. After these words echoed, Edge Cloud's expression changed greatly, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Without hesitation, the Heavenly Bull tattoo on the right side of his face lit up and shrouded his whole body, forming the same Heavenly Bull soul armor that Wang Lin had. His cultivation level increased greatly and he broke through from the mid-stage of void turbulent to roughly the late stage. In a flash, he chased after Wang Lin. The reason he was so decisive was because of the Heavenly Bull bead. The Heavenly Bull beads were found by the Great Soul Sect and the Guei sect when they laid the foundation in the Heavenly Bull sect. There were only 7 of them. There were many uses for them, including making treasures, changing the effect of time, and cultivators could go inside them to cultivate. However, these weren't their most important uses. The most important use was that the beads could store the soul of the Heavenly Bull. This would allow someone with the soul armor to act as a separate existence and not lose the ability once they went too far from the Heavenly Bull continent. With the Heavenly Bull bead, one could wear the soul armor anywhere on the Immortal astral continent, even in the ancient country, because this bead was the soul of the Heavenly Bull. Wang Lin had never heard of the Heavenly Bull bead before. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to discover that it was surprisingly similar in some aspects to something he owned. Out of the 7 Heavenly Bull beads, the Guei sect had 3 and the Great Soul Sect had 4. Over the countless years, they had never been taken out as rewards and had been used as the framework to create a holy land of cultivation for the 2 sects. This holy land could only be perfectly formed when 3 beads were together. As a result, it couldn't be the Guei sect. Only the Great Soul Sect could take 1 out because they had 1 extra. The Great Soul Sect's Sect Protection Ghostly Sail was a top secret of the Great Soul Sect. Its vice flag could release great power even far away. These 2 items were enough to make one go crazy. This was why Edge Cloud had made the decision to chase Wang Lin so quickly with red eyes. Tang Jia trembled. After pondering for a bit, she clenched her teeth and black light surrounded her. Her soul armor appeared and her cultivation level reached mid-stage void turbulent. Then she chased as well. Only Yunifeng remained silent and had a gloomy expression. He didn't pursue. However, as Tang Jia rushed out, he opened his mouth and sent a divine sense message to her. Tang Jia trembled after she heard Yunifeng's message shortly after flying out. She suddenly looked back at Yunifeng. Is this true? Yunifeng looked at Tang Jia and nodded. Tang Jia's expression became complicated and she gave chase once more. However, her mentality had changed greatly from before. Only after Tang Jia left did Yun Yifeng turn around and drop down on one knee toward the Great Hall. Sect Master, you have to give Disciple an explanation for this matter. Disciple has already informed the sect of Wang Lin's identity and his relationship with Grand Emperor Xian Luo. There was silence from the Great Hall for a long time, and then a tired sigh echoed. Wang Lin quickly moved through the Guei sect. His expression was gloomy and he spread out his divine sense. But he soon noticed that something was wrong. The entire Guei sect was dead silent and there wasn't a single person around. Even the sect protection formation was not activated at this moment. This silence seemed to have been especially prepared for him to leave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Everything had happened too suddenly for him to understand, but it was too late to think about it now. He quickly flew away. He moved at his fastest speed to leave the Guei sect. Behind him, Edge Cloud's eyes revealed a strange light as he chased after Wang Lin with his late-stage void, turbulent cultivation. The two of them quickly flew through the Guei sect and then flew out of the Guei sect. A moment later, a ray of purple light flew out from the Guei sect. Following that, the sect formation activated and returned to normal. Wang Lin flew thousands of kilometers away from the Guei sect. It was not possible to use spatial bending in this area. The sect formation was disrupting this area. Just after Wang Lin left the disrupted area and was about to use spatial bending, Edge Cloud caught up. His eyes were cold and he suddenly raised his hand. The sky changed and 7 stars appeared in the blue sky. These 7 stars shined as if it was night. 7-star kill. There was a flash of coldness in Edge Cloud's eyes. He wanted to kill Wang Lin for the reward, even though he had sensed that something was wrong. However, he didn't care about that. He only acted like he was acting out the soul order given to hunt down Wang Lin for defecting. After taking this Wang Lin's head, then I can ask the Guei sect for the reward. Although there are some problems, I can say that I am simply acting on the order of the Guei sect's sect master. The Great Soul sect can't say anything either. After all, Wang Lin betrayed us first. I'm killing a traitor. Edge Cloud reaching the mid-stage of Void Turbulent as a rogue cultivator and obtaining the recognition of the Heavenly Bull showed that there was something special about him. In a flash, he made his decision. As Edge Cloud raised his hand, the 7 stars in the blue sky shined brightly. It was as if an ancient force had gathered in the blue sky. The 7 stars released a powerful howl as they fell from the endless sky. The howl seemed to be able to cut open the sky, and it formed an indescribable force. Ripples echoed under Wang Lin's feet and he was about to leave. However, he suddenly looked up at the sky. 7 meteor-like black lights were falling from the blue sky at an extremely fast speed. At the head of the lights, there was a fist-sized black star that was rapidly closing in. Even this far away, one could see the star as fist-sized, but if it was close, it had to be enormous. As Wang Lin looked, the fist-sized star turned into the size of a bowl and was rapidly expanding. It looked like it would expanded to 1,000 kilometers and cause everything within 1,000 kilometers to turn into ruins. Edge Cloud could only cast this spell when he had the cultivation level increase from the soul armor. More and more ripples echoed under Wang Lin's feet and he was about to use spatial bending to leave. Edge Cloud obviously didn't know about Wang Lin's spells, so no matter how powerful his spell was, it would be impossible to keep Wang Lin here. However, just at this moment, a purple ray of light appeared behind Edge Cloud. Tang Jia looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and then moved very fast. She closed in on Edge Cloud and seemed like she was going to pass him. Senior Edge Cloud, I'll help you. The only reward I want is the fire element armor. Tang Jia's soft voice echoed. Without waiting for his reply, Tang Jia arrived within 1,000 feet of Edge Cloud. Edge Cloud frowned and didn't say anything, but Wang Lin suddenly paused. He clearly saw Tang Jia close in, and when she was within 100 feet of Edge Cloud, there was something strange. What are you doing? Edge Cloud also noticed that something was wrong. His eyes lit up and he waved his sleeve as he retreated. A black wind surrounded his body, forming layers of protection. Tang Jia's eyes released a golden glow and she raised her jade-like hand. 8 golden gates suddenly appeared around Edgecloud. 8 Gate Seal. The 8 golden gates emitted endless golden light. After they appeared, they immediately enclosed Edgecloud. This sudden change caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow, and in a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through his head. He stopped, hesitated, and gave up on escaping. Instead, he turned into a ray of ghostly light and flew toward the sealed-edged cloud. Wang Lin's personality was always like this. If others didn't offend him, then he would avoid provoking them unless it was absolutely necessary. However, now that Edgecloud had tried to kill him, he would find any opportunity to fight back. When he saw Tang Jia use the golden gates, he realized why she felt so familiar. This woman's aura and appearance were very similar to the third concubine, Tang Shan. After connecting their names, Wang Lin could determine that this woman and Tang Shan had a deep connection. All of this happened in an instant and Edgecloud was caught off guard. 3 of the 7 stars that appeared in the sky disappeared due to him losing control. The remaining 4 continued falling and looked like they would land soon. When the 4 stars landed, black fire began burning on the stars. Before they even landed, waves of heat spread out. This heat seemed to have the power to reverse the heavens and earth. Wang Lin ignored the stars falling from the sky and instantly closed in on the sealed Edgecloud. He raised his right hand and waved. The world rumbled and the 7-colored lance appeared. It changed color 3 times and became the 3rd transformation of the 7-colored lance. Shortly after, Wang Lin used his unparalleled casting speed to form seals, and the huge 6-fingered devil palm print appeared and shot toward Edgecloud. Merely these 2 spells weren't enough to seriously injure Edgecloud. Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he formed seals and pointed at the sky. Their surroundings rumbled as the world became the sea and everything turned dark. Sunlight suddenly appeared on the horizon. This was the 2nd time Wang Lin had used Sundered Night since he put on the soul armor. Since Tang Jia had decided to help, she didn't hesitate at all. Her hands formed seals and a giant golden whip appeared in this dark night. The whip lashed out with an aura that could destroy the heavens, aimed at Edgecloud. Her casting speed couldn't compare to Wang Lin's. In the time Wang Lin used 3 spells, she had only used 1. Edgecloud's expression changed greatly. He was currently sealed by the 8 gates. These 8 gates were Tang Jia's most powerful spell, and it had been used when she was at the mid-stage of Void Turbulent. Its sealing power was enough to make Edgecloud's eyes red with killing intent. At this moment, he no longer cared about other matters. He bit the tip of his tongue to cough out blood. This blood turned into countless blood-colored ghosts that rushed toward the gates while letting out a shrieking howls. There was a thunderous bang and the 8 gates collapsed. Just as Edgecloud recovered, he had to face the 3rd transformation of the 7-colored lance. He could not escape, so he waved his sleeve and a small, white shield the size of his palm appeared. In a flash, it collided with the 7-colored lance. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the lance collapsed, but countless cracks appeared on the white shield. Before it collapsed, Wang Lin's 6-fingered devil palm print shrank from its endless size until it was 100 feet large and landed on the small shield. The small, white shield could no longer resist and shattered. The palm print landed before Edgecloud. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Edgecloud's face turned pale. As he was knocked back, he pointed to between his eyebrows and let out a roar. As he roared, the image of the heavenly bull appeared and also roared. Ripples echoed and the 6-fingered devil palm print collapsed. But Wang Lin had cast 3 spells. When the palm print collapsed, Sundered Night shrouded the area. The rising sun appeared and erupted with the power to tear apart the night. Faith spell. After being bombarded by spells, Edgecloud was able to see the issue with the sun for the first time. His eyes were filled with extreme fear and he quickly retreated. But just as he retreated, Tang Jia's golden whip closed in like the sun. It broke through the darkness and instantly arrived before Edgecloud. Edgecloud coughed out blood and was in a sorry state as he was pushed back. The only thought in his mind was to retreat out of the area of effect of the spell. However, he was a step too late. The The sun rose into the sky and the tearing force spread out like crazy. Edge Cloud coughed out blood once more and his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment he felt danger and made a decision in his heart. As he retreated, he suddenly stopped and pressed his hands against his eyebrows. He leaned back a bit and then fiercely threw something forward. A heavenly bull with its front hoof raised appeared. Its horn was pointed at the sky and it actually charged toward the sun. The heavenly bull charged toward the sun like crazy. Edge Cloud's cultivation level was very high with the soul armor, but after the heavenly bull rushed toward the sun, his cultivation level reduced greatly. He fell back down to mid-stage void turbulent from late-stage void turbulent. He had used this spell by giving up the short time he had left to wear the armor in order to break Sundered Night. All of this happened in a flash. The heavenly bull quickly collided with the sun and thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin coughed out blood. When Sundered Night collapsed, he was knocked back thousands of feet. As for Edge Cloud, he seemed to have aged thousands of years and blood flowed out from his mouth as he retreated. However, how could Wang Lin let him escape? Wang Lin ignored his injuries and rushed out toward Edge Cloud. He was going to take advantage of the fact that the soul armor had dissipated to kill Edge Cloud. Tang Jia silently pondered and no longer attacked. She had only helped on behalf of her sister. At this moment, she looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and then disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent and closed in on Edge Cloud. He raised his right hand and smashed down on Edge Cloud. This punch contained his ancient Tao power, and the world changed colors. Edge Cloud was knocked back and coughed out blood. Wang Lin's body also trembled, but he clenched his teeth and charged out once more. The two of them attacked several times, and fear appeared in Edge Cloud's eyes. He had seen crazy people before, but he had never met a madman like Wang Lin, who was doing whatever it took to kill with no regard to himself. Just as Wang Lin and Edge Cloud were fighting, several thousands of kilometers away, a giant, black hand appeared and reached toward this location. Wang Lin's expression sank and he gave up on trying to kill Edge Cloud. The ripples under his feet echoed and he disappeared, merging with the world. The giant, black hand closed in and pulled Edge Cloud back into the Guei sect. This battle was very short. It wasn't until after Wang Lin left that the 4 stars in the sky fell to the earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the 1,000-kilometer area, and large amounts of dust covered the region. It took a long time for the dust to clear, leaving only countless pieces of smoking, black stones. Ripples echoed above a mountain that was 2 months of flight away. Wang Lin stepped out with a pale expression. He stood there and pondered for a long time. A moment later he looked up and around. His expression was bleak. Heavenly Bull Continent, it's time to leave. With a sigh, Wang Lin looked down, and he was startled. He was familiar with this place as he had come here before. This was where the 7 Dao sect was located. He had moved inadvertently and didn't have a fixed location, but he didn't expect to actually come here. Looking at the black fog surrounding the mountain below, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He charged into the fog and flew toward the direction of the 7 Dao sect. Soon after, Wang Lin saw a group of palaces that gave off a decaying aura in the mountains. Wang Lin landed in the square outside the main hall. Most of the stone here was damaged and covered in weeds. He sat down and looked at the 7 Dao sect. The bleak feeling in his heart was slowly replaced by warmth. In some sense, this place was his home. Wang Lin closed his eyes and sat here to adjust his injuries. He had long put away the soul armor, and in his weakened state, he released EC to guard him. In a flash, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the 7 Dao sect. The first time he came, he had only swept the area. Now that it was his second time and he held the complicated feeling of having to leave the Heavenly Bull Continent, he walked through the 7 Dao sect. He walked past every building and the places where the 7 Dao sect disciples had lived. In the end, he walked into the main hall of the 7 Dao sect. There was a huge throne there. It obviously belonged to the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Looking at the silent hall, the table and chairs were covered in dust. It gave off a sense of decay. Wang Lin stood there and watched for a long time. He closed his eyes and seemed to feel the existence of the cave world. He suddenly felt homesick. He missed the cave world, he missed everyone there. He seemed to be able to see into the cave world. A beautiful woman with long, fluttering hair was standing on the hill and looking up at the dark sky as if she was looking for a pair of eyes up there. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and walked out of the temple. He stood in the Seven Tao sect alone, and his expression gradually became gloomy. He still had to face the cruel reality. A dramatic change must have taken place in the heavenly bull continent during these months. This change caused them to change their reward to me, or force me to leave, but they allowed me to leave. As for the Great Soul sect, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely felt like he had grasped something, but it wasn't clear. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. A 3-inch person immediately appeared. After the little person appeared, it knelt down and bowed at Wang Lin 3 times. Wang Lin's heart trembled and he closed his palm. His divination was blurry and he could not see anything. But one sentence appeared in his heart. The matter of the reward has its own reasons. This old man will not change. If Wang Lin doesn't agree quickly, this is the proof this old man will now leave. This sentence came from the hair that old ancestor Green Bull had left with the Guei sect master for Wang Lin. Wang Lin carefully thought about this sentence. The soul I Dao had revealed a blur, and only this sentence appeared. There had to be a hidden meaning inside. Wang Lin muttered it several times and his body suddenly trembled violently. He suddenly looked up and his eyes shined brightly. The matter of the reward has its own reasons there. This old man will not change. If Wang Lin doesn't agree quickly, this is the proof this old man will now leave. The last word of each line are there, change, quickly, leave. There are change, quickly leave. Something has changed, leave. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This sentence was a secret reminder. No matter how it was explained, it was old ancestor Green Bull's method of telling Wang Lin to quickly leave. Even with old ancestor Green Bull's cultivation level, he had to imply this to me. He even worried about me not understanding and worked with the Guei sect master to give me an unfair reward to force me out from the heavenly bull continent. Once I leave, that means I can't stay in the heavenly bull continent and will have to leave as soon as possible. Old ancestor Green Bull wants me to leave the heavenly bull continent as soon as possible. Wang Lin silently pondered. He felt like there was a huge mystery covering the heavenly bull continent, and it was the reason for the sudden change in attitude of the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect. Similarly, Wang Lin speculated that this mystery was likely connected to the Green Devil continent. He always had doubts about the real reason the 2 continents had gone to war. Wang Lin thought about it a lot, but all of it was his speculation. He didn't know the real secret. After a moment, Wang Lin looked into the distance and revealed a decisive gaze. Forget it, this place is already murky water. Since the matter has already occurred, it's useless to think about. It is time to leave the heavenly bull continent. However, I fear that leaving won't be so simple. There will likely be obstructions. If my guess is correct, a majority of them will be from the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He was about to leave, but his expression suddenly changed and he looked at the mountain covered in black fog. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. After Wang Lin disappeared, the fog churned and a figure flew in from the outside. This figure was very careful and carefully looked around to make sure there was no one following him before he felt relieved. He slowly landed on the square of the 7 Tao sect. Damn it! I encountered some problems on the way and arrived a few days late. I hope I didn't delay the arrangements set by the old ancestor. The figure looked nervous as he looked around. Then he found a corner and was about to sit down. However, just at this moment, a voice echoed through the square. Du Qing. This figure was Du Qing. After he heard someone shouting his name, he immediately flew into the air in panic. But soon that panic became joy. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin. He heard Wang Lin's voice. Wang Lin frowned and appeared. He looked at Du Qing, who he hadn't seen for a while, and suddenly spoke. Who told you to come here? Elder Wang, It was the Great Soul Sect's old ancestor Green Bull, who found me a few months ago to arrive here 3 days ago to deliver something to you. Du Qing quickly landed before Wang Lin, and his right hand reached out. A black stone appeared in his hand. This stone looked very ordinary. Du Qing had spent the whole time trying to find some clues along the way, but he couldn't find anything. However, he remembered how serious old ancestor Green Bull's expression was, so he felt that it was definitely a treasure. Wang Lin's eyes lit as he took the black stone and looked at it. His pupils shrank. He felt the aura of the soul I Dao from it. Wang Lin held the black stone up. It was not a space stone. He looked up at Du Qing and clasped his hands. "Many thanks, Brother Du." Du Qing quickly shook his head. He blinked and softly asked, "What is inside?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head without answering. He looked at the sky and spoke slowly. "I won't say more. Brother Du, if there is a chance, we will meet again. Goodbye." Wang Lin let out a sigh and disappeared with one step toward the sky. As Du Qing looked at Wang Lin's departing figure, he vaguely understood something. He secretly let out a sigh and shook his head. He then turned into a ray of light to head back to the Great Soul Sect to tell old ancestor Green Bull he had completed his task. Wang Lin merged with the world and left the Seven Dao sect. He appeared in a desolate desert, which was not common in the Heavenly Bull continent. It was night and the cold wind was blowing through the desert. The wind was bone-chilling and was enough to freeze mortals. Cultivators could resist it, but for third-step cultivators like Wang Lin, this wind felt gentle. He was still holding the black stone in his hand. He lowered his head and looked at the stone in his palm. He didn't know if he should open it. Although he didn't know what it was, the Soul I Dao aura secretly told Wang Lin the method to opening it. A moment later, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. He opened his palm and the 3-inch little person appeared next to the black stone. In a flash, it entered the stone. Crackling sounds echoed across the desert night, entering Wang Lin's ears along with the howl of the wind. After the 3-inch little person entered, thin cracks appeared on the stone, and within 3 breaths of time, it shattered completely. 4 balls of light suddenly flew out. After seeing the 4 balls of light, Wang Lin's heart trembled and he was startled. The first ball of light contained a fist-sized Earthman. The Earthman was sitting down. It had no orifices, but its body constantly changed between armor and humanoid. Burst of earth element came from it. It seemed to fuse with the sand here, causing the sand to gently move. Wang Lin didn't know much about the suits of armor from the Guei sect, but he had seen some in the cave world and the ones the Guei sect had gifted out to the messengers. However, those suits of armor could not compare to the human armor inside the ball of light in terms of appearance or aura. Even Wang Lin, who didn't know much, could tell that they were not on the same level. This human-shaped armor was likely rare even in the Guei sect. Wang Lin didn't know what price old ancestor Green Bull had paid to obtain one for Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered. Inside the second ball of light there was a small black sail. To be precise, it was a ghostly sail. It gave off an aura that would make one lose themselves in a dream. Wang Lin could feel the aura of the primary ghost sail that was used as the sect protection formation of the Great Soul Sect. If Wang Lin's speculation was correct, then this was the vice ghostly sail that was part of the reward for killing Wang Lin. Looking at the little ghostly sail, Wang Lin felt an indescribable feeling. The sect protection ghostly sail was very important to the Great Soul Sect. But old ancestor Green Bull had unexpectedly gifted it to him. Wang Lin could only silently ponder. Inside the third ball of light there was a brown bead. This bead was the same size as the heaven-defying bead, and even its aura was similar. After seeing this bead, Wang Lin had the illusion that he was looking at the heaven-defying bead that had fused with his soul. This is... Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he stared at it. He found more and more aspects that were the same as his heaven-defying bead, but it wasn't all of it. Although the bead was very similar to the heaven-defying bead, it was like comparing the firefly to the bright moon. One could become the sun, while the other could only be a faint starlight. Wang Lin felt the aura of the heavenly bull from this bead. Although he didn't know what it was, he had his guesses. It had a deep connection with the heavenly bull. Anything related to the heavenly bull was an important treasure to the heavenly bull continent. It would not be easily given out, nor would it be allowed to leave the heavenly bull continent. However, the bead had been sent to Wang Lin. Although it seemed very light, it weighed heavily on Wang Lin's heart. There was also the fourth ball of light. Inside was a broken tortoise shell that was covered in some pattern. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was blurry. However, when he looked at it with his divine sense, Wang Lin suddenly looked back toward the Great Soul Sect. He seemed to see an old man in the Great Soul Sect sitting on the green sky mountain. The old man was smiling at him, and he raised his right hand as if he was saying goodbye to Wang Lin. The tortoise shell contained the entire map of the eastern continent. It was not very detailed, and the further from the heavenly bull continent it was, the more vague it became. It was mostly just a rough outline and simple introduction. But this map was extremely important to Wang Lin right now. In the tortoise shell, aside from the map, there was also a detailed description of the heavenly bull bead, which enlightened Wang Lin greatly. Esteemed Green Bull left only one sentence. It wasn't in the form of a divine sense message. It had been engraved inside the tortoise shell. Have a safe trip. After 300 years, come back to see the Great Soul Sect. There was no explanation, and it didn't mention the three conditions. It simply ended Wang Lin's karma with the heavenly bull continent with this one sentence. Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he put away the human-shaped armor and the ghostly sail. He held up the heavenly bull bead and put the soul of the heavenly bull inside. Now he could take it anywhere he went. In the end, he carefully put the tortoise shell away and looked toward the Great Soul Sect. He clasped his hands and bowed. "I'll return," Wang Lin muttered before turning around. He flew away into the sky, toward the borders according to the map. He was going to the Dong Lin sect. The Dong Lin sect was in the northern part of the eastern continent in the Great Sage continent. It was 5 continents away from the heavenly bull continent. It was far away, and flying there would require years of time. Even with spatial bending, because Wang Lin couldn't use it repeatedly, it would still take him 1 to 2 years. And to head to the Dong Lin sect, there was one place he had to pass. The Green Devil continent. If he were to go around, it would waste even more time, and it would not just be 5 continents. There would be even more dangerous places to traverse. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely guessed that the change in the Great Soul Sect and the Guei sect was related to the Green Devil continent. He didn't know if he was right or wrong, but if he was right, then there would likely be someone waiting for him at the edge of the heavenly bull continent. Although going to the Green Devil continent seemed dangerous, the place was mostly empty now. Perhaps the most dangerous place was actually the safest. After all, very few people would think that Wang Lin would dare to head to the Green Devil continent alone. After making his decision, Wang Lin changed directions and used spatial bending toward the Pill Sea. He was very careful as he charged at the Pill Sea. When he could not use spatial bending, he didn't fly through the air. After all, everyone in the heavenly bull continent was his enemy right now. Whether it was cultivators from the heavenly bull continent or the Green Devil continent, as long as they recognized him, it would be a slaughter. After all, ordinary heavenly bull continent cultivators only knew of the soul order, not the details. But Wang Lin was unwilling to kill heavenly bull continent cultivators, so whenever he could not use spatial bending, he would go into hiding. Once the time had passed, he would rush once more. As a result, his movement was a lot slower. When he moved past the extreme sky prairie and was only 1 spatial bending from the Pill Sea, which would take about 3 months of flight, several months had already passed. At this part of the heavenly bull continent, it was currently winter. Snow was falling from the sky, and this storm extended for tens of thousands of kilometers. It would still take half a month for Wang Lin to use spatial bending again. He spent this time in closed-door cultivation, and his injuries improved. He stepped on the snow and faced the cold wind as he moved forward. Not far from him, there was a mortal city in the snowy dusk that emitted scattered light. The smoke rose into the sky and blended together with the snow. It was very calm and very beautiful. This was the first time Wang Lin was going to enter the mortal world in the immortal astral continent. Although this place was still some distance from the Pill Sea, it was still considered its neighbor, but it was not destroyed when the Pill Sea collapsed. No mortals should have died due to the collapse of the Pill Sea. After all, the legend of the Pill Sea had existed for a long time. Whether it was the Green Devil continent or the Heavenly Bull continent, they would have made the area around the Pill Sea a forbidden land for mortals. However, if the celestial pill had exploded closer to the Heavenly Bull continent, then the city before Wang Lin would have instantly disappeared. The snowstorm became even more intense. The wind howled as if there was an evil spirit roaring in the sky. The rising smoke was immediately scattered before it could gather. The people in the city all wore cotton clothing and quickly walked home with their heads down. Wang Lin walked into the city at this moment. The snow fell and the cold wind blew by in the night as Wang Lin walked towards the city. He didn't know why he wanted to come here after he detected this city. Perhaps I'm searching for a feeling of being ordinary. Wang Lin walked in the show, causing a squeaking noise. A few snowflakes fell on his face. They were very cold. He walked from one side of the city to another. He left his footprints behind in the city, but they were quickly covered up by the snow. On the other side of the city, Wang Lin looked back. Along the way, he saw the entire city and the tens of thousands of lights coming from the homes. However, there was no feeling of warmth. He was like the footprints covered by the snow. He didn't belong here. This was the first time Wang Lin had this indescribable feeling. He vaguely understood that as his cultivation level increased, he had lost his final ties with the mortals. He secretly knew that turning to mortals 3 times was the limit, and after 3 times it was time to cut it off. This was a change in mentality. He wanted to rest in the city and watch the mortals live, but he was unable to fully integrate himself anymore. Is my heart no longer calm? Wang Lin looked up at the snow in the sky. He stood beside the gate at night alone, muttering to himself. I now have 8 essences. I only need 1 more essence to enter the arcane void stage. After that, I'm confident I can quickly go through the 9 arcane tribulants. Perhaps my heart is no longer calm, but I know that one day, it will be calm and I'll be able to silently comprehend the world in a mortal city. Wang Lin came, but he left with a sense of melancholy. It was as if he had left something, and he could not find it. This is a price. The price of being strong. Wang Lin silently walked through the closed city gate. He faced the wind as he walked away from the city. The tens of thousands of lights shined behind him and gave off warmth. Wang Lin longed for this warmth, but he could not touch it. The howling of the wind echoed through the snow, gradually forming a song of wind and snow that accompanied Wang Lin's lonely figure. A few months later, in the collapsed Pill Sea, this place had become a giant basin. There was nothing here. There was no trace of vitality, only desolation and death. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky above the Pill Sea. This was the 2nd time he had come here. Compared to last time, he was in a parting mood. As Wang Lin walked through the desolate Pill Sea, he had his divine sense spread out. The closer he got to the Green Devil continent, the more cautious he was. After a month, when he stepped onto the Green Devil continent, he felt a gloomy aura shrouding the entire continent. This gloomy aura exuded coldness and bloodthirst, with a hint of evil. Mortals, beasts, and even cultivators born here would contain a hint of devilish nature. The land of the Green Devil continent was very different from the Heavenly Bull continent. There were few mountains, and most of the terrain was occupied by swamps. The endless swamps looked like they contained many terrible legends. It made one's skin crawl just walking over them. Wang Lin disliked the Green Devil continent a lot. There weren't many powerful cultivators left in the Green Devil continent. Mostly weak cultivators that held no threat to Wang Lin remained. However, he still maintained his previous pace where he used spatial bending to cross the Green Devil continent. He could feel that deep within the Green Devil continent, there was a mysterious force. This force was monstrous and filled with devilish energy. According to the tortoiseshell, that was the location of the Green Devil continent's Green Devil Scorpion Temple. The Heavenly Bull continent didn't have a Heavenly Bull temple. This kind of temple required permission from the emperor. Without it, a temple couldn't be built. The devilish energy was very strong. strong enough to affect one's mind. Wang Lin didn't approach that place but went around it. He continued to teleport toward the border of the Meng Earth continent. Time slowly passed. In a flash, several months went by. During this time, Wang Lin encountered some cultivators, but none of them could stop him. After several months, Wang Lin appeared at the edge of the Green Devil continent. At the border to the Meng Earth continent was one of the rare mountain ranges in the Green Devil continent. It was very tall and seemed to connect to the sky. After going over the mountain range, he would be at the Meng Earth continent. Standing under the mountain range, Wang Lin calmly looked at the towering mountains. He felt two monstrous devilish energy sources at the peak, which condensed to two giant scorpions that were coiled before the mountain. Those were two green devil messengers. Behind those two devilish energy sources, there was a monstrous sword energy at the peak of the mountain. When Wang Lin arrived, the ancient sword energy released an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it floated at the mountaintop. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered a power that could stop him in the Green Devil continent. He felt a familiar aura coming from the sword. This meant that Wang Lin's decision to leave through the Green Devil continent was correct. If he had gone any other direction, he would have encountered even more obstacles. 3 people. They give me too much credit. Wang Lin remained casual and walked toward the mountain. The moment he stepped forward, 2 green devil auras rushed out. From a distance, they looked like 2 fierce green devil scorpions that were rushing down from the mountaintop toward Wang Lin. Shortly after, the ancient sword shadow at the top of the mountain let out a powerful sword hymn. It swept across the world and chopped down, following the 2 shadows. The world trembled. The power of this sword seemed to replace all light in the world. It was like a ray of light in the void. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the tattoo on the right side of his face flashed. It transformed into countless black threads that surrounded Wang Lin and turned into a suit of armor that left only his white hair and cold eyes exposed. After Wang Lin put on the soul armor, his aura erupted and he instantly reached the early stage of void turbulent. He stepped forward and instantly closed in on the green devil scorpion that was the first green devil messenger. Just as the 2 closed in, before Wang Lin even attacked, the green devil messenger's cold face revealed a trace of madness. He didn't even use any spells, and the moment Wang Lin arrived, his hands formed a seal and he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. Shortly after, a terrifying aura came from his body. This green devil messenger was at the mid-stage of void turbulent, and he actually chose to self-destruct at this moment. This was a complete self-destruction without any hesitation. He suddenly exploded. The self-destruction of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator was enough to shake the Green Devil continent. This force was powerful enough to even make late-stage void turbulent cultivators frown. There was no reason or any foreboding. After this Green Devil messenger exploded, the other Green Devil messenger behind him also chose self-destruct. The self-destruction of 2 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators could even force back a late-stage void turbulent cultivator. When the 2 green devil messengers exploded, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and a powerful sense of crisis washed over him. The crisis was not from the power of the self-destruction, but why they had decided to self-destruct. The fight hadn't even begun, but they had chosen to self-destruct. This was simply too strange. Also, behind him was Void Cloud, who controlled the powerful sword energy. The 3 of them had the power to fight Wang Lin, so there was no need to self-destruct at all. This was something extremely abnormal. To be willing to sacrifice 2 mid-stage void turbulent green devil messengers, the Green Devil continent had to be up to something monstrous. They wouldn't allow Wang Lin to easily leave this place. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right reached at the void and the human-shaped earth element armor appeared. With a wave, an earth-yellow light surrounded his body. Shortly after, Wang Lin erupted his full cultivation and he no longer hid his ancient Dao aura. Once his ancient Dao aura was fully released, a huge figure that could support the world appeared. The moment the figure appeared, everyone within tens of thousands of kilometers could see it. A clear ripple of ancient Dao power spread out. The ancient Tao shadow let out a roar toward the sky and shrouded Wang Lin from the force of the self-destruction of the two green devil messengers. There was a thunderous bang as the destructive force of the first self-destruction smashed into the ancient Tao shadow. The shadow trembled and showed signs of collapsing when the destructive force of the second self-destruction arrived. The rumble was heaven-shattering, and the ancient Tao shadow powered up by Wang Lin's early-stage void turbulent cultivation suddenly collapsed. When the shadow collapsed, a portion of the destructive force from the two self-destructions still remained, and they fell on the first layer of the armor Wang Lin was wearing, the human-shaped earth element armor. The terrifying destructive force was completely resisted by Wang Lin's ancient Tao shadow, his powerful physical body, and the mysterious human-shaped earth element armor. Even so, Wang Lin felt his origin soul tremble, and he was forced back tens of thousands of feet as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A palm-sized fracture appeared at the chest area of the earth element armor, but it didn't collapse. They want to injure me to delay me. Wang Lin had tried spatial bending, but the area had been sealed. Even with the soul armor, he was unable to cross this mountain. As Wang Lin retreated, the monstrous sword energy closed in. It was extremely amazing, as if it was going to cut the earth in half with this strike. It instantly closed in. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his right hand punched toward the sword. When facing this kind of extreme sword shadow, spells were too complex. It was better to just throw a punch. A thunderous rumble echoed as the sword shadow trembled and collapsed. However, Wang Lin felt his right arm go numb and the arm of the human-shaped armor cracked. The sword energy rushed into Wang Lin's body and was about to launch a destructive attack when Wang Lin suppressed it by force. He charged toward the young man standing at the top of the mountain. The young man had a cold expression as he stared at Wang Lin. He was Void Cloud. As Wang Lin closed in, Void Cloud raised his sword and the second strike appeared. A monstrous sword shadow cut down on Wang Lin. This strike was 30% stronger than the previous one. Wang Lin let out a roar as he threw a punch with his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the second sword collapsed. The right arm of Wang Lin's earth element armor exploded. But after the second strike disappeared, Void Cloud released the third and fourth strikes. Two monstrous sword energy strikes shot toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin charged forward. He was about 1,000 feet from Void Cloud, and his face was filled with killing intent. Void Cloud's face was slightly pale as he stared at Wang Lin. When Wang Lin closed in, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. This blood was golden and turned into sword shadows that shot toward Wang Lin. Immediately after, he raised his right hand and an ancient sword filled with a royal aura appeared. He grabbed it and jumped into the air. He released the final strike after the 9 sword shadows. When Wang Lin saw the ancient sword that gave off a royal aura, he immediately felt a trace of Grand Empyrean power from it. This sword was the same as his gold print. It was a treasure formed by a Grand Empyrean by condensing a spell. As the 9 sword shadows closed in, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was going to leave, and anyone who tried to block him would have to endure his anger. The armor on his right arm had collapsed, but he still had his left arm. His left arm formed a first and he threw 9 punches at the 9 sword shadows. Let's see whether your sword is sharper or my fist is harder. A thunderous rumble echoed across the mountains, forming a storm that swept the area. The 9 sword shadows collapsed and so did the armor on Wang Lin's left arm. However, he was above to move forward 1,000 feet and got within 200 feet of Void Cloud, who was about to release one last strike. A treasure condensed from a spell by a Grand Empyrean. I have one as well. Wang Lin didn't use Sundered Night. Even with his cultivation level increased by the soul armor, he could not use it twice in a row. He had to save it for the critical moment. The battle with Void Cloud seemed difficult, but not enough for Wang Lin to use Sundered Night. He had seen through the thoughts of Void Cloud and the 2 green devil messengers. This battle was purely to delay him. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, his right hand reached at the void and a golden print appeared. After the golden print appeared, it collided with the ancient sword. A thunderous rumble echoed and Void Cloud coughed out blood. He looked weakened now. The sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments and he was knocked into the ground. A deep crack appeared on Wang Lin's gold print, but it didn't break. It became dim and Wang Lin put it away. When two treasures made by Grand Empyreans collided, the quality of the treasures and spells didn't matter. The main focus was the amount of faith power they had used to form the treasures. To be born from nothing was already a mysterious thing. It was obvious that the faith power in Void Cloud Sword was far below that of Wang Lin's gold print. After putting away the gold print, Wang Lin stood at the top of the mountain and coldly stared at Void Cloud, who landed not far away. Blood continued to leak out from Void Cloud's mouth. He looked at Wang Lin and he looked defeated. I lost. He didn't mention the fact that Wang Lin was wearing the Heavenly Bull Soul armor, nor did he mention the Grand Empyrean treasure. A loss was a loss. But you also lost. Void Cloud struggled to stand up and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. Your soul armor is almost out of time. Their self-destructions and my effort were to merely delay you here for a while. We didn't think or figure out you would actually leave through here. As Void Cloud spoke, Wang Lin charged toward the other side of the mountain. He didn't listen to his nonsense, and as he charged forward, he waved his right hand. A ray of blood light pierced through the eyebrows of the seriously injured Void Cloud. There was no miserable scream and there was no resistance. The blood sword penetrated Void Cloud's head and returned to Wang Lin. As for the dead Void Cloud, Wang Lin had no time to check if it was the original body or an avatar. He felt a sense of crisis growing, and this feeling was similar to when he first met Taoist water. What Wang Lin was looking at from the endless mountain range was an endless desert. This was the most common type of landscape for the Meng Earth continent. Almost 70% of the continent was like this. Rumor said that a long time ago, a foreign cultivator came here and was defeated by the celestial ancestor. The cultivator was sealed here, and he had a terrifying earth power, so after he was sealed here, this continent became like this. This person was rumored to be named Meng. So after countless years, this place was named Meng Earth Continent. This place was filled with the aura of the earth essence, similar to the Green Devil continent. The Green Devil continent was a continent of earth essence. The Green Devil scorpion was a fierce beast that lived in the earth. However, it was covered up by its devilish aura, making it difficult to notice. These rumors were recorded in detail in the tortoise shell given to Wang Lin. These thoughts appeared in his mind, but he didn't have time to think about them. He borrowed the speed of the soul armor to rush toward the Meng Earth continent while he couldn't use spatial bending. He was getting closer and closer. The tens of thousands of kilometers of distance were crossed quickly by Wang Lin. He was only 1,000 kilometers away. The Meng Earth continent was in sight. But just at this moment, the world changed colors and blinding light came from 6 different locations before Wang Lin. Ripples echoed. These were signs of transfer arrays activating. The transfer arrays activated quickly. Just as Wang Lin looked over, dozens of figures appeared in each of the 6 transfer arrays. More than 100 figures appeared, and powerful auras spread out. The activation of these 6 transfer arrays cost the Green Devil continent a great price, especially since they were teleporting so many people. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the price. If it was a 3rd-step cultivator, the price was indescribable. And these hundreds of cultivators were all very powerful. Transferring them had depleted more than 100,000 years of savings from the Green Devil continent. These people were originally lying in ambush at various borders of the Heavenly Bull continent, waiting for Wang Lin. However, due to an error in their prediction, they had to forcibly teleport people here. This was only a portion of the people, and there were even more teleporting here. These cultivators all wore similar clothes. Although the colors were different, the black and white moon patterns on their clothes were all the same. Wang Lin had seen this pattern on the tortoise shell. This symbol belonged to the number 1 sect of the Green Devil continent, the Devil Dao sect. The blockades and chase targeting Wang Lin was not an effort by the entire Green Devil continent, just the Devil Dao sect. The Meng Earth continent was 1,000 kilometers away, but the Devil Dao sect had arrived to stop Wang Lin. The feeling that a crisis was approaching became even stronger. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. As he rushed forward, the more than 100 cultivators that had appeared from the 6 transfer arrays flew out. At the same time, they all threw something toward Wang Lin. 9 heads of cultivators from the extreme sky prairie. 6 heads of cultivators from the extreme sky prairie. Head of the rogue void tribulent cultivator from the extreme sky prairie. Extreme sky prairie. Those cold voices echoed through the world and entered Wang Lin's ears, causing his heart to tremble. He looked at the heads and their miserable expressions. He was familiar with them. They were the cultivators that had fought alongside him for several months at the 3rd meridian and survived. He didn't know their names, but he had remembered their faces. The hundreds of heads were almost half of the people that had survived the extreme sky prairie. Don't you like human heads? This is the first gift my Tao Devil sect is giving you. A poisonous voice echoed through the world. Devil Tao sect, if I leave this place today, I'll return and destroy your entire sect. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a monstrous red light, and he made this oath in his heart. This was the first time he felt such a strong desire to destroy a sect on the immortal astral continent. Sundered Night. Wang Lin suddenly turned around. He knew it would be extremely difficult to leave. The Devil Tao sect was willing to do everything to kill him. The surrounding cultivators and the heads that covered the earth were enough to explain everything. If he wanted to leave, he would have to give it his all. He had to be fast, or else more Devil Tao sect cultivators would arrive through the transfer array. At some point, Wang Lin would have no chance of leaving. The longer he stayed here, the lower his chance of survival. After saying these 2 words, the border to the Meng Earth continent was suddenly filled with the illusion of a sea and was shrouded by the darkness of night. After Sundered Night appeared, Wang Lin used the strongest spell he could use as a cultivator. The sun rose and released the power to tear apart the night. No matter what cultivation level, the hundreds of Devil Tao sect cultivators let out a miserable screams under the force of Sundered Night. Their bodies collapsed and their origin souls were destroyed. There was also the 100 people coming through the transfer array. Before their bodies could condense, they died. After Sundered Night, the world changed colors. Aside from Wang Lin, there was no other living soul. His face was deathly pale and the soul armor was about to dissipate. He didn't hesitate to charge toward the Meng Earth continent 1,000 kilometers away. It wasn't that he didn't consider destroying the 7 transfer arrays, but these transfers arrays were abnormal. They had remained intact after Sundered Night, meaning he could now destroy them quickly. In a flash, Wang Lin crossed half of the 1,000-kilometer distance, but at this moment the 7 transfer arrays lit up. Even more powerful fluctuations came from the transfer array, and the 3rd wave of 100 cultivators chased after Wang Lin. There were 4 mid-stage void tribulent and 4 late-stage void tribulent cultivators among these 100. The Devil Tao sect was bringing out almost all their power to hunt Wang Lin. They were using the force of an entire sect to kill a person. This kind of slaughter was related to private grudges, but that wouldn't be the only reason. No sect master or ancestor of the 9 sects and 13 factions would be so blind. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. As the 100 of people chased after him, he knew it would be impossible to cross this 500-kilometer distance. Various spells and treasures from cultivators flew toward Wang Lin. As the 5 void tribulent cultivators closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand and all the ancient Tao power inside him erupted. A giant ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. This shadow was a bit blurry. It was apparent it had been damaged from the self-destruction of the 2 green devil messengers. However, it still gave people a sense of suppression from the bottom of their hearts. God Tremble Army Formation. Demon Spell. Wind and Fire Mountain. Devil Tao. Life and Death Reverse. Wang Lin's right hand pushed forward. The 100 cultivators, aside from the late-stage void tribulent old monsters, all trembled and their flight paths became distorted. They all lined up like a mortal army before Wang Lin. This was the army formation. The power of God Tremble echoed like ripples, causing half of these cultivators to bleed from their orifices. Wang Lin's fist opened to a palm and smoke came out of the heads of the cultivators. The smoke condensed into a mountain above them. This mountain was made of smoke and smashed down. The palm turned into a point. Life and death changed as the cultivators let out miserable cries. Most of them collapsed, but the only late-stage void turbulent cultivator not restricted by this closed in on Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient Tao No Celestial's full power erupted. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao No Celestials. This ancient Tao No Celestials was casted after his cultivation level was increased to early-stage void turbulent by the soul armor. This power was amazing, and although different from Sundered Night, the destructive power was the same. Thunderous rumbles rang out and a gray ripple echoed. The 100 cultivators all died. The expression of the late-stage void turbulent old monster changed and he quickly retreated. However, he still touched the gray ripples. The old man's face immediately turned white and his legs began to turn into stone. He touched his own body with his hands, and every time he did so, he sent in a burst of energy to resist the ancient Tao power invading his body. Aside from him, all the Devil Tao sect cultivators at the border of the Green Devil continent died. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. He had used up all his ancient Tao power and the armor around him became weak. Parts of it had already turned into threads and it was about to dissipate. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and rushed forward. In a flash, 500 kilometers became 200 kilometers. However, just at this moment, the 7 transfer arrays lit up once more. The 4th wave of cultivators appeared and chased after Wang Lin. War Spirit Print. 7-colored lance. Dark moon, clear sky. Flowing time. Essences. Condense. Wang Lin's eyes were red. He was going to cast all his spells before his soul armor dissipated to kill these Devil Tao cultivators. After the War Spirit print was used, the huge 6-fingered palm print smashed down toward the 100 people. At the same time, the 3rd transformation, the 7-colored lance, flew forward. Dark moon, clear sky turned into a bloody moon. It began a corrosive slaughter with the reversal of time and the eruption of his essences. When Wang Lin casted all these spells, a thunderous bang echoed. The soul armor around Wang Lin turned into threads and gathered on the right side of his face. However, under Wang Lin's crazed attacks, almost all the cultivators from the 4th wave died. Only 3 survived, and they looked at Wang Lin with deep fear in their eyes. After the continuous attacks, 3 of the 7 transfer arrays finally collapsed. Wang Lin was knocked back and was only 100 kilometers from the Meng Earth continent. But not only did the feeling of the crisis not lessen, it became even stronger. The 4 remaining transfer arrays were no longer fixed, but a strange force shrouded them, allowing them to move in a way no cultivator could. In a flash, they appeared 50 kilometers away from Wang Lin. The moment they appeared, they released a blinding light and the 5th wave of 100 cultivators rushed out toward Wang Lin, filled with killing intent. The moment these cultivators appeared, the several void turbulent cultivators that had dodged Wang Lin's attack closed in. They circled Wang Lin, not giving him a chance to escape. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. Only a small portion of his soul armor hadn't dissipated. His spells seemed to have been used up, but he still had a trick left. His fire essence true body appeared and suddenly spread out. It instantly shrouded the area. Ethereal fire. Burn. Wang Lin roared with his hoarse voice. The 100 cultivators here were filled with emotions, so they were the best fuel for ethereal fire. The ethereal fire began to burn the cultivators. Bursts of fire lit up and miserable screams echoed. Anyone who blocks me will die. Wang Lin bit his tongue to force his fatigue to disappear. With a roar he rushed forward. With a flash of blood-colored light, the blood sword appeared in his right hand. He waved his left hand and the vice ghostly sail appeared. The sail turned into black fog which then turned into countless ghosts that rushed out before Wang Lin. This scene was simply shocking. The cultivators being burnt by ethereal fire were either killed by the fire or by Wang Lin's blood sword. The rest didn't dare to attack while facing Wang Lin's monstrous killing intent that would kill anything that got in his way. As Wang Lin charged forward, he was filled with killing intent and across the 100-kilometer distance. More and more of the 100 cultivators died as the rest retreated and looked at Wang Lin in terror. It wasn't that they hadn't met a powerful cultivator before, but someone as murderous and difficult to kill as Wang Lin was extremely rare. The price of killing Wang Lin would be even greater than opening the large transfer arrays. This price was likely a sect being wiped out, a heavy cost that would make the 9 sects and 13 factions into 8 sects and 13 factions. The moment Wang Lin stepped onto the Meng Earth continent, the rest of the soul armor on his body returned back to the heavenly bull tattoo on the right side of his face. A sense of weakness washed over his body, but he suppressed it again. There was still the human-shaped earth element armor on his body. Although half of it had collapsed, it still provided powerful protection. Standing on the Meng Earth continent, he staggered as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he rushed away. He understood that, as a rogue cultivator, he could cross between 2 continents. However, large amounts of Devil Dao sect disciples entering was very different. The Devil Dao sect must have considered this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ordered 2 green devil messengers to self-destruct and Void Cloud to delay him to make sure he stayed in the Green Devil continent. If they didn't care, they could have just slaughtered their way into the Meng Earth continent to chase after him. As Wang Lin guessed, the cultivators of the Dao Devil sect stopped outside the Meng Earth continent. They hesitated and didn't continue to chase. But just at this moment, 4 of the transfer arrays shined once more. 3 of them brought dozens of cultivators, while the 4th transfer array only had 1 person. Sect Master! Greetings, Sect Master! When this man appeared, all the cultivators bowed. The person who walked out from the 4th transfer array was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a black and white Taoist robe. He was tall and gave off an abnormal aura. He was very handsome, but his lips were thin, which gave him a cold aura. This person was definitely harsh and merciless. He would never use up the power of an entire sect just to kill 1 person. The moment he walked out of the formation, the aura of a peak late-stage void turbulent cultivator spread out. The moment his aura spread out, the world changed colors. It was as if countless devil gods had appeared and started roaring. He was 1 step away from peak void turbulent. After he walked out, all the Devil Dao sect cultivators half knelt to the ground and lowered their heads. Only this man stood there and looked at Wang Lin, who was escaping deeper into the Meng Earth continent, with an indifferent gaze. Wang Lin's heart trembled. The moment the middle-aged man had walked out of the formation, the hidden sense of crisis he felt suddenly erupted. This life-or-death crisis came from the middle-aged man behind him. The Devil Dao sect's sect master. Wang Lin didn't look back. He moved as fast as he could. He still couldn't use spatial bending, so he moved into the distance like a shadow. He could feel that he only needed to fly out a bit more and the force that sealed the world would disappear. Then he could merge with the world. However, the Devil Dao sect's sect master was calm and didn't hesitate like the other Devil Dao cultivators. He stepped across the border and entered the Meng Earth continent. The moment he entered the Meng Earth continent, he floated in the air and looked at Wang Lin. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Devil Dao. These were the first 2 words he said. The moment his words echoed, the endless mountain range at the border of the 2 continents began to tremble violently. This trembling quickly spread, creating a thunderous rumble. As the rumble echoed, the dragon-like mountain range was pulled by an invisible force. At the edge of the left side of the mountain range, the force gathered to form a giant figure. This figure was that of a whited-haired old man wearing a white robe. He had the air of a celestial. He had a kind smile as he waved his sleeve at the mountain range. At the same time, at the other end of the mountain range, another giant shadow appeared. This was a devilish shadow covered in devilish energy. It was a cold-looking young man wearing a black robe. He gave off a defying aura filled with bloodthirst and killing intent. When he appeared, he pointed at the mountain range below. This scene shocked all the Devil Dao sect cultivators. They looked at their sect master with feverish gazes. Under the spells of the celestial-looking old man in the Taoist robe and the devilish young man in the black robe, the endless mountain range rumbled. The mountain range that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide was uprooted from the earth. The world rumbled as the mountain rose into the air. From afar, it looked like a dragon had risen into the sky. With a point from the Devil Dao sect master, there was a deafening howl, and the tens of thousands of kilometers mountain range flew toward the Meng Earth continent. Its speed could not be imagined, and it flew past Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin was startled for a moment. He saw the mountain range fly over him and land 2,000 kilometers away, in the desert of the Meng Earth continent. If this mountain range was the boundary between the two continents, then Wang Lin was still in the Green Devil continent. The feeling of life or death increased like crazy, until it formed a giant shadow that shrouded Wang Lin's heart. This way, you are still in the Green Devil continent. The Devil Dao sect master calmly said the second sentence since he came here. At the same time, he stepped forward and appeared less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin in a flash. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He knew it would be very difficult for him to escape, but it was impossible for him to simply give up. Don't be afraid. I will not kill you. I have great use for you. The Devil Dao sect master's eyes revealed a strange light. There was a hint of contempt in them, as if he was looking at an ant. He waved his sleeve at Wang Lin. He was simply too powerful. At this moment, Wang Lin's soul armor had dissipated and his cultivation level had returned back to late-stage spirit void. After using so many spells, Wang Lin was like an empty oil lamp. The difference between their cultivation levels was simply too great. With that wave, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze and closed his eyes to connect to his avatar in the void. The moment the Devil Dao sect master waved his sleeve, an extra aura appeared around Wang Lin's body. His eyes turned golden and he waved his hand back. The world rumbled and Wang Lin's body trembled violently. He coughed out blood and was knocked back as he rushed toward the mountain range. This person was too strong. Even if Wang Lin could borrow power from the avatar, he would still be no match for this person. The collision just now had caused him to become seriously injured, and he was going to pass out. He bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake. The Devil Dao sect master exclaimed softly. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the escaping Wang Lin and shook his head. It indeed is the destined person. At this point, he could still resist an attack from me. Very well. In this case, let me show you the true power of the Devil Dao sect's handprint. Don't you know it as well? The middle-aged man raised his right hand and pushed at the sky. The sky seemed to collapse and fish scale-like ripples appeared. In a flash, the celestial-like old man in the white Taoist robe appeared. He stood in the air like he was looking down upon all life, and his gaze fell on the escaping Wang Lin. He rushed down from the sky toward Wang Lin. As the figure rushed out, he turned into a giant white palm print. This palm print didn't have 5 fingers, but 7. On the other side of the celestial-like old man was a devilish-looking youth in a black robe. He stepped out with a cold snort and turned into a giant, black, 7-finger palm print that smashed down on Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like the world had turned into a painting. The black and white palm prints fell from the sky toward Wang Lin. Soon, the two prints fused 10,000 feet above Wang Lin to form a black and white celestial devil palm print. When this palm print appeared, the world seemed to turn upside down and everything turned into a blur. Wang Lin stopped running and looked up at the giant celestial devil palm print descending. He silently pondered. There was no despair or sorrow within him. He was calm with a trace of regret. Wang Lin understood that he could not avoid this calamity. He regretted that he hadn't revived Li Muin and that he hadn't found his friends on the immortal astral continent. With a sigh, Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he didn't give up struggling but called the heaven-defying bead that was in his soul that he hadn't used in a long time. Heaven-defying bead. The palm print instantly closed in on Wang Lin. At this moment, the Devil Dao sect master suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, and an indescribable sense of shock emerged in his mind. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand. A sound wave spread out in all directions. The palm print grabbed Wang Lin but didn't kill him. With the wave from the Devil Dao sect's sect master, the palm firmly buried Wang Lin at its center. After doing all of this, the Devil Dao sect's sect master flew into the air and fused with the palm print. He then flew into the depths of the Green Devil continent. The cultivators of the Devil Dao sect followed their sect master into the distance. After everyone left, the mountain range in the distance slowly retreated back to its original position. The Meng Earth continent didn't respond, as if they had already reached an agreement. Rays of light filled the sky. The Devil Dao sect's sect master looked calm, but he had doubts in his heart. At that moment, he had a feeling that if he had tried to kill Wang Lin, he would have caused a major disaster. This kind of feeling was extremely rare for him, so he couldn't ignore it. This person is the destined person, so he must have some secret methods. He is very cunning. If we had gone with the original plan, we wouldn't have had to pay such a price. While pondering, the Devil Dao sect's sect master moved faster and faster toward the center of the Green Devil continent. The location of the Green Devil Scorpion Temple. Suppress this person in the Green Devil Scorpion Temple. Use his body to nourish the Green Devil and use his soul to revive the Green Devil. Several months later, at the center of the Green Devil continent. This place was a large, green swamp, and large amounts of bubbles formed over the swamp, giving off the smell of decay. This place was covered in a green fog that came from the bubbles and had gathered for countless years. In this swamp that covered tens of thousands of kilometers, there was a towering building. It was obvious at first glance that this building was a giant scorpion. The scorpion was hundreds of thousands of feet large. It lied on the swamp and looked very lifelike. It released powerful devilish energy, causing most cultivators to be unable to get close. The devilish energy would enter their bodies and cause them to go crazy. Aside from the sect master, all the cultivators of the Devil Dao sect returned to the sect. Only the sect master arrived outside the Green Devil Scorpion Temple with Wang Lin. Only with his cultivation level, he would not be affected by the devilish energy here. At this moment, the sect master appeared next to the huge scorpion building. After he appeared, a weak cough came from below the giant scorpion. This cough was weak, but in this silent environment it was extremely clear. As the cough slowly approached, 3 figures slowly walked out from the mouth of the scorpion. Among the 3 figures, the 2 in the back wore green Dao robes. They both had the mark of a scorpion on their robes. The 2 of them looked only middle-aged but gave off the aura of mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. Their expressions were cold, as if they had no emotions. The 2 of them were like guards guarding a figure covered completely in a green robe. This figure looked extremely old, and as the figure walked out, it coughed. The old figure that was coughing stopped and asked with a hoarse voice, "Did you bring the person back?" The Devil Dao sect's sect master was very polite to the old man hidden in the green robe. He clasped his hands and nodded. "I have brought him here. Take a look, GC." After he spoke, he waved his right hand and a figure covered in black and white appeared. Wang Lin's eyes were closed as he sat there motionlessly. Very good. He should be very good at suppressing the luck of the Green Devil continent and satisfying Lord Green Devil. The old man looked up. Although his face couldn't be seen, his demonic eyes inside the green robe looked at Wang Lin with satisfaction. The Devil Dao sect's sect master slowly said, "In order to capture him, my Devil Dao sect paid a great price. Once Lord Green Devil has been resurrected, you will have the reward you were promised. But to suppress this person, I'll need your Grand Devil Dao law. You know what to do. Erase his origin soul, destroy his mind and memory." The old man's voice was hoarse and he looked at Wang Lin excitedly. "This person's will is extremely strong. It won't be easy to destroy his mind and memory." The Devil Dao sect's sect master smiled and didn't immediately start. Cough. In the future, the Green Devil continent will only have one sect, the Devil Dao sect. The old man covered in the green robe coughed violently for a long time before he spoke. "Good. Since GC has given his word, I'll use my full strength and use the Grand Devil Dao law to plant the seed of Devil Dao transformation. Let him destroy his own mind." The Devil Dao sect's sect master laughed and no longer hesitated. His right hand pierced the light and pointed to the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He grabbed the black and white light that was wrapped around Wang Lin and threw it into the huge scorpion building. Wang Lin was suddenly thrown toward the scorpion, creating a howl as he flew. When he landed, a giant vortex appeared on the back of the scorpion and sucked him in. He has many essences in his body. There are a total of 8, and one of them has formed an essence true body. Among the 8, one of them is the same as mine, which is the thunder essence. I'll use this thunder essence as the link to destroy his mind and memory. The Devil Dao sect master sat down. He closed his eyes and remained motionless. The green-robed old man at the mouth of the scorpion turned and walked inside. The cough slowly faded, and the 2 green devil messenger-like guards didn't speak at all as they disappeared into the scorpion. In the deepest part of the scorpion was a void filled with endless green lights. Each green light was a large number of green scorpion souls. They gathered in this space and constantly howled. Wang Lin was sitting inside this space and remained motionless. However, countless green scorpions gathered around him and covered most of his body. His body didn't move, but there were flashes of thunder in his right eye. An essence was moving through his body like crazy. It was his thunder essence. This thunder essence moved around, causing popping sounds to come from his body. Arcs of thunder would spread out across his body. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a coma. His mind and soul were silent with no sign of movement. However, what outsiders couldn't see, not even GC or the Devil Dao sect master, was that a bead was slowly rotating in Wang Lin's soul. Every time it turned once, Wang Lin's soul, mind, and memories would tremble a bit while being protected by a layer of soft light. At this moment, it was as if he was separated from his body. In his strange state, his thunder essence became even more powerful and soon overpowered the rest of his essences. Although it was still a bit inferior to the fire essence that had formed an essence true body, it was getting closer and closer in power. It was as if an invisible passage had been created between Wang Lin's body and the sect master's body. It was slowly fusing with his thunder essence that hadn't formed an essence true body yet. Time slowly passed. In a flash, several months went by. During these months, Wang Lin's thunder essence had become even stronger and thunderous rumbles were echoing in his body. He continued to absorb the Devil Dao sect master's thunder essence that contained its own will. In these few months of time, the Devil Dao sect master, who was sitting outside, frowned. He didn't expect Wang Lin's thunder essence to absorb so much of his thunder essence and still not form its own will. His original plan was that in just 1 month of time, his thunder essence would completely replace Wang Lin's thunder essence. Because his thunder essence contained his will, he could use this method to perfectly erase Wang Lin's divine sense and memories according to GC's request. If not for GC's request, he would have used one of the countless other methods to erase Wang Lin's mind. However, those methods were too rough and could leave damage. Even the smallest bit of damage could affect the resurrection of the Green Devil Scorpion in the future. On a day in the 4th month, the Devil Dao sect master would not bear it anymore and said, "GC, I need your help. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to do what you requested." He felt helpless because even though almost all his thunder essence had entered Wang Lin's body, it still couldn't replace Wang Lin's essence to form its own will. This was very strange. It was as if there was a vortex in Wang Lin's body that was absorbing his will. The truth was just as he suspected. Every time the heaven-defying bead turned, aside from protecting Wang Lin, it would also absorb a bit of the foreign entities in Wang Lin's body. "I'm here." Cough. An ancient voice and hoarse voice came from the scorpion. Before it could finish speaking, there was a violent coughing fit that lasted for a long time before the voice continued. "I have 2 Thunder Emperor beads I got from the Thunder Emperor continent. I originally planned to give them to the Lord once he awakened. I'll give you one." As the voice echoed, there was a bolt of gray lightning. The scorpion shined and a ray of light flew toward the Devil Dao sect master. It instantly closed in and turned into a fist-sized bead. This bead was filled with countless bolts of thunder, and there was the shadow of a chariot inside. There was also the vague figure of a person on the chariot who looked like the Emperor of Thunder. With the Devil Dao sect master's cultivation level and knowledge, he felt his heart skip a beat. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he struggled for a moment before he gave up on the idea. This was a gift for the green scorpion after it revived, so he wouldn't dare to take it. If not for the need to wipe out Wang Lin's divine sense and memory, GC would have never taken it out. The Devil Dao sect master no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless threads of thunder flew into his mouth and were devoured by him. Before he could keep any, all of them were sucked into Wang Lin's body by the Grand Devil Dao law. Deep inside the scorpion in the green space, Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The thunder essence in his body suddenly powered up greatly and showed signs of forming a thunder essence true body. Wang Lin's thunder essence became even more powerful as he continued to absorb. Due to the heaven-defying bead, the Devil Dao sect master was unable to condense his will and erase Wang Lin's mind. However, at this moment, after the Devil Dao sect master devoured the Thunder Emperor bead, the endless thunder essence that entered his body was absorbed by Wang Lin's body like crazy. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and his long hair moved without any wind. Countless arcs of thunder moved around his body and gave off endless thunder might. This thunder might was heaven-shattering, so much so that even this green space trembled. The green light gathered to form a large amount of green scorpions around Wang Lin, and they roared silently. However, as this incredibly powerful thunder essence entered Wang Lin's body and was about to condense the Devil Dao sect master's will, the heaven-defying bead slowly turned. It sucked away some of the will. It was like a fountain that was about to overflow with water suddenly stopped. Then a balance was reached and the water began to slowly recede. How can this be? Outside the Scorpion building, the Devil Dao sect master in the fog suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a look of disbelief. He could not see the heaven-defying bead inside Wang Lin's body. To him, Wang Lin's body was normal, and he had no idea where his lost will had gone. He wasn't the only one who noticed that something was wrong. Inside the Scorpion Temple, the old man named GC also frowned. After muttering a bit, he coughed and waved his sleeve. Another bolt of thunder flew out from the Scorpion building and turned into the same Thunder Emperor bead. It then flew toward the Devil Dao sect master. The old and hoarse voice came out and was mixed with coughing. The last Thunder Emperor bead. Even the Thunder Emperor continent has less than 3 remaining. If you still can't succeed, then all the promises from before will be void. The Devil Dao sect master was extremely gloomy. He didn't think it would be this difficult. He stared at the Thunder Emperor bead and the veins on his face bulged. He then opened his mouth and inhaled. The thunder rushed into his mouth. The moment he devoured the bead, the Devil Dao sect master formed a seal and pressed it against his eyebrows. He let out a roar at the sky. Thunder essence, scatter! With a roar, all the thunder essence in his body was released by him without any hesitation, and all of it rushed into Wang Lin. This thunder contained all of his will, so he had to succeed this time. The thunder essence also contained a powerful surge of thunder from the second Thunder Emperor bead. It pushed the Devil Dao sect master's will toward Wang Lin rapidly. As the indescribable thunder essence rushed forward, Wang Lin's body inside the green space trembled once more. Even more thunder arched around his body and suddenly expanded to more than 1,000 feet in radius. The area 1,000 feet around Wang Lin became a thunder hell. The thunder moved and shined brightly. Wang Lin's head rose outside of his control, and the thunder mark in his right eye flashed 9 times before it flew out. The thunder mark rushed out and turned into a giant thunder mark 1,000 feet above Wang Lin. The moment it appeared, it began absorbing the surrounding thunder like crazy. As the thunder fused with the mark, a human-shaped outline appeared around the thunder mark. This was the outline of an essence true body. Although it hadn't formed yet, judging by its current state, it wouldn't take long before it turned into an essence true body. In a flash, all the thunder around here was absorbed, and then even more thunder erupted from Wang Lin's body. Thunder came out of every pore in Wang Lin's body. It wasn't just one strand of thunder from each of the 108,000 pores, but at least 10 strands of thunder. This was a large amount of thunder, enough to shake the world. The thunder occupied every corner of the space and almost replaced the green light, turning this space into a thunder space. This large amount of thunder rushed into the human outline in the thunder mark. The rumble was so loud that it could be heard clearly outside the Scorpion Temple. The fusion of all this thunder caused part of the Green Devil continent to tremble. The human-shaped outline continued to absorb thunder and grew rapidly. Inside the outline, bones made of thunder began to form. Each bone was formed by countless strands of thunder tightly arranged together. In a flash, a full skeleton had appeared. Shortly after, as large amounts of thunder entered, fine lines appeared, forming the nerves, flesh, and blood. When the last strand of thunder was absorbed, what floated above the unconscious Wang Lin was another Wang Lin. Its eyes were closed and it was surrounded by thunder. It was born from thunder, and just by standing there, it would make all thunder in the world yield. Thunder Essence True Body. The Thunder Essence True Body Wang Lin dreamed of was born in such a way. However, this Essence True Body didn't belong to Wang Lin. Instead, it belonged to the Devil Dao Sect Master. Because this Thunder Essence True Body contained the will of the Devil Dao Sect Master. Outside the Scorpion Building, the Devil Dao Sect Master was struggling. He sensed the existence of the Thunder Essence True Body and was shocked. He had underestimated Wang Lin again. He didn't think that Wang Lin's comprehension of this essence would be so deep that after forming the Fire Essence True Body, he would have the potential to give birth to a second Essence True Body. At this moment, the Devil Dao Sect Master was in a dilemma. He longed for the Thunder Essence True Body, but if he took it, he couldn't fulfill GC's request. While he struggled, a cough came from the Scorpion Building. When the Devil Dao Sect Master heard this, he revealed a decisive gaze. Compared to the benefits promised by the Green Devil Scorpion once it revives, although the Thunder Essence True Body is precious, it isn't impossible to give up. The Devil Dao Sect Master's hands quickly formed seals, and he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and focused his attention on the Thunder Essence True Body above Wang Lin in the green space inside the Scorpion. The Thunder Essence True Body trembled. With its eyes closed, it raised its right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin below. The moment the hand pressed down, Wang Lin's body trembled. The last 7 strands of Thunder Essence flew out from the orifices of Wang Lin's raised head. They came out of the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and the thunder went into the matching orifices on the Thunder Essence True Body one by one. The moment those 7 strands went into the Thunder Essence True Body, it opened its eyes. It revealed a gloomy gaze and was filled with the aura of the Devil Dao Sect Master. Its body trembled and the thunder of the world trembled with it. Outside the Scorpion, outside the temple, large amounts of shocking thunder appeared over most of the Green Devil continent. Thunderous rumbles rang out loudly and rushed toward the Scorpion Temple at the center at an unimaginable speed. The speed of this thunder was indescribable and faster than any thunder. It was like spatial bending. It all rushed into the green space inside the Scorpion at the Scorpion Temple. In an instant, the Thunder Essence True Body was surrounded by this surge of thunder, forming a suit of armor. It also formed a crown on its head. This was the crown of the Thunder Emperor. The moment the crown formed, the endless thunder that was gathering condensed to form a thunder war chariot. It was at this moment that the Thunder Essence True Body was completely formed. Wang Lin's body, which was sitting below, violently trembled. The heaven-defying bead was not hidden but was activated, protecting his origin soul. His awakening was due to that tremble in his heart. The moment Wang Lin awakened, he opened his eyes and saw the Thunder Essence True Body that had formed in the sky. When Wang Lin saw the Thunder Essence True Body, he trembled for a moment. He was still in a daze, but he soon understood everything. He was startled because of the shocking scene that was revealed when he used the Soul I Dao for the first time in the Great Soul Sect. That scene was exactly the same as what he was seeing now. Back then, Wang Lin saw that his own Thunder Essence True Body was going to use thunder to suppress him. He didn't understand how his Essence True Body could possibly do this. After all, the Thunder Essence Body was formed by him and completely belonged to him. What he had seen was impossible, yet it had come true. The Thunder Essence True Body coldly looked at Wang Lin, and a thunderous rumble echoed inside the space. It suddenly moved and waved its hand at Wang Lin. Endless thunder shot toward Wang Lin and rapidly suppressed him. Wang Lin sat there and looked up at his Essence True Body ruthlessly suppressing him. His expression was gloomy, and now that he had awakened, the image of the Devil Dao Sect Master appeared in his mind. In particular, the formation of the Thunder Essence True Body, and this sudden change must be related to the Devil Dao Sect Master. Wang Lin even vaguely felt his aura coming from the Essence True Body. He captured me, not to kill or injure me, but to take over my Thunder Essence and help me form my Thunder Essence True Body. His purpose is not to suppress me, but to use the Essence True Body to cause my mind to become chaotic and wipe away my mind. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. In a short period of time, thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind. He had divinated this scene back then, and it shocked him greatly. In order to not be caught off guard, he had already thought of how to deal with it back then. Almost at the same moment the Thunder Essence True Body came to suppress him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His origin soul closed its eyes and called for the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead in his soul suddenly began to move. Wang Lin's origin soul, memories, and everything began to shrink when the thunder arrived. He retreated temporarily to let the Thunder Essence True Body take over his body. Once the Thunder Essence True Body had fully integrated into his body, his chance to strike back would come. This was the only method Wang Lin had thought of to resist it when he saw this unbelievable scene. Thunder rumbled inside this green space and countless bolts of thunder spread out from the Essence True Body. As it closed in, it disintegrated into countless bolts of thunder and entered Wang Lin's body. Under the will of the Devil Dao Sect Master, it swept through Wang Lin to erase his mind and everything. Time slowly passed and 1 month went by in a flash. The thunder around Wang Lin gradually disappeared until none remained. He sat there motionless, without any fluctuation of soul or cultivation. Even his vitality seemed almost extinguished. He was like the living dead. A powerful divine sense swept through Wang Lin and then slowly left. At the same time, the Devil Dao Sect Master outside the Scorpion building opened his tired eyes. He looked at the temple and his words slowly echoed. After the Devil Dao Sect Master spoke, a cough came from the green space. The old man wearing the green robe used some unknown method to appear in the green space. Behind him, the 2 green devil messengers followed him closely to guard him. He looked at Wang Lin and revealed a satisfied smile. He then raised his right hand from under his robe and pressed it between Wang Lin's eyebrows. His right arm was extremely terrifying and was covered in green hair. It was a shocking sight and didn't look like a human arm. The moment his right hand pressed down on Wang Lin, a sliver of fluctuations came from Wang Lin's mind that was protected by the heaven-defying bead. However, under the protection of the heaven-defying bead, an outsider couldn't detect it. The Devil Dao Sect Master hasn't left. This is not the time to resist. Let's wait a bit more. The fluctuations in Wang Lin's heart slowly calmed down. After a long time, the arm rose from Wang Lin's head, and shortly after, a hoarse voice came from the old man in green. You can leave. After Lord Green Devil revives, you will have what was promised to you. Outside the Scorpion building, the Devil Dao Sect Master's eyes revealed a strange light. He took one final glance at the temple before he disappeared from this place. Only after the Devil Dao Sect Master was gone did the old man in the green robe look at Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes. This old man's family has waited for a long time. Generations of mortals have become GC for countless years until a body that came from outside this world appeared. Just like Lord Green Devil. Only this kind of body can be possessed by the Lord Green Devil to allow him to revive. However, the Devil Dao sect masters will needs to be erased from the Thunder Essence true body. The old man muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Lin excitedly. His voice echoed inside the green space, revealing a hint of strangeness and madness. Wang Lin's mind was still hidden under the heaven-defying bead's protection. He had a feeling that the current crisis was not a life-or-death struggle, but a great fortune that made his heart skip a beat. The old man in the green robe trembled. His family had waited countless years and many generations for this day. He took a deep breath and bit the tip of his finger. A drop of green blood flew out and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The moment the drop of green blood landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows, a green ripple echoed. The ripple spread out and the Devil Dao sect master deliberately or accidentally disappeared completely. The essence true body formed by thunder no longer had the will of anyone else. Wang Lin only needed to move his will inside to occupy it. However, for an even greater fortune, he endured this temptation. After a long time, the green-robed old man's eyes revealed a spark of wisdom. He didn't have to say these words before Wang Lin. This was all his test. The fact that he had obtained the title of GC of the Green Scorpion Temple with the body of a mortal meant that he was very intelligent. He would not casually believe what he saw, and he would question everything. He first used his words. Then he erased the Devil Dao sect master's will from the Thunder Essence true body. He was tempting Wang Lin to see if Wang Lin's mind was completely erased. After waiting for a long time, the Thunder Essence body still hadn't lured Wang Lin out. Only then did the old man relax a bit and felt assured. He couldn't detect the heaven-defying bead or Wang Lin, but he still murmured to himself. This body is very good. The next step is for Lord Green Devil's possession. As he spoke, his eyes squinted and he slowly retreated. When he was hundreds of feet away, he suddenly roared with a hoarse voice. Green Devil guards! Kill him! His mind is still there. Open the Green Devil formation. We can't allow him to escape. After he spoke, he quickly retreated. But his eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at Wang Lin. As he roared, the Green Devil messengers beside him revealed ferocious gazes and charged at Wang Lin from the left and right. As they closed in, their hands formed seals and their mid-stage void turbulent cultivation erupted. Two giant green scorpions appeared. They hissed and roared as they rushed toward Wang Lin. This didn't look like a test at all. It seemed like they were really going to kill Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's only choice was to spread out his mind into the Thunder Essence true body, leave his will on it, and activate the heavenly bull soul armor to kill the three of them before quickly fleeing this place. The old man in the green robe's words were very sudden, and if it was anyone else, they would have done this. However, Wang Lin's heart moved for a moment and suddenly calmed down. He was like an ancient well. His heart wasn't disturbed at all. He absolutely didn't believe the other party could detect the heaven-defying bead. This was a battle of wits. All of this happened in a flash. The spells from the Green Devil messengers closed in on Wang Lin and were less than 7 inches away. But Wang Lin's body didn't move. 6 inches, 5 inches, 3 inches, 1 inch. A powerful life and death crisis appeared in Wang Lin's heart. Even with his determination, he was shaken, but he still remained motionless. With a thunderous bang, the 2 spells from the 2 messengers landed on Wang Lin's body. However, when their attacks landed, a layer of green light rippled and knocked the 2 of them back. This green ripple was formed by the fresh blood GC had squeezed out. His blood scattered the Devil Dao sect master's will and seemed to have disappeared. But it was actually an ace he had left to test Wang Lin. Only at this moment did the green-robed old man relax completely and began to laugh loudly. However, as he laughed, he began to cough violently. There is no problem now. This body no longer has a consciousness and mind, but it is still too weak. It still needs to be cultivated a bit before it can bear the descent of Lord Green Devil. Though he has 8 essences, he doesn't have earth. Lord Green Devil's essence is earth. I need to add it. This body has 8 essences, and with the earth essence it will be 9. 9 essences together will make this an essence body. A perfect match for the arrival of Lord Green Devil. Once Lord Green Devil revives and possesses this body, I'll have completed my family's mission. I will then be able to return to the central continent and bring fortune to the future of my family. This matter is too important, so I need to prepare a bit more. The old man coughed and slowly left. The moment the old man in green and the two green devil messengers left, Wang Lin's body remained motionless in the green space. Countless specks of green light flashed constantly. Every strand of light had the shadow of a green scorpion, and they filled up this green space. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 3 months went by. During these 3 months, Wang Lin sat still. There was no movement or vitality at all coming from him. His body was covered in green light, and if you looked closely, you would see countless green scorpions spreading across his body. During this 3-month period, Wang Lin's origin soul had slowly waited while being protected by the heaven-defying bead. He had enough patience for what he felt was a great fortune. The green-robed old man was extremely suspicious. Wang Lin didn't believe the old man would easily believe that he was already gone. What awaited Wang Lin was likely several more tests until the old man felt certain enough to give Wang Lin the great fortune. Although Wang Lin couldn't guess what kinds of tests he would have to overcome in the future, he was prepared. He calmly waited under the protection of the heaven-defying bead. To not change and a form of change, this was Wang Lin's plan. He allowed the green scorpions to cover his body. Some had even entered his mouth and nose, but he did nothing. Time unknowingly began to pass once more. 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. Soon, Wang Lin spent 1 year inside the green space after the old man in green left. After reaching his current cultivation level, his body wouldn't decay for tens of thousands of years. His body didn't change during this year, but even more green scorpions had covered his body. Inside this green space, the scorpions already considered Wang Lin as part of them. This place was like a dungeon, and it gave off a gloomy aura. At this moment, if anyone else saw the scene inside the screen space, they would be shocked. Wang Lin no longer existed. The only thing that remained was a human-shaped mound. Wang Lin's origin soul remained as calm as an ancient well and didn't reveal any fluctuations inside the heaven-defying bead. During this year of time, the green-robed old man didn't appear again, as if he had forgotten Wang Lin. There was not a trace of anyone in the Scorpion building. A strange aura was born in this silence. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, the 4th year slowly arrived. In the green space inside the Scorpion building, Wang Lin's origin soul struggled. He had waited here for 4 years. During these 4 years, the green-robed old man didn't appear at all. His body underwent a strange change due to the green scorpions that were covering his body. This change was the root of his struggle. Egg-like green lights appeared in his 108,000 pores. These lights had appeared 2 years ago, and after they broke open, they absorbed Wang Lin's flesh and blood to form young scorpions. The scorpions were using Wang Lin's body as a nesting ground and a source of nutrients. After 4 years, the number of scorpions occupying this space had almost doubled. Not only did they cover Wang Lin, but they also covered most of the ground. It was a shocking sight. The appearance of the young scorpions caused wrinkles to appear on Wang Lin's body. His body gradually withered as it was used as nutrients for the scorpions. Taking note of this development, Wang Lin had a strong feeling that if he didn't take control of his body and leave soon, he would never be able to leave. He also understood why the green-robed old man hadn't appeared and hadn't put him through any more tests. It was because time was the best test. There was no better tool than time to see through something and find the truth. Wang Lin guessed that the old man was using time to begin a very cruel test on Wang Lin. Only when this test satisfied him would he complete his original plan. Wang Lin didn't know what the consequences would be if the result of this test was not satisfactory. If there was no problem and his body didn't wither, Wang Lin could wait 10 years, 1,000 years. If he really wanted to wait, then with his decisiveness and determination, he could endure it. However, right now, the withering of his body made Wang Lin struggle. His firm belief was shaken because everything was just his speculation. He had no real clues to prove any of this. If his speculation was wrong and he didn't leave now, his body would wither completely and he would miss the real opportunity. He would forever remain here. Similarly, if his judgment was wrong, he would lose a great fortune. This was a choice that made Wang Lin struggle. This struggle lasted for a year. On the 5th year, the struggle disappeared. Wang Lin decisively cut off all other thoughts. With a crazed belief in his own speculation, he calmly waited. The 6th year, the 7th year, the 8th year, the withering on his body spread to most of his body. But his mind still didn't move. The 9th year, the 10th year, his body was surrounded by large amounts of scorpions, and it looked like a bag of bones without any nutrients. It looked like his body would collapse from a gentle breeze. But Wang Lin was still waiting. 10 years. He had waited inside the green space for 10 years. For the past 10 years, he had no idea what had happened outside. Whether the battle between the Green Devil continent and the Heavenly Bull continent was still ongoing, or if it had ended. During these 10 years, Wang Lin's origin soul didn't control his body. It remained hidden under the protection of the heaven-defying bead. He was using his great endurance to gamble. What supported his belief was his judgment and analysis. That green-robed old man was obviously immortal. But Wang Lin felt a sense of terror from him. That old man could make the Devil Dao sect master act politely. So if Wang Lin made a reckless move, he would face great danger. There were too many secrets he didn't know about inside the Green Scorpion Temple. Most importantly, because the green-robed old man was immortal, his lifespan couldn't be too long. The competition this time was each other's patience. But this was under the premise that Wang Lin's speculation was correct. At this moment, he didn't know that there was a cave inside the giant scorpion building. At the head. Inside sat the old man in green, who looked at a green mirror before him. The mirror reflected everything inside the green space where Wang Lin was. During these 10 years of time, Wang Lin wasn't the only one waiting. The old man in green had also been waiting. His lifespan was limited. Although there was a secret spell to make him live longer, every generation of GC only lived for 3,000 years at most. He was more than 2,800 years old. He was very close to death. Time is the best method to see the truth. Even though what I'm doing is a little redundant, I must do this for the safety of Lord Green Devil. I want to see if he really lost his mind, or if he is pretending. He didn't lack patience. He had lived in the Scorpion building for more than 2,000 years and had grown accustomed to the flow of time. It had become second nature to him. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The second decade passed as the two waited for each other. This was an extremely cruel battle, far more cruel than ordinary fights between cultivators, because they were fighting with time. This battle of time was silent, without any trace of conflict, but it was filled with danger. The family of the old man in green had prepared for countless years for this. They couldn't afford to lose. Wang Lin also couldn't afford to lose. Right now, even his bones had begun to weaken. If his body wasn't that of an ancient Tao, it would have become completely wasted several years ago. This green space was mostly covered by green scorpions now, and they emitted green light as they moved. During these 20 years of time, Wang Lin's mind hadn't moved at all. He was immersed in the belief of his own faith. It was a rare big gamble in his life. I'll never lose. This sentence had supported Wang Lin for nearly 20 years. Time sometimes could be very slow, but it was often like the autumn leaves, falling from the sky. It may feel like a change in season, but in truth it was only a short journey. In a flash, another 20 years passed. Wang Lin rarely stayed in one place for 40 years. He had also given up on his body, and his origin soul acted like it was dead. Even his ancient Tao body showed signs of complete death after 40 years. The old man in green was still waiting. In the last 40 years, aside from his daily needs, he spent all his time looking at the mirror and silently waiting. 40 years, 40 years. After Wang Lin got used to it, a total of 80 years had passed. On this day in the 80th year, the old man in the green robe revealed a hint of hesitation. He didn't believe anyone who was conscious could endure it for 80 years. And the most important thing was that he didn't have much lifespan left. The choice before him was the same as what Wang Lin had faced back then. To wait or not to wait. He decided to wait. He still had nearly 60 years of life left. He didn't want to give all the tributes his family had prepared over the generations into someone else's dowry. 80 years of time was enough for a person's entire life. For Wang Lin, he spent these 80 years in the Green Scorpion Temple. During these 80 years, he could not absorb any energy and could not cultivate. He could only wait under the protection of the heaven-defying bead. As he silently waited, he seemed to become like an old man. A lot of things and memories seemed to become blurry. It was as if there was a layer of fog that made it so he couldn't see clearly, or it might be more accurate to say that his memories were sealed. He forgot a lot of things, whether it was the heavenly bull continent or the cave world. He even slowly forgot the danger he was in. He was in an indescribable state where he seemed to have merged with the world, but not like spatial bending. However, in his mind, there were still some figures he could not forget and didn't want to forget. Among those figures were his parents and that girl with the gentle smile playing the zither. Some people stayed busy their entire life and would forget the purpose of the reincarnation. Some people lived an ordinary life, and only when they looked up at the stars before their death would they suddenly remember that they had lost their pursuit. Someone had subverted the entire world, perhaps just to find a figure. Even if it was just a reflection, he was going to defy the world. Time passed by. This time it wasn't 40 years, but 30 years. After Wang Lin endured with determination for 110 years, the green-robed old man made a choice. He could no longer wait. He had less than 30 years of lifespan left, and there was no need to continue testing Wang Lin. He didn't believe someone could wait like this for 110 years. This wasn't cultivation, but walking toward death. He saw that Wang Lin's body had become completely useless. Unless he had made preparations ahead of time, it would have been destroyed by those scorpions. If the origin soul was there, then once the physical body was destroyed, the origin soul would be swarmed and devoured by the scorpions. He didn't believe someone could endure waiting for their death. On this day, on the 110th year, the green-robed old man stood up. His coughing was even more intense as he walked toward the space Wang Lin was in, accompanied by the two green devil messengers. Shortly after, the coughing voice became faint in the scorpion building. In the green space, the green-robed old man's weak figure walked out from the ripples. He looked at Wang Lin's body that was covered in large amount of scorpions and pondered for a moment. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can hear me, this old man admires your patience. To be able to endure for more than 100 years in such an environment, this old man couldn't do it. The battle between the heavenly bull continent and the green devil continent has reached its final stage from what the green devil messengers can feel. The green-robed old man suddenly paused. After a long time, his voice echoed through this green space once more. If you can hear me, if you have really endured, then I hope that after you receive this great fortune, you won't make it too hard on the green devil continent. If you can do this, even if your mind still remains, this old man will give you this fortune without hesitation. The green-robed old man muttered, his words containing a sense of fatigue. I'm already very old and will die in a few decades. I have been very tired over the years. My family's mission is to guard this place. After I die, I hope you can promise to take all the ashes buried here and bring them back to the central continent, because that is the home of my family. The old man's words felt like they were his last words before his death. They revealed an unspeakable sense of sincerity. But in his right hand, hidden inside his robe, was a jade. This jade was green and didn't need cultivation to use. Only each generation of GC could use it. Its main role, aside from destroying things, was to detect the fluctuations of the minds nearby. If Wang Lin's mind showed any sign of movement, then he would not hesitate to kill with the jade. He not be so kind like his words. This was his last test. A long time after he finished speaking, the jade in his hand had no reaction at all, and the green-robed old man relaxed. He put away the jade and looked at the large amount of green scorpions. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood appeared, it scattered on the space below. All the scorpions hissed and retreated like crazy. Wang Lin's withered body that was buried under them was revealed. 8 essences, still missing one, the old man muttered. Then he raised his right hand. His robe was lifted, revealing his right arm covered in green hair. The arm was dried up and gave off the smell of decay. At this moment, all the green hair fell off and a yellow light surrounded his right hand. His arm slowly melted and 3 earth yellow beads flew out. With these 3 Meng earth beads, you should be able to form the earth essence. The old man's breath was slightly rough as he waved his left hand, and the 3 beads flew toward Wang Lin. One entered the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows, one went into his chest, and the last one went into his danton. When these 3 beads entered Wang Lin's body, his body trembled. A dazzling, earth-yellow light came from his body. When the dazzling light spread out, the surrounding scorpions hissed and retreated. They seemed to be very sensitive to the light. This light flashed for several hours and then a thin layer of earth covered Wang Lin. After being covered by the earth, Wang Lin became a mudman and remained motionless. Time passed. The green-robed old man didn't leave but sat down and looked at Wang Lin with a solemn expression. The dream of his family for countless years was about to be achieved, so this was very important to him. 3 days later, the thin layer of earth on Wang Lin's body didn't change at all. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in the old man's eyes. 3 Meng earth beads are not enough. Only enough for the earth essence in his body to reach small completion. The old man frowned and pressed his left hand between his own eyebrows. He used some special method to pull out 3 grains of sand. The 3 grains of sand were dark red, as if they were stained with blood. Looking at the 3 grains of sand in his hand, the old man let out a sigh. His family had spent a great deal of effort and countless years and resources to gather these 3 grains of sand. It was rumored that these 3 grains of sand were part of the 9 grains of sand filled with earth essence when the celestial ancestor created the continents. Aside from these 3 grains, 5 others were absorbed by people for the earth essence, and the last one was turned into the continent where the imperial city was built. This item was extremely valuable, and very few people had even seen it firsthand. The old man didn't hesitate to throw a grain of sand toward Wang Lin. When the grain of sand entered Wang Lin's body, a thunderous rumble erupted. The thin layer of earth around his body rapidly grew until Wang Lin was shrouded by a 90-foot ball of earth. The ball of earth released extremely powerful earth essence and lasted for 9 days before it shrank until it disappeared. Then it spread out from Wang Lin's body once more and did so 8 times before it lost its effect. However, when it lost its effect, the green-robed old man threw the 2nd grain of sand. There was another thunderous rumble from Wang Lin's body, and then the earth essence began to cycle once more. This time it cycled 9 times. After the 9th cycle was completed, a large amount of earth essence surged out from Wang Lin's body. The 9th essence was added to his body, but it was not over yet. After the 9th essence formed, the earth essence power wasn't all used up. It rapidly rushed toward forming an essence true body for the 9th essence. The green-robed old man excitedly stood up and waved his left hand, sending the 3rd grain of sand toward Wang Lin. When the earth essence surged, Wang Lin's withering body immediately recovered. All the injuries were reversed. His earth essence immediately expanded and absorbed all the earth essence from the 3rd grain of sand. Signs of a 3rd essence true body appeared. However, without Wang Lin's will, this true body could not form completely. If Wang Lin's origin soul came out of the protection of the heaven-defying bead, he could take over the earth and thunder essence true bodies. He would become a cultivator with 3 essence true bodies. With 3 essence true bodies, even if he was still at the peak of the spirit void stage, his strength would increase several-fold. On top of that, Wang Lin had 9 essences now. The moment his origin soul appeared, he could use these 9 essences to break into the arcane void stage. This person's body also has 3 ethereal and 2 special essences. The remaining 4 are all corporeal. I don't have any method of forming essence true bodies for the ethereal and special essences, but I do have a method for the 4th corporeal essence. The green-robed old man was excited. All the things my family has prepared can finally be used. The old man's eyes lit up and his left hand immediately hit various parts of his body. Every time he hit his body, a mysterious item would fly out from his body and float there, emitting a dazzling glow. His body was like a storage bag that had stored the large amount of items his family had prepared over the countless years. These items had all been prepared to aid the revival of the Green Devil Scorpion. They were sealed into the GC of each generation with a special method. Unless they took them out willingly, no one else can take these items. Perhaps only a Grand Empyrean could do it. This person's body is clearly from the ancient Tao, but although the ancient Tao body is strong, it lacks resilience. I'll use this 90,000-year-old celestial tree branch to make this body extremely difficult to destroy. The green-robed old man's left hand reached out and grabbed a black tree branch that gave off an ancient aura. This branch was extremely rare on the immortal astral continent. His family had paid a great price to trade for it. He didn't hesitate to throw the branch filled with the power of the world toward Wang Lin's body. When it closed in, the branch exploded into black powder and surrounded Wang Lin's body. This powder spread out as if it had life and formed fine wires that entered Wang Lin's pores. They connected to each other inside his body and formed a dense net inside Wang Lin. Next, the powder connected to Wang Lin's flesh and blood. It was buried deep within, and popping sounds echoed throughout his body. His body gave off a strange feeling of toughness and was now beyond an ancient Tao body. Not only was it extremely strong, it was also resilient, making it very difficult to destroy. This person's eyes aren't sharp enough to suppress others. Even though this body is strong, it lacks the aura to suppress the world. I'll take the fragments of the celestial sword that Lord Green Devil broke while battling the celestial ancestor to create this aura of majesty for this body. From now on, one gaze from this person will be able to suppress cultivators. The old man's eyes were filled with madness. He waved his left hand and a palm-sized piece of metal flew toward Wang Lin. This piece of metal was made of some unknown material. It was a metal that was like wood and a wood that was like metal. There were many lines forming dark-colored characters. The moment it appeared, it caused this green space to be filled with endless sword energy. This sword energy howled and swept through the entire green space. This caused all the green light to collapse, and the scorpions all hissed loudly as if they were extremely afraid of this metal fragment. The piece of metal instantly closed in and entered Wang Lin's body. It melted and turned into a golden aura that spread to every part of his body. At this instant, a powerful pressure erupted from Wang Lin's body. It was so powerful it felt solid. The old man's body trembled. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was not controlling his body, or else the pressure would be even more shocking with his current cultivation level. The two green devil messengers' expressions changed. They looked at Wang Lin's body with extremely serious expressions. Although this person's body is that of the ancient clan, Lord Green Devil's body is stronger than the ancient clan, and his cultivation is more powerful than the celestial clan. This person's body is still not strong enough. Although I can't make his ancient and celestial powers fuse, the more pure his bloodline, the more his celestial power will be rejected. In order to avoid the rejection, I must create a separate vein so that when Lord Green Devil descends, he can reach peak cultivation, the green-robed man muttered. The madness in his eyes became even stronger. He waved his sleeve and 4 leaves, 6 pills that gave off the smell of blood, a red bloodline, and 3 gray stones flew toward Wang Lin. Each one of them was extremely precious. If they were taken out in public, they would cause countless cultivators to fight for them. The green-robed old man didn't hesitate at all to use them on Wang Lin. The items collapsed into countless pieces and entered Wang Lin's body. Among them, the bloodline was the most valuable. Rumor had it that it was a strand of hair from the celestial ancestor. It looked ordinary, but there were few items in the world sharp enough to cut it. After it entered Wang Lin's body, it cycled through him 9 times. The head and the tail met to form a second vein in Wang Lin's body. If Wang Lin's origin soul came out of the heaven-defying bead, he could utilize both ancient power and celestial power at once. This was something no one had ever been to manage before. Even with Wang Lin's determination, He was shocked by the green-robed old man's determination. However, this was not the end. The green-robed old man could not have only prepared these few things. Once Lord Green Devil has been resurrected, he will need a sharp treasure that can cut open the world. It would not be good for it to be external. It should be an internal treasure, and only then would Lord Green Devil be impressed. Over the countless years, my clan has searched the world to gather more than 90,000 different kinds of materials. We also paid any price to obtain a sliver of soul from 20 of the eastern continent's suppressed souls to refine them together to form this blade. This blade has not gone through an immortal astral calamity. Once it has passed the calamity, it will be a treasure to make a grand Empyrean's eyes red. The green-robed old man's eyes revealed a bright light and he waved his left hand. A cold mist surrounded him and flew toward Wang Lin. An invisible blade seemed to be hiding inside the fog. The blade looked like a curved spine, making for a shocking sight. This treasure cannot be accommodated by any storage space, can only be used within the body. This person's body is destined to be taken over by Lord Green Devil, so I'll plant this blade in his right arm. This blade will become famous across the immortal astral continent someday. The green-robed old man looked crazy as the fog quickly gathered inside Wang Lin. It rushed into his right hand, and his right hand immediately turned black. It was as if he had been frozen by never-melting ice. With a crackling sound, a 9-inch-long blade grew out from the palm of his hand. The moment the blade appeared, a storm appeared inside the green space. Cracking sounds echoed, and ice filled the space. The green-robed old man's robe was made of some unknown material. As soon as the cold air closed in on him, it was blocked. But the two green devil messengers behind him didn't have such a mysterious treasure. When the cold energy closed in on them, their expressions changed greatly and they retreated. Their bodies were immediately covered in ice and even their eyebrows became ice. Their faces were deathly pale and they let out roars as they retreated. They activated their full cultivation to barely resist the cold. This was because the blade had no owner. If Wang Lin's origin soul had left his mark on it, and he borrowed the surge in cultivation from this soul armor, the blade would be powerful enough to startle the world and make gods and ghosts cry. It could even summon the souls from the 29 continents to form a shocking suppression, which was why it was extremely difficult for the two green devil messengers to resist the cold. This blade could even battle against late-stage void turbulent cultivators and not lose out. Only someone like Lord Green Devil is worthy of this blade. The green-robed old man's hidden face was strangely red. His eyes were filled with excitement as he watched the blade in Wang Lin's hand return into the flesh. After it disappeared without a trace, he couldn't help but laugh. As he laughed, he began to cough violently and even coughed out blood. He was far too old and was almost out of time. This body now has a 9th essence, is more resilient. The eyes have gained suppression. It has a vein formed by the hair of the celestial ancestor, and its right hand contains the blade. This body is almost perfect, but he only has 3 essence true bodies and is still missing a water essence true body. I'll use my family's countless years of preparation to form the 4th essence true body for this body. The green-robed old man waved his left hand. The items around him shined brightly. "Celestial Sea Mother Soul," the old man said as he waved his hand. A ball of ghostly light appeared. There was extremely pure water essence aura coming from the ball of ghostly light. It was impossible to see what was inside, but the aura was powerful enough to cause layers of water ripples to appear inside this green space. This item was something the old man's family had stolen by launching a war without hesitation. This was stolen to help the green devil scorpion heal. But at this moment, the old man took it out without hesitation in order to make Wang Lin's body perfect. Mortal dream water. The green-robed old man waved his left hand and the second item flew out. It was a black porcelain bottle, and there was only 1 drop of water inside. This item was very precious. The old man had planted this drop inside the dreams of countless mortals. After countless years, he harvested it from the dream of mortal. This dream water was an illusion, but it contained the extreme power of the water essence. Tao heart-melting liquid. Water celestial blood. Heaven and earth water origin. The green-robed old man waved his hand and the items around him flew out. When they closed in on Wang Lin, they exploded and entered Wang Lin's body where the blood was still solidified. They all released dense water essence aura and caused Wang Lin's water essence to power up like crazy. This increase in power was something Wang Lin had only seen inside the Donglin pool in the illusion in the cave world. He had an indescribable feeling as he watched his water essence true body move toward completion. The items that made his water essence power up were extremely rare. If Wang Lin wanted to obtain them, he would need at least 1,000 years. Some of these items were so rare, Wang Lin wouldn't even know where to find any clues on how to obtain them. However, at this moment, during this great fortune, they suddenly appeared and entered his body. His water essence true body suddenly formed an outline and began to form. However, it was still a bit away from forming an essence true body. However, since the old man was confident in forming Wang Lin's fourth essence true body, then he had to have a certain degree of confidence. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. After that, his body hidden inside the green robe trembled. This blood contained the power hidden in his family. In addition, this mouthful of blood contained 8 years of his lifespan. The blood mist covered Wang Lin's body. However, the old man didn't stop. He clenched his teeth and coughed out blood once more. He used up another 8 years of his life. These 2 mouthfuls of blood contained the inheritance and trace of life force from the old man's clan. At this moment, Wang Lin's body trembled and his water essence gathered like crazy. His blood also began to circulate rapidly. In a flash, several months passed. Several months later, water essence aura erupted from Wang Lin's body and condensed within his body too from the fourth essence true body. This was the water essence true body. At this moment, the essence true body seemed to be asleep and didn't contain any will. However, as long as Wang Lin wanted to, he could take control of it. But he was still waiting. Wang Lin had already won part of this battle of time. If he wanted to continue to win, he would have to keep waiting. He couldn't be tempted by anything and would have to fight until the end. The countless items the green-robed old man's family had gathered had mostly been used on Wang Lin. Only 4 or 5 items remained, and they each gave off a gentle glow. But the old man's fierce face was filled with excitement. He seemed to have forgotten that he had less than 15 years left to live, forgotten the price he had paid, and forgotten how tired he was. The only thing in his mind was to see the arrival of Lord Green Devil and see the Green Devil Scorpion resurrect. This body is already perfect. Lord Green Devil will love it. Now we must temper this body as the final preparation. Transform it to a scorpion body that would be perfect for Lord Green Devil. The green-robed old man waved his sleeve and all the remaining materials flew toward Wang Lin. They shattered into fragments and surrounded Wang Lin. The green space began to tremble and the countless scorpions collapsed. They turned into green light and flew toward Wang Lin. The green space began to shrink around Wang Lin as well until it formed a giant, green furnace. The furnace was 10,000 feet tall. It was like a heavenly furnace. It was completely green and covered in the aura of the green scorpions. It also contained the few remaining rare items the old man had, and it was going to transform Wang Lin's body. Green Devil Messengers, turn your cultivation into fire to fuel the furnace. The green-robed old man coughed and his hoarse voice was filled with excitement. The 2 green devil messengers didn't hesitate to step forward and sit down next to the green furnace. His hands formed seals and their origin souls flew out. They spat out large amounts of origin essence to turn into fire to fuel the furnace. The moment the furnace surrounded Wang Lin, his body trembled and released popping sounds. At the same time, strands of green gas came from the furnace and entered his body. Every strand contained extremely powerful energy of the world. This was not the aura of the ancient clan or the celestial clan, but a power that belonged to the world. This power belonged to the green devil scorpion, but it also belonged to Wang Lin. These strands of endless power of the world entered Wang Lin's body like crazy and gathered inside him. Wang Lin's body was like a bottomless pit that continued to absorb this power. His origin soul stared at the power of the world under the protection of the heaven-defying bead. More and more excitement filled his eyes, but he endured and didn't absorb it. At this moment, he only needed but one thought to assume control over his body and absorb this power of the world to cause his cultivation to surge. However, he was waiting for more of this power to gather inside his body. He had waited for more than 100 years for this fortune. If his origin soul appeared early and was noticed by the outside, his fortune would decrease greatly. As time passed, more and more power of the world entered his body. In the end, it occupied and overlapped in almost every part of Wang Lin's body, but Wang Lin still waited. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. During these 10 years of time, the green-robed old man had only sat outside the green furnace, and his eyes were red as he stared at it. He had spent his life on this, and he didn't have much time left. His body was weak, but he wanted to hold on and see the moment the green devil scorpion resurrected. Even though there were 3 rays of light flying through this fog that no one had been to in 100 years, the green-robed old man didn't care anymore. The 3 rays of light were very careful as they slowly closed in. Wang Lin was familiar with these people. It was the other 3 that possessed the heavenly bull soul armor. The Gue sect master's plan had been delayed for more than 100 years for some reason and had just relaunched. Outside the green furnace, the 2 green devil messengers had been spewing out their origin essence for 10 years. Their origin souls were very weak now, and they could not bear it much longer. Several days later, one of the green devil messenger's origin souls spat out the last of his origin essence. His origin soul dissipated and his body fell down. He was dead. Less than half an incense stick of time after he died. The other messenger's origin soul also dissipated. The deaths of the 2 green devil messengers who had accompanied the old man for a long time didn't cause the old man's expression to change. This old man gave off the aura of death and he was in a semi-dead state. If not for his powerful will supporting him, he would have already died. His eyes were red and the excitement that had lasted for 10 years wasn't anywhere near dying down now. His excitement grew until it erupted at this moment. His weak body knelt down from sitting and he looked up. His face was filled with excitement as he spoke loudly with his hoarse voice. With my identity as the Green Devil Scorpion's GC, I invite Lord Green Devil to awaken and descend. This old slave has prepared this body for Lord Green Devil to possess. The old man began to chat an old mantra of an unknown language. Soon his voice filled the area. The scorpion building slowly began to tremble. As dust flew into the air, a powerful soul aura seemed to awaken and slowly spread out. The green-robed old man looked up in excitement. As the scorpion building continued to tremble, 9 strands of green gas gathered from 9 different directions. The green gas gathered above the furnace and formed a giant shadow. This shadow was tens of thousands of feet large. It was a green scorpion. This scorpion was covered in scars and its aura was weak. However, it exuded an indescribable pressure, and under this pressure, the entire green devil continent seemed to tremble. This shadow was part of the main soul that was being suppressed. His main soul couldn't leave, it could only produce this wisp of soul. However, once this wisp of soul gained a body, it could think of a method to absorb his suppressed main soul and truly be resurrected. The giant scorpion soul slowly opened its eyes that had been closed for countless years. Its eyes were cold and ruthless and gave off an aura as if it was above all. It looked down. Was it you who called this Lord? An extremely cold voice echoed across the world. This voice was like law and immediately shook the world. However, even so, the scorpion wasn't able to hide how weak it was. It was so weak, it could collapse from a gentle breeze. The green-robed old man's body trembled and bowed toward the soul. This old slave greets Lord Green Devil. Lord Green Devil. This old slave has prepared the perfect body for Lord to possess. There is no divine sense or origin soul left, so it won't affect Lord's possession. The green-robed old man was very excited and his voice was no longer hoarse. He knew that the green devil scorpion was extremely weak after being suppressed, and that it was only here as a wisp of soul. This was why he had tested so many times, because if there was an origin soul inside the body, it would cause problems for the possession. This problem could cause everything to be for nothing, and the weak green devil scorpion would end up getting seriously injured. After the green-robed old man spoke, the green devil scorpion's giant body turned slightly. It looked at the green furnace and its gaze seems to become solid when it saw Wang Lin inside the furnace. Its gaze swept past Wang Lin's body 9 times, but not even it could detect the heaven-defying bead, much less Wang Lin's soul that was hiding inside. After a long time, the scorpion's soul withdrew its gaze. The green-robed old man knelt there and excitedly said, "Lord Green Devil, this old slave has completed the transformation according to Lord's requirements. There is not a trace of origin soul remaining. You are very good. After this Lord revives, you will be rewarded." The giant scorpion's soul sent out ripples and then suddenly moved. In a flash, it penetrated the green furnace and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul hiding in the heaven-defying bead still didn't move. After 10 years, he was still waiting. He was not only waiting for the fortune to enhance his body. He had an even bolder idea. The green-robed old man had been very cautious and had tested him again and again. This showed that if an origin soul remained inside the body, it would cause the possession to fail. Could make it so the green devil scorpion couldn't revive. Since that was the case, he was going to gamble until the end. He was waiting for the arrival of the green devil scorpion. Since it wanted to devour him, he was going to devour it. The scorpion's soul looked powerful, but in truth, it had already been seriously injured and was still being suppressed. Also, only a wisp of its main soul was present here. The scorpion's soul didn't immediately enter Wang Lin but spread out its divine sense many times. Only after doing so did it relax a bit and charge into Wang Lin's body. In a flash, the green scorpion slowly entered Wang Lin's body. It didn't choose to immediately possess the body but carefully absorbed after entering Wang Lin's body. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 3 days went by. Only after observing for 3 days did it slowly enter Wang Lin's body a bit more. Looking at how careful it was, it seemed like anything would make it flee immediately. It couldn't see Wang Lin's origin soul, but Wang Lin could see it. Wang Lin watched the scorpion's soul slowly enter his body and spread out, but it didn't begin the possession. The scorpion's caution had reached a limit. This showed how weak it was. Wang Lin's origin soul didn't move. He was still waiting. If he attacked now, the scorpion soul would leave quickly because it hadn't started the possession. Once it began the possession, it wouldn't be easy to leave, and that would be the best chance for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul revealed a cold gaze. He didn't know what his cultivation level would be after he devoured the scorpion soul, but he had a feeling that this would be a great fortune for him. He had enough patience to use his body as bait to gain this fortune. Outside the green furnace, the green-robed old man waited excitedly. He was waiting for the green scorpion to complete the possession. If he could see the complete possession, he would smile into the underworld. The green scorpion soul seemed to lose its patience after 7 days. A large portion of its body entered Wang Lin and occupied more than 70% of Wang Lin's body. It seemed to have relaxed, and it began the possession. Its soul inside Wang Lin spread out like crazy and moved toward Wang Lin's mind. When it entered Wang Lin's mind, it found no trace of an origin soul. It immediately became excited. It had waited for so many years for this perfect chance. Could finally begin the possession. It has to be said that even if an immortal astral continent cultivator's body had no origin soul, the scorpion couldn't possess it because they were born here. It could only possess the body of a cultivator that was not born here, like itself. At this moment, it stopped holding back and a large portion of its soul entered Wang Lin. The figure of a scorpion slowly formed in Wang Lin's mind. Once it formed completely, it would finish its possession. However, just as this shadow was half-formed, Wang Lin's origin soul suddenly erupted from the heaven-defying bead. The moment he appeared, he charged toward his head, where the scorpion shadow was forming. The moment he closed in, he began to devour it. There was no spell or power, just naked devouring power. The scorpion soul screamed. It didn't think there was still an origin soul inside this body. It was caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden appearance. Although it was very weak, it became fierce when Wang Lin began to devour it. It began resisting Wang Lin's origin soul, and a fierce battle of devouring began inside Wang Lin's body. But the scorpion wasn't prepared at all, while Wang Lin had prepared for more than 100 years. Wang Lin became crazy and desperately devoured. Time passed instantly. After one incense stick of time, the battle of devouring between Wang Lin and the scorpion soul reached a dangerous point. The scorpion soul continued to scream. It was weak, and it had only come with only part of its soul. Against Wang Lin, who had prepared for over 100 years, it was gradually losing. People outside could not feel the dangerous battle inside Wang Lin's body. The green-robed old man excitedly looked at the furnace and the scorpion soul that had mostly entered the furnace. The scorpion soul trembled, and the old man was startled. He couldn't imagine why Lord Green Devil would tremble during possession, as if something was wrong. However, the old man soon felt relief. It must be because the Lord is not satisfied with the body and is remodeling it during possession. The more the old man thought about it, the more it made sense, and the more he smiled. For Lord Green Devil to personally transform, it showed the value of this body. He smiled even wider as he looked at the trembling scorpion soul on the furnace. Inside Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin and the scorpion soul had devoured each other no less than 10,000 times. He became more and more crazy. He had waited and prepared for more than 100 years. How could he let go of the scorpion soul that was going to devour him? Wang Lin's madness caused the scorpion soul to feel extreme fear. It was already weak, and after the endless devouring, it showed signs of retreating. It had taken countless years to condense this wisp of soul. Once this wisp dissipated, it would have no chance of awakening. Right now, it already hated the GC's family to the bones. From its view, all of this was because of that GC. When it decided to retreat, the scorpion soul roared silently and quickly retreated. However, Wang Lin gave chase and continued to devour like crazy. It caused the scorpion soul to become even more frightened, quickly retreated, and finally left Wang Lin's head. Just as it was about to leave Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin devoured a big mouthful, causing it to let out a cry. It quickly flew out of Wang Lin's body, but its huge body had shrunk by half. When it was outside, it escaped into the sky in panic. The green-robed old man saw this. He was startled and his eyes revealed confusion. After the scorpion soul left, Wang Lin's origin soul immediately shrouded his entire body. Sitting inside the green furnace, his eyes opened for the first time in more than 100 years. The moment he opened his eyes, the world rumbled. The green furnace around him collapsed into countless fragments and shattered as Wang Lin jumped into the air. Fire essence true body. Wang Lin roared. A sea of fire appeared in his left eye, and a fire essence true body that looked exactly like him appeared behind him. Thunder essence true body. Wang Lin roared, and thunder flashed in his left eye. The thunder essence true body formed by the Devil Dao sect master was integrated with Wang Lin's will and appeared behind him. Earth essence true body. Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky. Yellow light came out of his 108,000 pores and formed his third essence true body behind him. Water essence true body. The water essence true body had fused with Wang Lin's blood. At this moment, Wang Lin's blood vessels swelled and a shadow appeared behind him. It quickly formed into Wang Lin's fourth essence true body. After the four essence true bodies appeared, Wang Lin's aura was startling. His cultivation level was still the same, but he only needed to calm himself and his cultivation level would increase greatly with one thought. However, right now was not the time to calm down. After the four essence true bodies appeared, Wang Lin's eyes released a burst of golden light. This golden light contained a suppression force, and he looked at the escaping scorpion soul. The scorpion soul let out a scream. It felt the aura of the celestial sword from the celestial ancestor. Its soul trembled after being stared at by this gaze. Time was of the essence. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right hand. There was a sharp pain as the 9-inch yin blade grew out from his right palm. A blade grew out of the right palms of each of the essence true bodies, and they all sliced at the scorpion soul. As the green-robed old man watched all of this unfold, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened and he died of anger. He had angered himself to death. "I hate." These were the last words the green-robed old man roared before he died. With his wisdom, he naturally understood what had happened. He had watched Wang Lin use the suppression eye and yin blade he had given him on the green scorpion. This scene was enough to anger him into a heart attack. He already didn't have much lifespan left as he coughed out blood and died. He had given Wang Lin a resilient body, eyes to suppress the world, a vein formed from the hair of the celestial ancestor, the yin blade, and the earth essence. On top of all that, he had even helped Wang Lin form 2 essence true bodies. All of these things were given by him. His eyes widened from anger and his eyes were filled with monstrous hate. Even though he was dead, the hatred remained, as if the hatred itself was going to turn into a ghost. Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to the dead green-robed old man. He leaped forward and raised the blade his right hand had turned into. His 4 essence true bodies did the same. He mercilessly sliced down on the escaping green devil scorpion soul. The green devil scorpion soul also contained endless hatred. It hated the green-robed old man for making it end up in its current state. However, the green-robed old man was dead, so it had no place to vent its anger. It also could not vent its anger in this moment of danger. It could only escape. From afar, this was a shocking scene. The green furnace was still collapsing and the fragments scattered. The green scorpion soul screamed as it fled. Behind it, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he gave chase with a powerful aura. He raised the blade in his hand with the momentum to destroy the heaven and earth and slice down with his 4 essence true bodies. It was at this moment that ripples echoed and 3 rays of light closed in. However, when they revealed their bodies, the 3 of them trembled. They watched what was happening with disbelief. The 3 that arrived were the other owners of the heavenly bull soul armor beside Wang Lin. Yunifeng, Tangjia, and the old man Edgecloud. The 3 of them had come to the Green Scorpion Temple for some unknown reason after 100 years. The journey to the temple was extremely difficult, but after arriving at the temple it was a smooth path. They had encountered nothing and arrived in the deepest part of the temple. However, what awaited them was this soul-shaking blade. Wang Lin, he is actually here. Yunifeng and Tangjia were both startled. Didn't he die? Edgecloud's pupils shrank and he was filled with shock. The blade sliced down and flashed as the scorpion soul's scream reached a limit. It trembled and wanted to resist, but it didn't only have to face Wang Lin's blade. The blades of his 4 essence true bodies were coming as well. When the first blade closed in, the scorpion soul distorted and tried to dodge. The second and third blades arrived, but the scorpion soul could not dodge them all. It suddenly turned around and sprayed out a large amount of green fog as the 4th and 5th blade sliced down. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The scorpion soul let out a miserable scream as it was cut into 6 parts by the 5 blades. 4 of the parts were absorbed by Wang Lin. They turned into strands of smoke around Wang Lin, making him look like a celestial. The remaining 2 parts quickly escaped into the distance as they screamed. They disappeared into the scorpion building, and where they had gone was unknown. The surroundings gradually calmed down. Only Yunifeng and company's breathing was extremely clear in the silent scorpion temple. Wang Lin floated there and the fog around him soon condensed into 7 strands of soul force that entered his body. His right hand was still a blade and his 4 essence true bodies coldly stood there. His gaze swept by Yunifeng and company. "Leave." He didn't speak much and only said this one line. However, when he spoke, a shocking aura erupted from his body. When his gaze landed on them, Yunifeng felt his heart tremble. It was as if Wang Lin could clearly see through all his secrets, and he even had the illusion that he was being suppressed. Fortunately, this feeling disappeared the moment it appeared. Otherwise, he might not even be able to speak from trembling. The same feeling also filled Xianxia's mind. Her face was pale as she stared at Wang Lin. She couldn't believe that Wang Lin's gaze was so terrifying after just 100 years. That gaze gave off a sharpness that could tear apart the world itself. It contained a suppression force that could cause anyone who was swept by it to collapse. Compared to the two of them, Edge Cloud's feeling was even more intense. He had fought with Wang Lin before, and Wang Lin didn't go easy on him. When Edge Cloud was swept by the gaze, he felt his heart rumble and he took 3 steps back. His face became pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears, and he felt like he was abandoned by the world. He was all alone and was being suppressed by the heavens. He even felt that the heavens that were suppressing him was Wang Lin's gaze. It felt like there was a sword in Wang Lin's gaze that hadn't fully appeared. Once it fully appeared, he would be torn apart by that sword. This feeling was so powerful that he almost went crazy. Just as he was about to collapse, Wang Lin's words echoed like the law of the world. Edge Cloud retreated like crazy, and only after he was thousands of kilometers away did he feel at ease. His whole body was soaked in sweat, leaving him with a chilly feeling. Yunifeng and Xianxia also retreated. The two of them were not suppressed by Wang Lin, so their retreat was not as embarrassing as Edge Cloud's. However, Yunifeng was extremely bitter. He had never expected to meet Wang Lin here after 100 years and see such a scene. The 3 of them silently pondered and slowly retreated. They didn't leave the Scorpion Temple, but they stopped far away from Wang Lin. They still had a mission to complete, and the Scorpion Temple was not completely destroyed. However, Wang Lin's presence made it so they didn't dare to act recklessly. Xianxia looked into the distance and there was still disbelief in her eyes. She was silent and her mind was very chaotic. Wang Lin stood in the air and looked at the dead green-robed old man. Wang Lin was very calm. This person had helped him greatly, except all his intentions were to kill Wang Lin. Not much how many fortunes this person had given him, Wang Lin wouldn't feel any gratitude. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Wang Lin exclaimed softly and looked again. He saw a strand of black gas come out of the old man's body and condense in his head, forming a palm-sized cloud of fog. This fog was filled with hatred and was extremely cold. It caused the surrounding area to immediately become cold. This is... Wang Lin's mind moved and his divine sense spread toward the black fog. The moment his divine sense touched the fog, a hoarse voice roared in his mind. I hate! I hate! This voice was so fierce, even Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes shined brightly. Ghost soul! This person formed such a powerful ghost soul after he died. This ghost soul was several times more powerful than the void turbulent cultivator from the extreme sky prairie. It was peak upper quality, infinitely close to perfect quality. Wang Lin's eyes shined and he waved his sleeve without hesitation. The ghost soul formed by the green-robed old man flew toward Wang Lin and was put away. With this ghost soul and the ghost soul from the extreme sky prairie, Wang Lin was confident in refining an almost perfect grade ghostly sail. With this ghostly sail and the vice ghost sail Wang Lin had, he could display almost perfect grade level illusion spells. The green-robed old man had not only given Wang Lin many fortunes, he had even given himself to Wang Lin in the end. After putting away the ghostly sail, Wang Lin had a strange expression. He looked at the green-robed old man with a complicated expression, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He waved his sleeve and the old man's body disappeared into ashes, leaving behind only the green robe. Grabbing the green robe, Wang Lin's divine sense scanned it. This item was very strange. His divine sense could not penetrate it or see what was inside. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin put the only thing the old man had left, the green robe, away. With this, it could be said that the green-robed old man had completely given everything to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His cultivation level had showed signs of increasing. He took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. This time, let's see how far my cultivation level will go. My cultivation level was too low before. I hope I can stand high in the immortal astral continent after this. And the Devil Dao sect. I made an oath that I never forgot in these 100 years. Wang Lin was filled with killing intent. When he closed his eyes, he could see the human heads he was familiar with. They were all people he knew from the extreme sky prairie. He sat down and the 4 essence true bodies guarded him. With these 4 essence true bodies, Wang Lin could calmly increase his cultivation level inside the Silent Scorpion Temple. He had reached peak spirit void with 8 essences, and one of them had even formed an essence true body. Today everything was different. Wang Lin had 3 essence true bodies and had also obtained his 9th essence. This 9th essence was very important. It was the key to Wang Lin's increase in cultivation level. He had 9 essences now. Life and death, karma, true and false, restriction, slaughter, thunder, fire, water, and earth. Rush for arcane void. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he took a deep breath. The 4 essence true bodies around him released essence aura into his body. The 9 essences inside him rapidly rotated and he rushed toward arcane void. Spirit void and arcane void were only 1 word apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Reaching the arcane void stage required one to understand the heavens and to possess at least 1 ethereal essence. Once he reached the arcane void stage, he would be stepping into the ranks of the powerful. Aside from the likes of the 9 sects and 13 factions, an arcane void cultivator was still considered very powerful on the immortal astral continent. Most importantly, after reaching the arcane void stage, one could cast some mysterious spells. Although they weren't very useful to Wang Lin, reaching arcane void would be a big step in his cultivation. The 9 essences in his body continued to rotate and his late-stage spirit void cultivation level suddenly increased. The speed of this increase was extremely terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, an illusion appeared above Wang Lin. It was a mass of clouds, and it rotated into a vortex. It seemed to maintain the same speed as Wang Lin's essences, which was very fast. Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to undergo a metamorphosis and released a blinding light. Although this light came from inside his body, but it seemed to release through his skin. Right now, Wang Lin looked like he was transparent, and he was filled with an unspeakable sense of majesty. At this moment, he broke through peak spirit void and reached early stage arcane void. The moment he entered the early stage of arcane void, a lot of things in this world changed for Wang Lin. A lot of things he was confused about became clear. He opened his eyes and looked around. His gaze revealed wisdom. Arcane void for me is only a transition. My goal is to step into void turbulent. Wang Lin muttered. Like he said, arcane void was just a transition stage. He had obtained a great fortune, especially the power of the world that had gathered inside him from the green furnace. Once his origin soul absorbed it, his cultivation level would increase greatly once more. Most importantly, Wang Lin had 9 essences, and he needed to fuse the 9 essence into 1. If he could do this, he could face the 9 arcane turbulence. Once he passed through the arcane turbulence, Wang Lin would become a void turbulent cultivator. His gaze was filled with decisiveness. He had waited a long time for a fortune like this, and he would not let it go. Without hesitation, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. 9 essences, return to 1. He pointed and the fire essence true body, the earth essence true body, and the water essence true body trembled. Large amounts of essence energy spread out from their foreheads. The 3 essence auras swirled before Wang Lin. There was fire, earth, and water moving inside the vortex. These 3 belong to the 5 elements. Once these 3 fuse into 1, it will help me reach the mid-stage of arcane void. They all have essence true bodies, so after they fuse, the essence true bodies will be even more powerful. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as his hands formed a seal. The 3 essences before him rotated faster. Fire raged, water surged, and earth trembled. These 3 5-element essences continued to collide as they rotated. A thunderous rumble echoed, but the 3 essences didn't fuse. They suddenly scattered. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. He used his blood as an adhesive and began controlling the three essences to fuse once more. Water and fire are opposites, but I'll use earth as the medium. Earth can bury water and can also bury fire. With my essence blood that contains my will, I refuse to believe these three essences can't fuse. Wang Lin roared and his hands quickly formed seals. The three essences rumbled inside the vortex before him, and thunderous rumbles echoed. The image inside the vortex constantly changed. Sometimes it was a terrifying flood, and sometimes it was a sea of fire. However, whether it was water or fire, both were being shrouded by a rolling sandstorm. As time passed, the image inside the vortex flickered faster and faster. Several months later, Wang Lin had coughed out 7 mouthfuls of blood, but the essences showed signs of fusing. Wang Lin became more alert as he controlled the three essences to collide hundreds and thousands of times. Another 7 days passed. A thunderous rumble echoed as the three essences began to fuse. The images flashed between the sand, flood, and fire until they overlapped to form a complete image. This image had the earth in the middle, with the sea of fire raging above and the roaring flood below. The moment this image was completed, the three essence true bodies began to fuse after their auras had fused. This was the fusion of three essence true bodies. This new essence true body contained water, fire, and earth. This essence true body was an independent existence and could no longer be called an essence true body. It was more similar to a 5-element avatar. The moment the body created by the fusion of the three essence true bodies appeared, Wang Lin's origin soul began absorbing the power gathering inside his body. His early-stage arcane void cultivation suddenly began to increase. It was increasing like crazy toward mid-stage arcane void. This process lasted for a month, and Wang Lin let out a long laugh afterwards. His cultivation level was no longer early-stage arcane void, but mid-stage arcane void. Since ancient times, no one could pass the early stage of arcane void and reach the mid-stage in a few short months. If this got out, Wang Lin would have everyone's attention. But all of this was just the beginning. It was far from the end. The slaughter essence and the restriction essence are special essences and are very difficult to integrate. However, I can use the thunder essence as threads to temporarily fuse the two special essences, and allow my cultivation level to climb to late-stage arcane void. This is possible because the thunder essence has an essence true body, which makes it far stronger than the two special essences. As Wang Lin muttered, his eyes lit up and countless bloodlines appeared, forming the restriction essence before him. At the same time, a monstrous killing intent gathered before him to form his slaughter essence. These two special essences rotated before him. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the Thunder Essence True Body. The Thunder Essence True Body suddenly opened its eyes, and they were filled with thunder. It quickly changed into a bolt of thunder and moved between the slaughter and restriction essences. It formed threads connecting the two special essences and rapidly fused them. This fusion was even more difficult than that of the 5-element essences. After 1 month, Wang Lin was still unsuccessful. The slaughter essence was extremely domineering, and the restriction was a natural counter to the thunder essence. It was extremely difficult for them to fuse. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with bloodlines. He looked at the three essences and frowned. Once an opportunity was found, the fusion of essences could be done quickly, but if the opportunity was not there, no matter how much he tried, it would be pointless. Unfortunately, I only have 2 special essences. If I had a third one, it might have been easier. However, I can't wait any longer. Since I can't do it this way, I'll just have to try a different method. Condense onto the Thunder Essence True Body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he changed his method. He no longer used the Thunder Essence as an auxiliary, but as the main body to absorb the 2 special essences. As Wang Lin's hands formed seals, he coughed out several mouthfuls of essence blood that shrouded the Thunder Essence True Body. After the True Body absorbed Wang Lin's blood, which contained his will, the body stretched out its arms and reached toward the slaughter and restriction essences. Use the Thunder Body to fuse slaughter. used the thunder body to fuse restriction. Once it was successful, the thunder essence true body would change rapidly and contain 3 essences. Even the thunder would change. But such a thing was extremely rare. Wang Lin didn't know what would happen, but he had to do this. In a flash, several months passed. On a day several months later, the thunder essence true body gave off a shocking aura. It had successfully integrated with the slaughter and restriction essences. With a thunderous bang, the thunder essence true body went through a shocking change that startled Wang Lin. Thunder, the extreme power of the world. It wasn't number 1, but the only one. Thunder was the might of the heavens and lived above the world. When it occasionally descended below, the thunderous rumbles were like the wrath of the heavens. Wang Lin's thunder essence was born from half an ancient thunder dragon. The ancient thunder dragon was created to bear the power of thunder, and was the embodiment of thunder in the world. With this half-ancient thunder dragon, Wang Lin had the bud of an essence. Then, after absorbing the thunder from the scattered Thunder Clan, his essence was one step from completion. This step was not easy to cross, but Wang Lin created another path by creating the accompanying thunders. He used the soul of the Thunder Toad and his G-realm to complete the accompanying thunders, which brought the essence infinitely close to completion. Then, on the immortal astral continent 100 years ago, the Devil Dao Sect's sect master, who had a different thunder essence, poured his thunder essence into Wang Lin. He had even devoured 2 Thunder Emperor beads and transferred their power into Wang Lin. All of this accumulated to allow Wang Lin's thunder essence to change dramatically and condense an essence true body. This thunder essence true body contained its own will, but most of this will belong to Wang Lin. Even Wang Lin didn't expect his inadvertent action to cause such a drastic change to happen to his thunder essence true body. The slaughter essence was a special essence. Its power was invisible. It was composed of endless slaughter, and this wasn't indiscriminate slaughter, but a slaughter with a purpose. This is what made it a special essence. The slaughter essence contained unimaginable killing intent and could change how the world functioned. It was far more powerful than ordinary essences. Back then, Qing Shui's slaughter essence allowed him to battle against people with higher cultivation levels, which just showed how powerful it was. Wang Lin had not used the slaughter essence much. He had mostly used it to create an imposing aura. However, when it was fused with the thunder essence, it suddenly changed. This change was not something Wang Lin could imagine. This kind of thing was extremely rare. The fusion of thunder and slaughter formed a type of slaughter that was above everything. Could destroy all life. Most importantly, this slaughter had a mission. This mission would start when the slaughter appeared and end with it disappeared. Ancient legends say that when heaven was angry, it used thunder to destroy the world. Thunder existed in early times to punish living beings. Only during the destruction of the world would this slaughter thunder appear. After Wang Lin's thunder essence true body fused with the slaughter essence that required its own will, the thunder changed. When they integrated, it gave birth to something that shouldn't be created, or perhaps something that could not be controlled by cultivators. The wrath of the heavens slaughter thunder. Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at the thunder essence true body before him. He could not see a trace of thunder on this essence true body, but with his divine sense, he could feel a terrifying bolt of thunder slowly moving through the body. This bolt of thunder contained the power that made Wang Lin's scalp go numb. Once this thunder was released from the essence true body, it would have shockingly destructive power. Wang Lin swallowed hard and gasped. He vaguely guessed that his unintentional action had formed a terrifying form of thunder. Once his thunder was released, even his own body would be destroyed. This feeling was so strong that he had the impulse to immediately stop this fusion. He had a feeling that this thunder should not appear in this world, or that it was not the time for it to appear. The thunder slowly rotated around the essence true body and released crackling sounds. These crackling sounds were extremely clear in the silent scorpion temple. Wang Lin's pupils shrank when the thunder seemed to show signs of instability. It gave off a sliver of aura that leaked out of the scorpion temple and instantly spread out across the entire Green Devil continent. Every living creature trembled and felt the illusion that they were all going to be destroyed. However, the moment this silver of aura appeared, it instantly disappeared. Everything happened in a flash and didn't attract the attention of any Grand Empyrean. Once this thunder explodes, the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin rarely felt fear, but this time, he felt fear toward the thunder he had created. Just as the slaughter thunder became unstable, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body began to integrate with the restriction essence. The restriction essence was law and rule. It formed a large net and shrouded the thunder essence true body. Thunder had laws and rules, but they were made by the heavens. However, because the thunder essence true body contained Wang Lin's will and the restriction essence, the thunder was no longer controlled by the heavens. It had completely changed. The result of this change was that this bolt of thunder contained laws and rules that belonged to Wang Lin. The slaughter thunder was perfectly contained within the essence true body, and the signs of instability slowly disappeared. In this short period of time, Wang Lin's forehead had become covered in sweat. He looked at the essence true body before him and felt like he was dreaming. The appearance of the avatar was no different from before, and it calmly stood there. However, from Wang Lin's point of view, it was completely different from before. One couldn't see any trace of thunder on this essence true body. The inside and outside of the body were covered in restrictions that were all wrapped around a bolt of slaughter thunder. Perhaps, it's not to destroy a continent. Wang Lin stared at his essence true body and silently pondered. As he silently pondered, his mid-stage arcane void cultivation suddenly erupted. His power formed a storm and rotated rapidly, becoming a vortex. Every rotation would increase Wang Lin's cultivation level greatly. Not only was he absorbing power from the world, but also the power that had been gathering inside his body that was for the Green Devil Scorpion. With this force as fuel, Wang Lin's white hair moved as if there was a powerful gust of wind. Popping sounds echoed and his eyes shined. The power in his body increased until it reached a peak. Then a thunderous rumble echoed. He suddenly rushed past the mid-stage of arcane void and entered the late stage. Late-stage arcane void. The doubt in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated and was replaced with determination. The appearance of the slaughter thunder was beyond his imagination. He vaguely felt his heart skip a beat when the slaughter thunder appeared. A small part of the shock was due to the thunder itself. It was the changes that were triggered by this thunder that really shocked him. These changes was not something anyone else could feel, not even a Grand Empyrean. Only Wang Lin could feel it, because it was created by him and contained his essence and will. Wang Lin no longer thought about this matter. When Wang Lin reached the late stage of arcane void, he looked at the last three ethereal essences. Life and death, karma, and true and false. Once these three ethereal essences fused into one, his 9 essences would become 3 and he would go from late stage arcane void to peak arcane void. Then he could go through the 9 arcane tribulants. Once he broke through 9 arcane tribulants, he would step into the realm of void tribulant cultivators. With his battle ability, if he reached the early stage of void tribulant, he could battle peak void tribulant cultivators. He could even become number 1 below Grand Empyrean. In other words, he would become half a Grand Empyrean. This amount of power would make it so there was no place he couldn't go, and no one would casually scheme against him or manipulate him. Because he, Wang Lin, was going to become the 10th strongest person on the immortal astral continent. While Wang Lin was fusing his essences and staring at the 3 remaining ethereal essences, outside the Green Devil continent, outside the Eastern continent, outside the land of the Celestials, outside the immortal astral continent. If the immortal astral continent was the world, then there was a space-like void outside this world. In a place extremely far away from the immortal astral continent, there was another continent. This continent could not compare to the immortal astral. It was less than 1/10 the size and there was no trace of life on it. One could see ruins of death on this continent. It was as if there was a large amount of life here, but it had all died in a disaster. In the middle of this continent, there was a very large ruin of a city with a huge statue at the center. This was a statue of a woman, but it had mostly collapsed and only half the body remained. Sitting on the statue was a middle-aged man. This man looked ordinary, but he had shockingly long hair. His hair was nearly 1,000 feet long, and it was hanging on the mostly collapsed statue. Just as Wang Lin's thunder essence true body fused with the slaughter essence to give birth to the slaughter thunder. This middle-aged man seemed to awaken from countless years of slumber and opened his eyes. There were no pupils in his eyes, only a void filled with death. He looked into the distance and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The middle-aged man looked into the distance, and after a long time he muttered to himself, "I've awakened one calamity early." He lowered his head, looked at the ruins below, and spread out his divine sense. His divine sense was very powerful, so it instantly covered every inch of his continent. He vaguely remembered that a long time ago he came here and destroyed this place. After killing every living thing here, he absorbed the death aura and remained in closed-door cultivation. According to his calculations, he should have awakened after 5 calamities, but now he had awakened one calamity ahead. The aura that shook my heart from the bottom of my soul and made me awaken early came from that direction. It is the aura of the same kind. Could it be that a similar existence was born? The man silently pondered. He vaguely had some memories of what lied in the direction that the aura came from. That place should be where the guardian is? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then slowly stood up. When he stood up, a ghostly light shined and a black robe appeared. The black robe covered his face, leaving only the shockingly long hair that penetrated the robe through a special method hanging there. He walked toward the sky, the long hair behind him looking like a black dragon. As he gradually flew through the sky, the figure of a black dragon appeared, making it seem as if this man was a black dragon. He flew in the direction of the immortal astral continent that was extremely far away from this place. At his speed, it would take hundreds of years to reach the immortal astral continent. In the depths of the Green Scorpion Temple in the Green Devil continent, Wang Lin looked at the 3 ethereal essences before him. His hands formed a seal and he pointed forward. With this, the 3 ethereal essences began to gather and slowly fused. These 3 ethereal essences were not gained through external means, but were born from his own domains and comprehension. For these 3 essences to be born, a bud formed during his first mortal transformation, then it grew during his second mortal transformation, and it finally reached completion in his third mortal transformation. Life and death, karma, and true and false reacted to each other and changed each other. They slowly fused before Wang Lin. In the life and death essence, Wang Lin saw planet Suzaku and 3 generations of Danyo's family. In the karma essence, Wang Lin saw Lu Mei, he saw Wang Ping, and he saw himself being a father. In the true and false essence, he saw Su Dao, the dream of 60 years, and many familiar faces. These 3 ethereal essences were no longer just essences to Wang Lin. They were his life of defying the heavens. I used the life and death essence to leave mortality, I used the karma essence to obtain Tao, and I used the true and false essence to comprehend. In life and death, my chaotic thoughts gave birth to karma. In this karma, I continued to confirm my Tao. In the end, between true and false, I searched for where my Tao was. After life and death was karma, after karma was true and false, and after true and false it is to enter Tao. The fusion of the 3 ethereal essence is no difficult. They were born because of me, formed because of me, and will fuse because of me. As Wang Lin murmured, he waved his right hand. The 3 ethereal essences before him quickly started to rotate and fused with each other. As they fused, he looked at his essences. Inside, he saw everything from his birth until this moment in his life. He saw himself kneeling before his parents' grave, roaring at the sky while filled with tears. He saw himself holding Li Muin's body and roaring at the sky. As Li Muin closed her eyes, her tears dripped from the corners of her eyes and landed on the ground. He faintly saw that a year later, a dreamlike flower bloomed where the tears had landed. He saw himself when learned that Lu Mei had given birth to his child. He saw himself looking at the child that was filled with resentment and cough out blood from the pain of his heart dying. He saw Li Qianmei wiping blood and tears on his statue during those 10 years. Then he saw all the "did you know" from all the strangers. My entire life. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His face seemed to age as the three ethereal essences fused. Time passed by. As Wang Lin recounted his own memories, the three ethereal essences silently fused together. The fusion of the three essences turned into a line that was filled with Wang Lin's memories. This line formed a ring and was imprinted on his forehead. The moment the ring imprinted, the reminiscence in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a golden light. In this golden light, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased once more. When his cultivation level increased, the power of that was intended for the green devil scorpion was absorbed by him. Even the large portion of the green devil scorpion's soul that Wang Lin had devoured after the failed possession was absorbed by Wang Lin's origin soul. But this was not enough. This much power of the world could only make Wang Lin's cultivation level become infinitely close to peak arcane void. It was not enough to break through and enter arcane tribulant to face the arrival of the 9 arcane tribulants. He still needed more power of the world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth without hesitation to inhale. As he inhaled, power of the world rushed into the Scorpion Temple, and even the fog outside was pulled in, forming a huge vortex. This became a heavenly phenomenon. This sudden change caught the attention of all the cultivators on the Green Devil continent. The battle between the Green Devil continent and the Heavenly Bull continent had reached its end. After a large amount of cultivators had died, there weren't many cultivators left on the Green Devil continent. But those that remained were all powerful cultivators. In particular, although countless disciples had died, the Devil Dao sect still had nearly 30% of their sect remaining. However, their sect master had gone into closed-door cultivation more than 100 years ago and hadn't come out yet. At this moment, the huge change happening at the Green Devil Scorpion Temple at the center of the Green Devil continent was felt by the cultivators of various sects on the Green Devil continent. Anyone who could feel it knew or heard of the rumor of the Green Devil being revived. At this moment, more than 10 rays of light rushed toward the Green Devil Scorpion Temple. There were also 2 rays of light from the Devil Dao sect as well to witness the resurrection of the Green Devil Scorpion. The phenomenon around the Green Scorpion Temple lasted for several months. During this time, a large amount of power of the world gathered toward this location like crazy. Those cultivators who came didn't dare to get close. They only observed from the edge of the phenomenon. They retreated as the phenomenon expanded. All of this power of the world rushed into Wang Lin's body during these several months, and his cultivation level continued to become higher. On a day, after several months, his cultivation suddenly erupted and thunderous rumbles echoed inside his body. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, his cultivation level increased from late-stage arcane void to peak arcane void. This fluctuation of cultivation was hidden under the surge of power of the world. The Green Devil continent cultivators also didn't dare to spread out their divine senses, in fear of affecting the resurrection of the Green Devil Scorpion. They couldn't bear the anger of the Green Devil Scorpion, so no one noticed anything. When Wang Lin reached the peak of arcane void, he opened his eyes and revealed a terrifyingly cold gaze. He waved his right hand and the 5-element essence true body fused with his body. When this happened, Wang Lin's power increased several-fold. Shortly after, he waved his right hand and the terrifying thunder essence true body walked forward. It overlapped with Wang Lin's body, and as thunder cracked and popped, it fused with Wang Lin, becoming part of his body. The moment the thunder essence true body returned, Wang Lin's body erupted with a shocking aura. He felt his own strength increase. At this moment, he could battle against late-stage void tribulant cultivators even without the Heavenly Bull soul armor. This was still on the premise that he didn't use the Slaughter Thunder. Once he risked using the terrifying Slaughter Thunder, not even he knew how destructive that power would be. That thunder was something he had inadvertently created, and he could not control it. This powerful feeling gave him a powerful sense of faith in himself. This changed his temperament and would shock all those who faced him before he even attacked. Wang Lin stood up with his hands behind his back and looked up. His gaze could penetrate the Scorpion Temple and see the sky above. His divine sense spread out and he saw the entire Scorpion Temple. Yun Yifeng's group of 3 was no longer there. Apparently, they had stayed for too long and no longer dared to stay any longer. This was no longer important. To Wang Lin, Edge Cloud was merely a cloud of smoke from the past. What he needed to face now was the 9 arcane tribulants. If I can pass through the 9 arcane tribulants in one go and reach Void Tribulant, I'll destroy the entire Devil Dao sect. Even late-stage Void Tribulant cultivators will be destroyed to repay for the 100-year fortune. There was a coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he was filled with a powerful killing intent. Looking up, Wang Lin was waiting for the arcane tribulants that would turn him into a Void Tribulant cultivator to arrive. He had never seen any arcane tribulants, but he was confident enough to stand high above and see the beauty of the arcane tribulants. Since ancient times, everyone who was qualified to face arcane tribulants were all extremely cautious and nervous. Even Grand Empyreans were like this before they became Grand Empyreans. People like Wang Lin were extremely rare. Arcane Tribulant was a metamorphosis between Arcane Void and Void Tribulant. It was different from Divine Tribulation, which only used forms of thunder. Instead, it used a special method to cause each collapse for a cultivator. If one couldn't pass an Arcane Tribulant, they would die. Many Arcane Void cultivators feared the Arcane Tribulants. Many would rather stay in the Arcane Void stage rather than face the terrifying Arcane Tribulants. Like how Dao Master Blue Dream stayed at peak Arcane Void for a long time and still hadn't stepped into the Arcane Tribulant stage. Once you entered Arcane Tribulant, it was like facing 9 life or death situations. Not everyone had this kind of courage. Most Arcane Tribulant cultivators spent thousands of years, or even longer, to slowly pass each one. They were not confident enough to pass through 9 at once. Whenever they felt like it was going bad, they would stop it by force and not seek the fortune within the Arcane Tribulant. Arcane Tribulant was a calamity but also a fortune. If one passed through 3 in a row, their origin soul would double in size. Those that could pass through 6 in a row would see their origin soul triple in size. Those that passed all 9 in a row would have their origin soul increased several-fold. As for exactly how much, no one knew because only 2 people had ever managed to do it, and both became Grand Empyreans later on. If they didn't divulge, no one would know. However, this revealed how dangerous it was. Rumor had it that these 2 Grand Empyreans were seriously injured after passing all 9 arcane tribulants and went into closed-door cultivation for a long time. If ordinary cultivators could pass through 6 arcane tribulants in a row, they would become extremely powerful at the early stage of Void Tribulant. Ignoring treasures, they could battle mid-stage Void Tribulant and not lose. However, it was very rare for people to obtain this fortune. To pass it 9 times in a row and passing it 9 times over thousands of years was completely different. Arcane tribulants were extremely strange. Outsiders could not help. It all depended on oneself. Du Qing had passed several arcane tribulants, but he went through them separately, with each one becoming increasingly more difficult. It was likely he would be stuck for his entire life. However, it was not without hope. After all, he still had a certain amount of time to prepare. It wasn't much, but it was much better than going through them all at once. However, the later it becomes, the more of a test of life and death it becomes, and it eventually becomes a nightmare for people. Once you enter the arcane tribulant stage, even if you don't want to go through them, they will still come. It becomes a sign of death. On the immortal astral continent, someone had calculated the odds, and although it wasn't for certain, the first arcane tribulant had 10% chance of death. This number would increase until the 9th arcane tribulant, where there was a 90% chance of death. Based on this, passing through 9 arcane tribulants at once not only required strength, but also a certain amount of luck. Wang Lin was standing in the depths of the Scorpion building, and he was calm. He stepped forward and disappeared from inside the temple. When he reappeared, he was on the top of the tail of the scorpion. His head of white hair fluttered as if he was going to fly away with the wind. He stood there, waiting for the arrival of the arcane tribulants. Arcane tribulant, how will it arrive? I'm looking forward to it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had the confidence to face any arcane tribulant. His cultivated cycled faster and faster until his body gave off his peak arcane void aura. This aura gathered in his body until it erupted like a storm and shot into the sky. This aura seemed to fuse with the heavens and formed a shocking storm. The moment the storm appeared, it formed an invisible pressure and swept out with Wang Lin as the center. It instantly covered hundreds of kilometers and continued to spread. In these hundreds of kilometers, all living beings had to retreat from the pressure, and they weren't allowed to take half a step inside. This was an arcane turbulent. Once a cultivator decided to go through an arcane turbulent, no one could be around to help. The pressure continued to spread, reaching thousands of kilometers in width. It slowly closed in on the dozen or so Green Devil continent cultivators who had come to see the resurrection of the Green Devil Scorpion. The expressions of these cultivators changed one by one. They didn't even need to use their divine senses to know that this meant that someone was going through an arcane turbulent. Arcane turbulent. How could the pressure of an arcane turbulent appear here? Could it be that Lord Green Devil's cultivation level dropped after resurrecting, and he now has to go through arcane turbulence to recover? Lord Green Devil was personally suppressed by the celestial ancestor, which means his cultivation level was extremely high. However, he was suppressed for far too long and perhaps his cultivation level has really fallen a lot. The more than a dozen cultivators from the Green Devil continent all had their own thoughts and retreated from the pressure. They looked toward the temple, but their divine senses couldn't go too far into the pressure, so they couldn't see what was happening inside. As the pressure spread out thousands of kilometers at the center, Wang Lin stood on the tail of the Scorpion Temple and looked up at the sky. He saw snowflakes suddenly appear in the sky. These snowflakes were white. Soon, they covered the sky, forming a curtain that surrounded the area. Snow. Wang Lin looked over. More and more snow appeared until it occupied the entire world and became the only thing floating in the sky within thousands of kilometers. As it fell, a cold aura spread out and a large amount of snow covered the ground. The moment the snow appeared, the more than a dozen cultivators from the Green Devil continent felt the coldness. They saw the floating snowflakes within. His first arcane turbulent is snow. This is rare. There are a total of 9 arcane turbulents. The first 3 are external, then the next 3 are internal, and the final 3 are soul. Let's see how Lord Green Devil will get through the snow arcane turbulent. Wang Lin looked at the snow with a calm expression. He didn't immediately act but watched as the snow descended. The snow became more and more dense, and it became even colder here. Not long after, the snow suddenly gathered as if time had been frozen. The countless snowflakes seemed to turn into sharp snow blades, and they rushed toward Wang Lin from all directions. They instantly closed in. Is this the first arcane turbulent? Wang Lin shook his head. There was disappointment in his eyes. He raised his right hand and waved at the incoming snow. With this wave, his 5-element true body moved. An overlapping shadow appeared as it walked out of Wang Lin's body. The moment the 5-element true body walked out, Wang Lin sat down on the tail of the huge scorpion. He waved his right hand and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. This jug was from a mortal city in the Heavenly Bull continent. He brought the jug next to his mouth and drank a big mouthful. His figure revealed a sense of bleakness as he sat there with his white hair hanging. His appearance revealed a hint of similarity to the black-robed, middle-aged man who was sitting on the broken statue far from the immortal astral continent. Lonely, bleak, and indifferent, the 5-element true body walked out and released a monstrous sea of fire. The sea of fire turned into 99 fire dragons that rushed out and collided with the endless snowflakes. At this instant, thunderous rumbles echoed. Although the snowflake was sharp and cold, it was nothing before Wang Lin's fire element true body. Large amounts of white gas appeared as the snowflakes melted, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the area. The 99 fire dragons gathered into one fire dragon as all the snow melted. It contained intense heat and fire as it flew into the sky. It was like a sharp sword that pierced the sky and burned the heavens. As it burned, the first arcane turbulent collapsed directly. Wang Lin took a sip of wine and shook his head as he muttered, "Too weak." The sky suddenly trembled and shook violently. A powerful wind howled and 9 shocking storms appeared in the sky. These 9 storms were 9 tornadoes that swept across the sky, causing the sea of fire to spread and thin until only the 9 storms remained. An extremely powerful force came from these 9 tornadoes, and the howling of the wind became the only sound in the world. This howling of the wind echoed as the 9 tornado rushed toward Wang Lin. They contained a powerful tearing force as if they wanted to tear his body apart. In a flash, the first tornado suddenly closed in. The 5-element true body didn't move. It just coldly stood behind Wang Lin. It watched as the tornado closed in and shrouded Wang Lin's body. The wind wrapped around Wang Lin and rotated like crazy. Large amounts of force wrapped around him as the thunderous howling echoed. However, Wang Lin still sat on the tail of the scorpion drinking wine as his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression remained the same. He continued to drink wine as the second, third, fourth, until all 9 tornadoes gathered into one giant tornado that connected to the heavens around him. It was only at this moment that Wang Lin raised his head. Still too weak. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't know how others passed their arcane turbulence, but the snow couldn't break through his essence true body, and this wind could not break through his physical strength. Even if this wind continued for hundreds of years, it would not be able to tear apart his current body. His body was not the same as before. After the enhancements given to him by the green-robed old man, his body was extremely strong and resilient. This kind of toughness and strength couldn't be affected by the wind at all. Wang Lin raised his left hand and reached toward the tornado around his body. He casually tore it. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and under Wang Lin's tearing force, the layers of tornadoes collapsed from the first layer directly to the 9th layer. All 9 tornadoes exploded and disappeared. The wind scattered. Wang Lin continued sitting there, drinking wine. The 5-element true body stood behind him, coldly looking at the sky. The sky was dark like a gloomy face. Soon, a turbulent cloud filled the sky. Thunderous rumbles filled the clouds as bolts of thunder moved through the sky, lighting up the earth below. The Green Devil continent cultivators thousands of kilometers away had witnessed the completion of the snow and wind turbulence. They were completely silent now. The sound of thunder became even more intense, and even more turbulent clouds appeared, covering the sky. They pressed down and even more lightning moved within. The clouds revealed a sense of madness and violence. However, none of this moved Wang Lin. He calmly drank wine and looked at the clouds and thunder in the sky. He suddenly laughed. Thunder! Wang Lin looked at the clouds and thunder in the sky again. He shook his head and drank a sip of wine. As he shook his head, thunderous rumbles came from the clouds in the sky. As the clouds moved, a bolt of thunder that was connected to the heavens descended on Wang Lin. This bolt of thunder contained shocking power and closed in the blink of an eye in an attempt to kill Wang Lin. Do you dare? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and roared. His roar was beyond the sound of thunder and suppressed the thunderous rumbles from the turbulent clouds. The will of thunder erupted from Wang Lin's body. This was the will of the Lord of Thunder. The thunder that was about to descend suddenly trembled and retreated when it was 1,000 feet from Wang Lin, as if it was afraid. Not only did it not attack Wang Lin, it actually charged toward the turbulent clouds. Since my thunder essence reached completion, only I can bring thunder down on others. Wang Lin raised his left hand and reached toward the clouds. The clouds trembled and released a roar as if they could not bear the pressure. All the thunder inside flew out toward Wang Lin. The endless thunder gathered before Wang Lin's left hand and formed a ball of thunder. Wang Lin waved his left hand and the ball of thunder flew into the sky and collided with the turbulent cloud. A thunderous rumble shook the world and the turbulent clouds collapsed without any resistance. The darkness that covered the world instantly disappeared. The third arcane turbulent collapsed. Thousands of kilometers away, the more than a dozen of Green Devil continent cultivators could not see Wang Lin, but they could feel how easily the 3 arcane turbulents were passed. It was simple beyond belief. The power of these 3 arcane turbulents was ordinary, and any cultivator who had the courage could pass them. However, doing so would still take some time, and one would have to consume a lot of energy to pass the 3 arcane tribulants in a row to obtain the reward of their origin soul doubling in size. However, it was simply too rare for someone to get through so easily. It must be Lord Green Devil. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to do this. With Lord Green Devil's cultivation level, he has already experienced arcane tribulants. That's why he can be so relaxed while facing them again now. The Green Devil continent cultivators revealed respect. They looked into the area covered in the arcane tribulant pressure, waiting for Lord Green Devil to walk out. Wang Lin was still sitting on the tail of the scorpion and looking at the sky. The last 3 arcane tribulants had disappointed him. He now waited for the arrival of the 4th arcane tribulant and wanted to see if this one would shine. Wang Lin was using his calmness to watch the beauty of the arcane tribulants. What kind of arcane tribulant will the 4th one be? Wang Lin took a sip of wine. Just at this moment, countless ripples appeared in the calm sky. This ripple spread and soon covered the sky. Then a pressure spread out and shrouded the area. A giant drum 10,000 feet large descended from the sky. The 2 sides of the drum were made of unknown materials. It made no sound as it descended, but it gave off an ancient aura. The moment the drum appeared, Wang Lin looked over while holding the wine jug. A little interesting. As he muttered this, there was a flash of light in his eyes. At the same time, the sound of the drum echoed as if an invisible force had collided with it. It was as if countless people were beating the drum from different directions, creating a sound wave. The moment the sound from the drum echoed, Wang Lin's flesh, blood, bones, and meridians all trembled. He clearly felt that the sound of the drum was not coming from the surface of the drum, but from his own body. This caused the light in Wang Lin's eyes to become even stronger. As the drum echoed, he felt an itching feeling spread throughout his body. At this moment, his body couldn't move due to the vibrations from the drum. Just as the drum sound echoed through Wang Lin's body, a large amount of fog gathered to form a huge fog sword. This sword looked like an illusion, as if it didn't exist, but the moment it appeared, it released a monstrous killing intent. The killing intent spread through the sword, and as the sword rose into the air, the killing intent became even stronger. Then the sword directly chopped down toward Wang Lin's head. This sword wasn't cutting Wang Lin's body, nor his origin soul or soul. It was going to cut the connection between his body and his origin soul and soul. Once severed, his soul and origin soul could never return to his body again. This sword affected the bloodline, which would make it so his soul and body would be like water and fire. This would force the soul and origin soul to stay away from the body. This was the first of the internal tribulants, the separation tribulant. The drum was the key. The moment it appeared, it indicated that the 3 internal arcane tribulants would begin. This tribulant was very strange, and since ancient times, too many cultivators had died to it. Once the origin soul and soul were forced out, the body would collapse to the sound of the drum. The soul and origin soul would then dissipate to the sound of the drum. The fog sword was silent, but the killing intent surged like black smoke as it charged toward Wang Lin. Over the countless years, countless cultivators had fallen to this sword and had the connection between their soul and their body severed. Now this sword appeared once more and chopped down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't know that most cultivators who had passed the 3 internal arcane tribulants had prepared for a long time before they dared to attempt them. They all went through one at a time as they carefully searched for the slim chance of survival. At this moment, the sound of the drum limited Wang Lin's body, but it could not stop Wang Lin's heartbeat. He didn't know how others countered this arcane tribulant, but he had his own method. His heartbeat accelerated and echoed like thunder. The sound of his heartbeat countered the sound of the drum, and he immediately regained the power to move. The moment he was able to move again, the fog sword was closing in. Wang Lin calmly let go of the wine jug in his right hand. He raised his right palm and the bone-like blade suddenly appeared. The blade gave off a cold aura, as if it came from the depths of hell. "Good, come." Wang Lin smiled and didn't even get up. He held up the blade and swept at the incoming fog sword. The sword and blade instantly collided, causing thunderous rumbles to echo. The fog sword trembled violently. Then countless cracks appeared on it and it collapsed. The killing intent from the sword seemed unwilling to back down and rushed forward to devour Wang Lin. At this moment, a killing intent far more powerful than the killing intent from the fog sword erupted from Wang Lin's body. It instantly devoured the killing intent from the fog sword and rushed into the sky. This killing intent seemed to have spirit, as it collapsed and retreated as if it didn't dare to face Wang Lin's killing intent. It then quickly dissipated. The first of the three internal arcane tribulants collapsed. As the killing intent scattered, the second shocking beat came from the drum in the sky. This sound was several times more intense than the one before, and it caused sound waves to spread out. It was like a war drum launching the sound to destroy the world. The moment the sound rang out, Wang Lin's body stood up for the first time. His left hand grabbed the wine jug he had released and he drank a mouthful. Then he charged into the sky. "I'll destroy this drum. Let's see what else the arcane tribulants have left after that." Wang Lin jumped off the scorpion temple and charged at the drum in the sky. The Yin blade in his hand gave off a cold aura. This cold aura seemed to be able to freeze anything and shouldn't be allowed to exist. The sound of the drum echoed, and as it echoed in Wang Lin's bones, countless shadows came out of the ripples created by the drum. Every single shadow wore red armor like blood celestial soldiers. Thousands of them appeared, and they charged at Wang Lin with powerful killing intent. This was the second of the three internal arcane tribulants, the blood shadow tribulant. The blood shadows formed by this tribulant were no weaker than arcane void cultivators and would not die. Even if they were destroyed, they could be born from the ripples once more. This endless cycle became a nightmare to anyone going through this tribulant. Most importantly, every time one of the shadows died, their strength would increase slightly. If it was delayed too long, they would be able to erase the cultivator going through the tribulant. Ordinarily, cultivators rarely faced these three internal arcane tribulants back to back. Most people would exit by force once they passed the first internal arcane tribulant. Then, after they had prepared sufficiently, they would come to try the blood shadow tribulant. The terrifying part of this tribulant was that it couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, not many could pass it. Wang Lin didn't know how others had passed the blood shadow tribulant, but he had his own method. As the thousands of blood shadows closed in, Wang Lin floated in the sky and a monstrous golden light shined from his eyes. Under this golden light, Wang Lin's gaze gave off a powerful suppression force. This came from the fragment of the sword the green-robed old man had fused into his eyes. Even the scorpion soul had been suppressed by this gaze, so there was no need to talk about the blood shadows. Wang Lin's gaze swept through the sky. All the blood shadows hit by gaze trembled and no longer dared to move. They revealed fear and felt as if heaven itself had descended upon them. The invisible pressure made it feel like they would be ruthlessly destroyed if they took even half a step forward. After his gaze swept by them, his cold voice echoed. "Scram!" His voice wasn't loud, but when it landed in the bodies of the thousands of blood shadows, it was like the might of the heavens. Their bodies trembled and the subconsciously retrated. They were illusions formed by the three internal arcane tribulants, so they didn't have much intelligence, but felt instinctive fear toward Wang Lin's gaze. They retreated thousands of feet and disappeared back into the ripples. People used various methods to pass this tribulant, but there had never been anyone who was able to do nothing but still scare the blood shadows to the point where they wouldn't even dare to step forward. As the blood shadows disappeared, Wang Lin rushed into the sky toward the giant drum. The drum was about to release the third beat. However, because it could be hit, Wang Lin closed in and raised the Yin blade. He chopped down on the giant drum. With this chop, Wang Lin's five-element true body and overlapping shadows appeared. They raised their right hands and the Yin blade appeared. 3 strikes followed Wang Lin's attack. When Wang Lin's Yin blade hit the drum, the third beat rang out. However, it was completely covered by the howl of the Yin blade and the rumble of the collision, so it couldn't be heard at all. The 3 blades from Wang Lin's five-element true body landed on the drum. From afar, it looked like 4 heaven-splitting blades had chopped down on the giant drum. Endless rumbles echoed as cracks appeared on the drum, and it collapsed. The drum scattered into countless pieces, creating a powerful storm. The third internal arcane turbulent hadn't even appeared when Wang Lin destroyed the root of the 3 internal arcane turbulents. After passing through 6 arcane turbulents, Wang Lin's expression became more serious and he was no longer as carefree as before. These 3 internal arcane turbulents were much more powerful than the previous 3. Wang Lin had to use the suppression eyes and the blade for these. According to his analysis, the last 3 turbulents would be far more powerful than the 3 internal arcane turbulents. They were the gap that blocked cultivators from reaching the void turbulent stage. Wang Lin landed on the tail of the scorpion and the blade slowly retracted into his hand. He looked at the sky and waited for the last 3 arcane turbulents to arrive. The green-robed old man had not only given Wang Lin the suppression eyes and the blade, but also the celestial vein formed by the hair of the celestial ancestor. This vein allowed Wang Lin to fuse celestial energy and ancient energy to a certain degree. That strand of hair contained dense celestial energy and could become Wang Lin's celestial bloodline. Although this hair couldn't perfectly make Wang Lin's celestial energy and ancient energy fuse, it had a certain effect. At least extremely pure celestial energy could flow through the vein formed by this strand of hair. This celestial energy would allow Wang Lin to use a treasure that made him almost invisible in the cave world. This treasure could threaten real early-stage void turbulent cultivators. At this moment, Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the sky, and he remained motionless. The sky became dark and the clouds scattered, but a moment later, a ghostly light came from the sky. This ghostly light contained a strange feeling, and it soon gathered to form a giant seal. This seal looked like a ghostly face, but it gave off the aura of the law of the world. It was as if its existence was part of how the world functioned. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he stared at the seal. When the seal appeared, it gave him a looming sense of crisis, but he didn't know how this crisis would reveal itself. This is the 7th turbulent. Wang Lin frowned and let out a cold snort. He was about to wave his hand to scatter this turbulent, but his expression changed. He sensed that something was wrong with his origin soul. His origin soul was originally very powerful and was sitting inside his body, but at this moment, it showed signs of withering. In one breath of time, his origin soul had withered rapidly. At this speed, it would only need 7 breaths for Wang Lin's origin soul to dissipate and for him to die. This sudden change shook Wang Lin's heart, and for the first time, he profoundly understood the terror of the arcane turbulence. If he wanted to delay the withering of his origin soul, he would have to devour a large amount of power of the world. Time was of the essence as Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth to inhale. The power of the world around him moved, but he could not devour it. The surrounding area was shrouded by the mysterious force from the arcane turbulent. Others could not enter, and not even the power of the world could enter. The second breath arrived and Wang Lin's origin soul withered even faster. What a good 7th turbulent! Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and charged at the seal in the sky. He raised his right hand and threw a punch as he closed in. With this punch, the ancient Tao shadow appeared behind Wang Lin and also threw a punch. However, this punch went through the seal and didn't damage it at all. The seal seemed to be only an illusion. It could be seen but not touched. With this punch, the third breath arrived and Wang Lin's origin soul withered once more. It had already withered down to almost half of its original size. Wang Lin's expression immediately became gloomy. This 7th turbulent was the first of the 3 soul turbulents. This turbulent was called the 10-breath soul withering turbulent. Many cultivators had died to this turbulent throughout the countless years. Their origin souls withered after 7 breath, leading to their death. This turbulent was very strange in that it killed silently, which also made it extremely terrifying. The seal in the sky was the key, but it couldn't be destroyed. It would remain there until the cultivator died. Then it would dissipate. Wang Lin stared at the seal in the sky and thoughts flashed through his mind. I underestimated this arcane turbulent. This turbulent is very interesting. It is withering my origin soul, and all the power of the world has been sealed, so I can't absorb it to replenish. This is the only way. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He couldn't absorb the power of the world within the area, but there was another extremely pure power of the world here. It was the scorpion soul. Without hesitation, Wang Lin moved when the fourth breath arrived. He raised his hand and pressed it down on the scorpion temple. The scorpion temple trembled. Wang Lin's hands seemed to contain a powerful suction force, and a miserable scream came from the temple. When the fifth breath arrived, a soul fog scattered from the temple and rushed toward Wang Lin's hands. It turned into power of the world and was absorbed into his body. The scorpion soul had been cut into 6 pieces by Wang Lin. He had absorbed 4 of them to reach the arcane void stage, while the last 2 pieces were hiding inside the scorpion temple. Normally, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to find, but along with the increase in his cultivation level and having absorbed the 4 pieces before, he had a connection with the scorpion. With this connection, he easily found the remaining 2 pieces of the scorpion soul and pulled them out. The scorpion soul was composed of dense power of the world. When Wang Lin absorbed it, his origin soul rapidly recovered. The 6th breath arrived and Wang Lin's origin soul withered once more. However, with the power from the scorpion soul it reached a balance. However, this wouldn't last for too long, and as time passed it would collapse. Unless Wang Lin could find even more power of the world to replenish his body. Most cultivators survived this turbulent by devouring pills and other things to resist this withering by force. If they could survive the first 7 breaths, they would only need to endure 3 more after to complete the 10 breaths of this turbulent. However, the last 3 breaths were even more terrifying than the previous 7. Even the most rich cultivators would find it difficult to survive. This was because the withering was much faster than the digestion of pills. Before they could even absorb enough form the pills, their origin soul would wither to nothing. Therefore, the quality of the pill was very important. Even with the best pill, surviving this turbulent was very difficult. A better pill would mostly provide one with a bit more confidence. This turbulent put the cultivator in a very passive state. They could do nothing but endure. Since ancient times, everyone could only endure it. Even Grand Empyreans did this. They could only endure this turbulent with large amounts of pills and the fear in their hearts. Even the 2 legendary 2 Grand Empyreans who passed through 9 arcane turbulents in a row had endured it. Once 10 breaths passed, this turbulent would dissipate on its own. When the 7th breath ruthlessly arrived, the balance in his origin soul collapsed. His origin soul rapidly withered, but his expression didn't change. During the time he managed to stall, he rapidly thought of a way to break this turbulent. If I want to endure it, then I must quickly find where the true soul of the green devil scorpion is suppressed. With the true soul of the green devil scorpion, it should be easy to pass this turbulent. But it will not be easy to absorb the suppressed true soul, and it would require time. I just don't know how long. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Turbulent is also a fortune. I still believe this. Although it is strange, it is only a turbulent after all. To wither my origin soul. I want to see if the withering force of this turbulent is stronger than my faith. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes released a powerful light of faith. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he saw through the key of passing this turbulent and knew how others had survived it. This method was extremely passive, allowing themselves to be controlled by the turbulent and survive like a dog. Wang Lin didn't want this kind of choice. I have enough faith, my origin soul also contains my faith. I want to see how this turbulent will destroy me with this faith. Wang Lin looked at the seal in the sky with determination. He had faced divine retribution many times in his life and no longer felt any awe toward it. He only felt the determination to rise above the heavens. When the 8th breath arrived, Wang Lin raised his head and his origin soul rapidly withered until only a trace remained. However, this trace contained his faith to never give up and his determination to revive Li Muan. This sliver of origin soul could not wither in the 8th breath. It continued to exist just like Wang Lin's determination. I believe my origin soul is immortal. I believe my existence is inextinguishable. I believe my life is in my own hands. The ninth breath passed and his body trembled. But his expression didn't change. The ninth breath carried with it the power to wither his entire origin soul and destroy him. However, that trace of origin soul containing his faith remained after the ninth breath passed. This was no longer an origin soul but the power of faith. The heavens and earth could erase all origin souls, but they could not destroy one's faith. If no faith remained, then that person's life would be at the hands of the heavens and earth. They could complain to the heavens, but in the end, it was their own doing, because they had given up their faith. But Wang Lin hadn't. His faith was like a raging fire. He looked at the seal in the sky with a gaze that could shock the heavens. I believe this turbulent will disappear. I believe I can revive one air. I believe I can step onto the peak of the world. Wang Lin roared at the sky, and his faith was heaven-shattering. The 10th breath descended with the power to destroy Wang Lin's faith. It was like an angry wave rushing to destroy his faith. But in the end, even after the 10th breath passed, Wang Lin's origin soul containing his faith still existed. Not only did it remain, but it suddenly erupted. The might of the heavens and earth can destroy my body, destroy my origin soul, destroy my soul, but it can't destroy my faith. Wang Lin roared and stepped into the sky. Compared to the world, he was like an ant, but he had an aura that could change the world erupting from this body. He charged at the seal in the sky, and when he got close, he raised his hand to rip the illusionary seal. With this, the illusionary seal took the impact of Wang Lin's faith and showed signs of becoming solid. Under Wang Lin's tearing, it suddenly collapsed. The moment the seal collapsed, Wang Lin's withered origin soul instantly recovered. In a flash, it reached a peak and became bigger once more. The 7th turbulent, the 10-breath soul withering turbulent, collapsed before Wang Lin. The moment the 7th turbulent collapsed, the world changed greatly. As light shined, the 2nd seal appeared in the sky. The 2nd seal was completely different from the one before. It was even more complex and gave off an endlessly ancient aura. The moment the seal appeared, the 8th turbulent, the life soul turbulent, appeared. The 10-breath life soul turbulent, the 2nd of the soul arcane turbulence, didn't damage the origin soul but lowered the lifespan of the origin soul. This turbulent would turn into the flow of time. A cultivator's lifespan was not endless, and they would eventually reach the end, just like the soul. The soul life turbulent lasted just a moment, but this moment could be millions of years or only hundreds of years. When the soul returned, the soul would die. 1,000,000 years in an instant. This turbulent is much more bizarre than the previous. It was not meant to kill the cultivator. Its purpose was to make the cultivator sacrifice lifespan willingly. This turbulent was closely related to the 9th turbulent. If someone could offer 100,000 years of lifespan, then the 9th turbulent will be extremely simple and one could easily pass it. However, very few people at the arcane void stage had more than 100,000 years of lifespan left. Unless one had great fortunes, it was impossible. But if one didn't sacrifice the lifespan, then the odds of surviving the 9th turbulent were only 10%. In the 8th turbulent, the cultivator had the initiative to decide for themselves how much lifespan to sacrifice. Generally, those that dared to enter the 8th turbulent had their own plans. They would calculate how much lifespan they needed to cultivate and then would painfully sacrifice the rest to increase their chance of passing the 9th turbulent. Your lifespan wouldn't increase after entering void turbulent, unless you became a Grand Empyrean. Otherwise, however much lifespan you had remaining after the sacrifice at the 8th turbulent was how much lifespan you would have left in the void turbulent stage. Unless you encountered another fortune, it could not be changed. Wang Lin looked at the 2nd seal in the sky. After he saw the seal, some extra thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts allowed Wang Lin to instantly understand the 8th turbulent through some mysterious methods. After understanding the 8th turbulent, Wang Lin thought about a lot of things. He didn't know how the 7-colored celestial sovereign had passed this turbulent, but he likely had another fortunate encounter. He also understood that what he thought before was wrong. Many cultivators that he saw that were stuck in the arcane turbulent stage were mostly stopped at the 8th turbulent. This tribulent didn't need to be passed. As long as one sacrificed to it, then they could withdraw. Even sacrificing 1 year would complete the 8th tribulent. However, passing the 9th tribulent would be even more difficult. Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time, and then his eyes lit up. He charged at the seal in the sky and closed in. He pressed his hand toward the seal. I sacrifice 1 year. As his words echoed, his body trembled. It was very weak and almost indiscernible. The seal before him slowly dissipated. The 8th tribulent disappeared. The moment the 8th tribulent scattered, Wang Lin could choose to leave, but he didn't. He looked up at the sky, waiting for the last tribulent to appear. If he could pass the last tribulent, he would break through arcane void and become a void tribulent powerhouse. Wang Lin took a deep breath and revealed a solemn expression. He had passed 8 arcane tribulents in a row and was going to face the 9th and final arcane tribulent. He raised his left hand and reached at the void. Golden light shined, and the Li Guang Bao that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared in Wang Lin's left hand. His right hand pulled the bowstring back into a full moon and, in a flash, the Li Guang arrow appeared. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. The 5-element true body behind him also raised its hand, and an illusory Li Guang Bao and arrow appeared. Thunder flashed between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and his thunder essence true body containing a destructive aura appeared behind the 5-element true body. It raised its left hand and pulled back its right hand. An illusory Li Guang Bao and arrow appeared in its hands as well. When he only sacrificed 1 year of life to the 8th tribulent, he made up his mind. He wasn't going to pass the 8th tribulent, he was going to destroy it. No matter how powerful this tribulent was, he would not consider it because he was going to destroy it. Simply passing the tribulent 8 times was not enough. Simply resisting the last one would not fit his character. Wang Lin had a hatred for these calamities from the heavens that he didn't even understand himself. This hatred manifested during the many times he had to face them in his life. If one looked for the root of this hatred, it started back on planet Suzaku in the cave world. When he held Li Muin as he let out a roar of anger and despair at the heavens. As Wang Lin pulled back the Li Guang Bao, celestial energy came from the vein formed by the hair of the celestial ancestor and rushed into the Li Guangbo. It caused the bao to shine brightly, and the golden light shrouded Wang Lin's figure. The golden light seemed to turn into a golden dragon. It roared at the sky and seemed like it was going to charge into the sky to destroy the world. At the same time, blue, red, and yellow light came from the Li Guang Bao in the hand of his 5-element essence true body. These 3 lights were the water, fire, and earth essences. The 3 different lights formed 3 different colored dragons. On Wang Lin's right, his thunder essence true body coldly stood there, and thunder covered the Li Guang Bao in its hand. The thunder lit up the world, and the 5th dragon appeared. The dragon that appeared was a thunder dragon covered in thunder, and it gave off a destructive aura. This aura suppressed the 5-element true body and even Wang Lin's original body. From afar, this was an extremely shocking scene. 5 dragons that could devour the heavens roared. In the sky, the last seal appeared. This was the 9th arcane tribulent. This tribulent was named Reincarnation, the last threshold preventing a cultivator from reaching the void tribulent stage. The moment the seal appeared, a powerful pressure that could change the world appeared. People would lose themselves inside the reincarnation cycle, unable to pull themselves out before they died. Tribulent destruction. Wang Lin let out a shocking roar. His voice penetrated the golden light around him and spread out in all directions. It entered the ears of all the Green Devil Continent cultivators that were shocked by everything they had just witnessed. Tribulent destruction. He went through 8 arcane tribulents in a row, and for the 9th arcane tribulent, he is not facing it, but rather destroying it. This kind of arrogant thing, this is something only Lord Green Devil could do. Their faces were pale and their hearts were shaken by those 2 words. Inside the golden light, Wang Lin's figure loosened the bowstring. The moment the bowstring was loosened, its dense celestial energy was rebounded onto the arrow. The arrow shot out with a thunderous howl. The arrow shot out after the howl. From afar, this was no longer an arrow, it was clearly a golden dragon. The howl was the roar of the dragon, and the golden arrow as the body of the dragon. The moment the arrow appeared, the world changed colors, the heavens retreated, and all living things were alarmed. The rising golden dragon carried an indescribable aura as it rushed into the sky. Behind it, Wang Lin's five-element true body moved its right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed as blue, red, and yellow dragons followed the golden dragon into the sky. Not just one, but a total of 4 dragons, for arrows shot into the sky. It wasn't only 4, but 5. Wang Lin's thunder essence true body on his right loosened its hand as well. A thunderous rumble that could destroy the world echoed as it loosened the bowstring. A thunder dragon rushed into the sky. This dragon contained the aura of destruction, the aura of restriction, and also the heavenly thunder that had fused together to form a power that could destroy all life. 5 dragons tearing the heavens. 5 arrows to seal the fate of the heavens. Wang Lin's golden arrow touched the 9th arcane tribulant's reincarnation seal and erupted its full power. The seal trembled as if it was going to collapse. Shortly after, the 3 arrows of the 5 elements arrived. The thunderous rumble was still echoing when 3 thunderous bangs suddenly rang out. The seal in the sky immediately showed signs of collapse, and large amounts of cracks appeared on it. These arrows should have been invisible, but they contained Wang Lin's faith, his hatred of the heavens, and his belief in destroying the heavens. His faith made this attack infinitely close to the faith spell of a Grand Empyrean, so it was able to solidify from nothing. The last arrow was the thunder arrow that carried a destructive arrow. It was not an arrow, but an arrow-shaped thunderbolt. It rumbled loudly as it closed in on the reincarnation seal and erupted its destructive force. This arrow only gave off a trace of the slaughter thunder, but just this sliver was enough to shake the heavens. The reincarnation seal trembled and suddenly collapsed into countless pieces that scattered everywhere. The sky seemed to collapse along with it. What collapsed with it was the Scorpion Temple under Wang Lin. The temple seemed to be unable to withstand such vibrations, and it collapsed into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. The Green Devil Scorpion Temple disintegrated. As it collapsed, the dust rushed into the air and hid Wang Lin's figure. A void tribulant aura that caused the world to tremble came from within the dust clouds. This void tribulant aura was extremely powerful and formed a vortex. This vortex caught the collapsing sky, collapsing earth, and the destructive force of the arcane tribulant. This vortex was at the centermost part of the Green Devil continent, where the Green Devil Scorpion Temple was. The more than a dozen Green Devil continent cultivators all revealed looks of awe. When the pressure from the arcane void dissipated, they quickly closed in. Greetings, Lord Green Devil. Congratulations on your resurrection, Lord Green Devil. The Green Devil continent cultivators were all extremely respectful as they bowed toward the collapsed Scorpion Temple now that the arcane tribulant pressure had disappeared. The void tribulant aura inside the storm was extremely strong as it raged. As the aura scattered, the world changed colors. It was as if heaven itself was avoiding it. Inside the storm there was a looming figure. This figure was slender and his long hair fluttered in the storm. The appearance of the figure couldn't be seen, but he released a powerful void tribulant aura. Although it was only the pressure of early-stage void tribulant cultivator, it caused the hearts of all the cultivators present to tremble. It was as if they weren't facing an early-stage void tribulant cultivator, but someone at the peak of void tribulant. The figure in the storm slowly walked out after a long time and slowly became clear. Wang Lin calmly looked at the sky. He felt that after he destroyed the 9th arcane tribulant, a barrier that had been suppressing his cultivation was destroyed. This allowed his cultivation level to grow until he reached void tribulant. Void tribulant. Wang Lin closed his eyes. In his body, there was a giant vortex that was rapidly rotating. This vortex gave off a terrifying aura, and with this aura, Wang Lin felt like he only needed to open his palm to hold the world. It was a wonderful feeling. A moment later, as the storm disappeared behind him, he suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his right hand, a popping sound echoed in his grasp. A terrifying power beyond early-stage void turbulent gathered in his hand. As he clenched his right hand, the earth below him rumbled and countless cracks spread. The pressure of his void turbulent cultivation suddenly spread out. The Green Devil continent cultivators immediately retreated and looked at Wang Lin suspiciously. They didn't feel the aura of the Green Devil scorpion coming from Wang Lin. At this moment, their expressions all changed. The feeling of void turbulent. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at his hand. When he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. After reaching void turbulent, the heaven-defying bead in his body began moving at full force. Suction force was about to spread out from his body and reach into the ground below. For the first time, Wang Lin clearly felt a fluctuation of consciousness from the heaven-defying bead. This fluctuation was filled with a strong desire. This fluctuation was not something Wang Lin could clearly feel before he reached the void turbulent stage. After his cultivation level increased, the heaven-defying bead seemed very different from before. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. After pondering a bit, he raised his right hand and threw a punch at the earth below. As his fist fell, it turned into a palm and landed on the earth. Countless cracks appeared on the earth, and the surface of the earth scattered. A destructive force erupted and entered the earth. As the earth collapsed, a giant pit tens of thousands of feet large appeared. In the blink of an eye, it reached the depths of the earth. The bottom of the Scorpion Temple was where the Green Devil Scorpion was being suppressed. At this moment, Wang Lin collapsed the ground and forcibly opened a path to where the Scorpion soul was sealed. The moment the earth was blown open, a roar that caused the Green Devil continent cultivators to tremble came from the pit. This roar was extremely fierce and was filled with endless resentment. As the howl echoed, large amounts of green fog charged out of the deep pit. This fog was like a pillar that shot into the air and quickly formed a giant green scorpion in the sky. The scorpion was about 100 feet large, and the moment it appeared, it cast a large shadow on the earth below. When the Green Devil continent cultivators saw this, they revealed looks of horror. Lord Green Devil. What has happened? The soul of Lord Green Devil has appeared. Then who is this person? Could it be that he isn't the resurrection of Lord Green Devil? The Green Devil continent cultivators had doubts in their hearts. After seeing the green fog turn into the giant scorpion, an unbelievable thought surfaced in their minds. Wang Lin. He is the Heavenly Bull Continent's Wang Lin. One of the cultivators from the Devil Dao sect said. More than 100 years ago, he was at the edge of the Green Devil continent and the Meng Earth continent and participated in the pursuit of Wang Lin. He had some hesitation in his heart, and at this moment, there was a rumble in his mind as he recognized Wang Lin. The Green Devil scorpion soul that came from the deep pit let out a violent hiss and its huge body flickered in the sky as it stared at Wang Lin. There were 4 seals on its body, head, tail, and front and back, emitting a suppression force. These 4 seals were made by the celestial ancestor to seal this soul and make it the power of the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin's body was extremely small before the green scorpion. However, he stood there with a cold gaze and gave off an aura that could suppress the scorpion soul. His white hair was draped over his shoulders. As the scorpion soul roared, he raised his hand and threw a punch. This punch contained Wang Lin's ancient Dao power and his void turbulent cultivation. It formed a heaven-shattering force that charged at the scorpion soul. A thunderous rumble suddenly echoed and the scorpion soul's body trembled and was pushed back as if it had been hit by a powerful wind. The scorpion soul looked like it was going to extinguish, but at this moment, the 4 seals flashed and offset the power of Wang Lin's punch. After being pushed back tens of thousands of feet, its body still remained. Roar! The scorpion soul's body trembled and charged toward Wang Lin once more. At this moment, a dark and gloomy divine sense echoed. All Green Devil continent cultivators. Kill this person. The moment the divine sense spread out, the expressions of the more than a dozen Green Devil continent cultivators changed. They all looked at Wang Lin and rushed towards him. The celestial ancestor seal is still so powerful after so many years. This shows how powerful the celestial ancestor was back then. Wang Lin coldly looked at the scorpion soul closing in on him. The heaven-defying bead was operating at full speed and seemed to have reached its limit. The desire from it became even more intense. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. He waved at the green devil scorpion and a flash of white light came from his hand. The heaven-defying bead appeared for the first time since he arrived on the immortal Asta continent. The moment the heaven-defying bead appeared, it released endless white light and lit up the area. The moment the scorpion soul saw the heaven-defying bead, it was startled for a moment, but immediately after, endless horror and fear filled its eyes. It let out a roar. Then its huge body stopped moving and retreated like crazy. White light. This is the white bead. Its look of fear and quickly retreat startled the cultivators that were charging in. Their gazes immediately gathered on the heaven-defying bead. Although the scorpion soul was retreating quickly, it was not as fast as the heaven-defying bead. The bead flew at an unimaginable speed and closed in on the giant scorpion soul. The four seals flickered as the bead penetrated them and directly entered the scorpion's soul. The moment it entered, a terrifying suction force came from the heaven-defying bead. The scorpion's soul, which was hundreds of thousands of feet large, rapidly shrank before everyone's eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In 3 breaths of time, the huge scorpion soul shrank like crazy until it was completely absorbed by the heaven-defying bead, leaving only the 4 seals of the celestial ancestor. Without the scorpion soul to suppress, the seals turned gray and dissipated into the world. This sudden change almost made the surrounding cultivators lose their wits. To them, Wang Lin was like a nightmare. They all scattered and desperately used their spells to escape as quickly as possible. Wang Lin didn't chase after them but stood there, looking at the heaven-defying bead that had absorbed the scorpion soul. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand and reached at the void. The heaven-defying bead immediately flew into Wang Lin's right palm. When Wang Lin grabbed the heaven-defying bead, his body trembled. He clearly felt that the heaven-defying bead had reached another level of completion and was going through a shocking change. After pondering a little, Wang Lin waved his left hand and a storm appeared around him. This storm was 1,000 kilometers wide and gave off a terrifying aura that stopped all life from entering. After setting up the protection, Wang Lin's divine sense rushed into the heaven-defying bead. He wanted to see what kind of change would happen to the heaven-defying bead after another completion. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense entered the heaven-defying bead, his vision became blurry. When he regained his vision, he was in an endless void, and there was a huge gate that seemed to connect the heavens and earth here. There was a green arm on the door that gave off a destructive aura. Heaven-defying gate. The same gate and same arm. Wang Lin had seen them several times. Whenever the heaven-defying bead reached a completion, this gate would appear. However, whenever he went in, he saw nothing but the vastness of space. The green arm contained a powerful force that stopped anyone from entering. Wang Lin stood outside the gate once more. Looking at the gate and the green arm, he silently pondered. Before the scorpion soul died, he said, "White bead, what does it mean?" Wang Lin pondered for a long time. His eyes lit up and then he slowly walked toward the gate. As he closed in on the gate, the green arm suddenly moved and charged at Wang Lin with a powerful pressure. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he didn't stop at all. He waved his right hand at the giant arm reaching toward him. The world trembled and the green arm was knocked hundreds of feet into the air by Wang Lin. The arm that made Wang Lin feel fear could not stop him at all after he reached the void turbulent stage. Wang Lin calmly walked toward the gate. His pace was not fast, but every step would cause thunderous rumbles to echo, as if his feet were going to break the void. When he was 7 steps from the gate, the green arm rushed toward Wang Lin once more. This time, a terrifying aura came from the arm, as if it would not give up unless it stopped Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't want to destroy this arm. He raised his head and pointed at the arm. "Stop!" The giant green arm stopped motionless in the air. Wang Lin calmly walked forward 7 steps forward and stood before the heaven-defying gate. He raised his left hand and pushed the gate open. With this push, the heaven-defying gate gave off a muffled rumble and a small gap opened. Although the gap seemed small, it was dozens of feet wide. After opening a gap, Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before he stepped into the gate. He completely stepped into the heaven-defying gate. This time, what appeared before Wang Lin was a world he had never seen before. There was a heaven and earth but no signs of life. There was just a mountain range and a tower that pierced the heavens. The tower was not solid but flickered between real and an illusionary. This place was not the same as what he saw when he was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This world was completely different from last time. It was as if everything before was just a fog. But now the fog was removed, allowing Wang Lin to get infinitely close to the real secret of the heaven-defying bead. Looking at the mysterious tower from afar, Wang Lin slowly walked forward. The mountain range slowly became an illusion and scattered before Wang Lin, allowing him to arrive before long. This tower was square and very thin. There were 4 skeletons sitting at the 4 corners. These 4 skeletons had existed for an unknown amount of time. 2 of them wore black robes and the other 2 wore white. They sat there motionlessly and gave off waves of death aura. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 4 skeletons. He looked at the 4 towers with confusion in his eyes. What was the heaven-defying bead? This problem had been with him for more than 2,000 years, almost 3,000 years now. He had fumbled through the heaven-defying gate several times, but only this time did he see the tower and the 4 skeletons under it. This tower had no door. Standing outside the tower, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. After a long time, his divine sense spread out toward the tower. The moment his divine sense touched the tower, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. Countless subtle sounds appeared in his mind, and because there were too many different sounds, it was extremely chaotic and he couldn't hear anything clearly. He vaguely heard the cry of a baby being born, the sigh of an old man dying, and a lot of chaotic sounds. These cries and gentle murmurs made Wang Lin feel like he was inside a large mortal city, hearing all the sounds in the city at once. In the end, the endless sound turned into a buzz that echoed in Wang Lin's heart and ears. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale. Even with his current cultivation level, he showed signs of not being able to bear it. It was as if his entire body would collapse if he continued. Just as he was about to collapse, a sharp cry of a baby echoed in Wang Lin's heart. This woke him up, making him to retreat more than 10 steps. His face was deathly pale. His mind trembled. He looked at the tower once more before he turned and flew off into the distance. A moment later, based on his connection, he found the soul of Wang Ping and Wang Ping's wife. Seeing his own flesh and blood, Wang Lin silently pondered. The sharp baby cry that had awakened him was a voice he was familiar with. It was when Wang Ping was still a resentful soul. It was the first sound he had heard from Wang Ping. That tower, what exactly is it? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion for a long, long time. He looked at the soul of his own flesh and blood and his eyes became soft and sad. He let out a sigh and left. He came to the mysterious space a second time, in front of the square tower. Looking up, he looked at the tower flickering between real and an illusion. The top of the tower was a blur. A moment later, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and took a few steps forward as his divine sense spread out. This time, his right fingernail extended like a sharp needle deep into his palm, but there was a layer of soft light that prevented it from piercing his flesh. However, this soft light was rapidly dissipating. At this moment, it would only take 10 breaths for the light to disappear completely. Then Wang Lin's sharp nail would pierce his flesh and send out intense pain. Time was of the essence. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to spread out his divine sense toward the tower. The moment his divine sense touched the tower, that mix of sounds entered Wang Lin's mind again. Wang Lin's body trembled and he felt like he had lost his mind. He was surrounded by that sound, making him like a lonely boat in the angry sea. The sounds were endless and they all mixed to form a buzzing sound. They echoed in Wang Lin's heart and he could not hear them clearly. Time slowly passed and Wang Lin's face became even more pale. His eyes were soulless. As his body trembled, the white light in his right hand gradually dissipated until the 9th breath. When the white light completely disappeared, the sharp nail pierced his palm and blood dripped down as pain spread through his body. Under this sudden pain, Wang Lin struggled and then suddenly became sober. The moment he became sober, he seemed to hear a voice looming among the mix of sounds, and it became clear for a moment. Missing one. When he heard this, Wang Lin retreated more than 1,000 feet. During those short 10 breaths, he had experienced a life-or-death crisis. If not for the baby's cry the first time and his preparation the second time, he would have lost himself in that noise. Staring at the tower, Wang Lin revealed a rare sense of dread. Even now, he still didn't understand what the tower that appeared inside the heaven-defying bead was, and what the voice he heard the moment he became sober. Missing one. What does it mean? Wang Lin silently pondered. A moment later, he looked at the tower and then left. On the Green Devil continent, where the Scorpion Temple was, the area was now covered by a storm. A white-haired young man was standing there, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. The moment his eyes opened, there was still deep dread in them. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the heaven-defying bead that was fusing into his palm. He had a complicated expression. You? What exactly are you? As Wang Lin muttered, the heaven-defying bead disappeared into his body. It remained invisible inside his soul. My divine sense is still not strong enough. Far from enough. One day, I'll be able to suppress the noise and hear the hidden words to learn the deepest secret of the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suppressed his confusion about the heaven-defying bead. He had the bead for nearly 3,000 years, and he had the patience to keep waiting to unlock all the answers. He had a faint feeling that because he could see the tower, he was very close to the secret of the bead. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold gaze and looked into the distance. That was the direction of the Devil Dao sect. Devil Dao sect. Back then, I made a promise to destroy the entire Devil Dao sect and its Dao. To make it so that there will no longer be a Devil Dao sect on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and the storm around him rotated even faster, forming a black tornado. Carried Wang Lin into the distance. The Devil Dao sect's calamity had arrived. The Devil Dao sect was in the northwest part of the Green Devil continent and was built on a swamp. It was one of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the eastern continent, which meant they had the power of a peak late-stage void turbulent cultivator. Only with this kind of strength could a sect become famous on such a landmass as the eastern continent. On the immortal astral continent, anyone who had stepped into the void turbulent stage could be considered an exalt. Even late-stage void turbulent cultivators were considered exalts. Only those that were infinitely close to peak void turbulent but weren't able to cross the gap could be called golden exalts. If one could break through into peak void turbulent, then they would become a false Empyrean exalt or just be called Empyrean exalt. Even Grand Empyreans paid attention to these cultivators. Not only would the Grand Empyreans be courteous, they would also spend a lot of effort to pull them to their side. After all, Empyrean exalts were the strongest people under Grand Empyrean. There were conflicts between Grand Empyreans, but they wouldn't act personally. After all, if they were to fight, the consequence would be too heavy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Grand Empyreans wouldn't fight each other. Back then, Dao Yi and Shen Luo were battling over territory. However, neither of them could do much to the other. As a result, conflicts between Grand Empyreans depended on the number and the power of the Empyrean exalts under them. It can be said that an Empyrean exalt could obtain unimaginable glory and status on the immortal astral continent. They would obtain the attention and care of a Grand Empyrean. Rumor had it that the reason Empyrean exalts were called false Empyrean exalts was because there was another layer between Empyrean exalt and Grand Empyrean. This realm was called Ascendant Empyrean. Cultivators at this level had exceeded peak void turbulent and were extremely rare even under Grand Empyreans. Since ancient times, not many cultivators could reach Empyrean exalt. Even fewer were able to ascend past Empyrean exalt and reach Ascendant Empyrean. Rumor has it that the Great Soul Sect's Luo Yunhai was an ascendant Empyrean, and that's why he dared to challenge Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. However, this person was simply too arrogant, and there was some unknown conflict between them that forced Grand Empyrean Dao Yi to kill him. However, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi allowed his soul to return to the Great Soul Sect before Grand Empyrean Dao Yi admired his talent. Since the birth of the Heavenly Bull Continent, outsiders only knew of this one ascendant Empyrean that had appeared there. Golden Exalt, Empyrean Exalt, Ascendant Empyrean, Grand Empyrean. 4 different titles represented 4 different peaks of power. The Great Soul Sect had old ancestor Green Bull and an ascendant Empyrean called Luo Yunhai who had dared to challenge a Grand Empyrean. Although this was a long time ago, his fame still existed today. Esteemed Green Bull was a golden exalt and he had an essence true body. Along with the Great Soul Sect's mysterious spells, the Great Soul Sect was one of the 9 sects and 13 factions, and they were ranked high up. As for the Guei sect, they had no golden exalt. Even the sect master was only a late-stage void tribulent cultivator. There was a heavenly gap that he couldn't cross between him and a peak late-stage void tribulent cultivator. Although that was the case, the Guei sect had more than 5 people at the late stage of void tribulent, and they held important positions. The sect had also inherited a famous suit of ancient armor. A late-stage void tribulent exalt wearing this armor could increase their power greatly. If they were to sacrifice life force, they could that release power to battle against a golden exalt. It was the existence of this armor that put the sect in an awkward position. Due to the fact that life force needed to be sacrificed, the armor couldn't be worn more than 3 times. After 3 uses, one would die. However, the Guei sect had 5 people who could wear the armor, which made them qualified to become one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. As for the Devil Dao sect, their sect master was a peak late-stage void tribulent golden exalt. His powerful cultivation made him famous across the eastern continent. However, compared to esteemed Green Bull, although both were golden exalts, esteemed Green Bull had his essence true body. So the Devil Dao sect's sect master was not his match. However, the Devil Dao sect was not weak among the 9 sects and 13 factions. Aside from the golden exalt sect master, they had 4 void tribulent exalts, but most importantly, they still had an ancestor outside the sect. The Devil Dao sect's ancestor was an Empyrean exalt. He didn't care about the sect and didn't worship the Green Devil Scorpion Temple. He only cared about his own cultivation, and 13,000 years ago, he was recruited by Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. With an ancestor like this, the Devil Dao sect had become famous across the eastern continent and held the leadership position in the Green Devil continent. However, this ancestor's loyalty to the Devil Dao sect had weakened greatly as his cultivation level increased. He wouldn't care about small battles and it didn't matter how many people died, as long as their Dao root remained. But if someone wanted to destroy the Devil Dao sect's Dao root, then for his own face, he would pursue this matter. All of this was recorded on the tortoise shell map old ancestor Green Bull had given Wang Lin. In the eastern continent, there are only 7 Empyrean exalts remaining. I wonder, with my current cultivation level, what cultivation level will I reach if I use the Heavenly Bull Soul Armor? As the storm swept forward, Wang Lin stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes shining. I can ignore golden exalts, Empyrean exalts. I haven't battled any, but I really want to. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered. He waved his sleeve and his clothes covered his head. From afar, Wang Lin seemed to be wearing a white robe that covered his face and even his white hair. He gave off a mysterious and ancient aura. The Devil Dao sect was covered in a mass of fog that made it impossible to see inside. The Devil Dao sect used to have more than 100,000 disciples. However, after more than 100 years of war, there were only 30,000 people left, but their power hadn't decreased much. The 4 late-stage void tribulent cultivators were still alive. 2 were in the Heavenly Bull continent, managing the battlefield, while 2 remained guarding the sect. The Devil Dao sect's sect master had gone into closed-door cultivation more than 100 years ago. He seemed to be attempting to reach Empyrean Exalt and still hadn't come out. Due to the Devil Dao sect missing many cultivators, the sect formation was still active in order to protect the sect and prevent any accidents. The entire Devil Dao sect was inside this fog, and it was built upon a large swamp. They had brought mountains to fill in the swamp to create these celestial mountains. They had turned the stones they obtained into slabs and placed them on the swamp so the disciples could walk on the swamp like flat ground. The Devil Dao sect was very large. From afar, it was impossible to see the edge. The mountains and pavilions formed an array that surrounded the core of the sect. The center of the sect was not a swamp, but a lake. The lake was very clear, enough to see the bottom. There were ripples inside the lake as if a celestial beast lived inside. There was a small island at the center of the lake. That was the place the Devil Dao sect's sect master would go for closed-door cultivation and where the sect stored their spells. Outside the Devil Dao sect, Wang Lin calmly stood in the sky outside the fog. The white robe around him covered his face but could not cover the coldness in his eyes. He stared at the Devil Dao sect, and the coldness in his eyes turned into killing intent. It has been a long time since I destroyed the Dao root of a sect and wiped out an entire sect, Wang Lin muttered. Although Wang Lin had spent his life in slaughter, he didn't like slaughter. In fact, as his cultivation level increased, unless he was forced to or was put into a life or death situation, he rarely killed. However, he was filled with killing intent right now. First, at the border of the Meng Earth continent, the entire Devil Dao sect had gone to stop Wang Lin from peacefully leaving. They all charged at him as if they were crazy. While they hunted him, they threw out those heads. Although Wang Lin felt no connection to those heads, they were cultivators that had fought alongside at him the extreme sky prairie. They had died because of Wang Lin. Seeing how the Devil Dao sect had thrown their heads at him, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He could see the miserable expressions and eyes filled with despair from those heads. And he heard that vicious voice echoing. Don't you like human heads? This is the first gift my Dao Devil sect is giving you. I like human heads. I indeed like them. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with monstrous killing intent. Being captured by the Devil Dao sect's sect master, and the suffering he had experienced in the Scorpion Temple couldn't be repaid by killing one person. Since the entire Devil Dao sect came to stop him back then, he would destroy the entire Devil Dao sect today. No matter what cultivation level, no one can escape. If you want to blame anything, blame that you are part of the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin had a monstrous killing intent, but he didn't casually reveal it. However, when he did, the killing intent was heaven-shattering. He raised his right hand and waved at the Devil Dao sect in the distance. A sea of fire appeared and turned into 99 fire dragons. They circled the Devil Dao sect and completely sealed it. Shortly after, thunder appeared, forming a net. It entered the seal of fire to form a tight barrier. After the thunder, a large amount of restrictions appeared, causing the thunder and fire to fuse together to form a powerful seal and suppression. After doing all of this, Wang Lin raised his head and walked toward the Devil Dao sect. Each of his steps caused a thunderous rumble to echo across the world. A monstrous killing intent came from Wang Lin's body and closed in on the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin's actions looked very flashy, but with his current power, he silently finished it all in an instant. At this moment he calmly walked toward the fog and without any pause walked into the formation. The moment he entered the formation, a thunderous rumble echoed through the world and into the Devil Dao sect. Most of the more than 30,000 cultivators were in cultivation. When the thunderous rumble echoed, their expressions changed greatly. They quickly flew out and looked at the sky. The fog in the sky was rumbling violently, and there seemed to be 18 shadows surrounding one person. As they attacked, thunderous rumbles echoed. Enemy attack! All third-step cultivators. Set formation. An anxious voice came from a mountain in the northern part of the sect. Soon, a red cloud closed in, and there was a red-robed, middle-aged man inside. When he appeared, he immediately waved his sleeves. The red clouds around him flew into the fog in the sky. At the same time, dozens of rays of light flew out from the Devil Dao sect. Every ray of light was a third-step cultivator. There were men and women among them, and they all had serious expressions. After they appeared, they entered the fog to preside over the formation and prevent outsiders from entering. Shortly after, a ray of golden light came from the southern part of the Devil Dao sect. The golden light turned into an old man beside the red-robed man. He looked at the sky gloomily and his eyes revealed a cold gaze. "You dare to break into my Devil Dao sect's sect protection formation? This old man wants to see who dares to be so bold." With that he charged into the fog in the sky. In the fog, Wang Lin was covered in his white robe and slowly walked forward. Before him, 18 figures roared and rushed towards him. They each gave off a terrifying aura. As the 18 shadows closed in, Wang Lin revealed a cold gaze under the robe. He raised his right hand and waved. Wang Lin calmly said, "Heaven ripping!" The moment his words echoed, the clear sky above the Devil Dao sect released a thunderous rumble. As the thunderous rumble echoed, a large rift appeared in the sky. 2 giant arms tore open the rift and reached out. These 2 arms were very large, as if several mountains had fused together to form them. After the arms came out of the rift, they reached toward the fog surrounding the Devil Dao sect. The fog originally wasn't solid, but after being grabbed by the 2 arms, the fog seemed to take solid form and was held in place. The moment the 2 giant arms grabbed the fog, they mercilessly ripped it apart. This caused a thunderous rumble to echo across the world. The fog was torn in half by the 2 giant arms above the Devil Dao sect. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The fog that was torn in half was pushed to the side by the giant arms. This allowed the residual sunlight to shine on the Devil Dao sect that no longer had any protection. This scene was witnessed by the more than 30,000 cultivators of the Devil Dao sect. They all stared at this dumbfoundedly. Their hearts were shaking and they were scared out of their wits. From the day the formation was created, it wasn't that no one had ever attacked it. It had been destroyed several times before, but it was never destroyed in such a shocking way that made everyone's scalps tingle. The moment the fog formation was torn apart by the arms, miserable screams came from the 2 groups of fog. The dozens of third-step cultivators that had entered the fog all rushed out and all coughed out blood. Some of their bodies directly exploded into piles of flesh and blood. It was obvious they couldn't withstand the power of those 2 giant arms. There was also the golden-robed old man that had charged into the fog. He also escaped from the fog in a sorry state. He looked at the sky with fear in his eyes. He knew how powerful the formation was. This formation was powerful enough to block the full power of a golden exalt, but at this moment it was so easily torn in half. The meaning of this scene caused the golden-robed old man to tremble. What is his cultivation level? As the scattered sunlight descended, there was a white-robed figure silently standing there. There was a cold gaze hidden under the robe that stared at the more than 30,000 shocked cultivators of the Devil Dao sect. The robbed old man suppressed his trembling body and roared, "Who are you, sir? Why did you break into my Devil Dao sect and destroy our sect formation? My Devil Dao sect is one of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent, and we have an Empyrean Exalt ancestor. Sir, you hid your face and rushed in here. Who do you have a grudge against?" Aside from the old man, the red-robed middle-aged man's heart also trembled. Although he was at the late stage of void turbulent, but even he could not break through the fog formation, much less destroy it in such a shocking manner. If the 2 of them were like this, there was no need to talk about the dozens of third-step cultivators that had barely escaped death. They all looked at Wang Lin with fear in their eyes. The more than 30,000 cultivators of the Devil Dao sect all seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. As they stared at the sky, fear filled their bodies and they began to tremble. "Did you forget me? But I still remember you." Wang Lin stood in the sky and his gaze swept the crowd below before landing on the island in the distant lake. After Wang Lin spoke, he waved his right hand and lifted the robe covering his face, revealing his white hair and cold face. He looked below. "It has only been 100 years. You all should remember the slaughter near the Meng Earth continent. Do you recognize me now?" The moment Wang Lin lifted the robe, the eyes of the golden-robed old man were filled with disbelief. Wang Lin! He immediately recognized Wang Lin. He could not forget the shocking slaughter at the border of the Meng Earth continent. The Devil Dao sect had sent a large amount of cultivators, and most of them had been killed by him. If not for the sect master acting in the end, it would have been very difficult to capture this person. It's him! The red-robed, middle-aged man gasped and also recognized Wang Lin. He had participated in the battle back then. He had seen how powerful Wang Lin was when he became crazy. He had watched Wang Lin kill his fellow sect members and seen the monstrous killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin! It's him! Wasn't he captured by the sect master more than 100 years ago and sent to the Scorpion Temple? He isn't dead. It's actually him. Back then, at the edge of the Meng Earth continent, he slaughtered a river of blood. My Devil Dao sect sent out a large number of cultivators, and even the sect master acted to capture him. The two late-stage void turbulent cultivators weren't the only two who recognized him. Some of the dozens of third-step cultivators recognized him too. The ones who recognized him were people who had participated in that battle. Back then I said. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and raised his right hand. Intense pain came from his right hand, and his right hand gave off a powerful Yin aura. If I escape, Wang Lin muttered as the tip of the Yin blade extended out from this palm. I'll make the Devil Dao sect. The Yin blade rapidly grew longer, but this wasn't the end. It kept growing. Disappear from the immortal astral continent. The entire sect will be destroyed and its name will disappear. The Yin blade was nearly 30 feet long and was even taller than Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and the sun shined on the blade, making it off a cold white light. A monstrous Yin energy surrounded Wang Lin. The moment the Yin blade appeared, Wang Lin charged down at the cultivators below. His speed was faster than lightning. He didn't need to use any great spells, as he was going to use this blade to slaughter the entire sect. This way he could rebuild the Tower of Heads. The expression of the golden-robed old man changed greatly. He felt a terrifying aura from Wang Lin's body and had a feeling that made his heart tremble. However, he could not back down. As a late-stage void turbulent cultivator of the Devil Dao sect, he could not escape this battle. At this moment, he let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin with the red-robed middle-aged man. The two teamed up to resist Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's current strength, he didn't need to wear the soul armor to threaten late-stage void turbulent cultivators. As the two late-stage void turbulent cultivators closed in, Wang Lin's Yin blade chopped down. Kill! A shocking roar came from his mouth. Kill! Behind him, his five-element true body appeared and also raised its Yin blade. For the first time, it also let out the same roar as Wang Lin. Kill! Behind the five-element true body stood the Thunder Essence true body. The Thunder Yin blade rose into the air and the third roar echoed. The three roars of kill, echoing forming a shocking sound wave. This sound replaced all other sounds in the world and shook the hearts of all the cultivators in the Devil Dao sect. It also caused all their attention to gather on the three rapidly approaching figures under the sun. As Wang Lin tore open the Devil Dao sect's protection and raised the Yin blade, the war in the Heavenly Bull continent was reaching its peak. The war that had lasted more than 100 years had spread even further as time passed. Tens of millions of kilometers of area was engulfed in war. This war had affected most of the Heavenly Bull continent. A large amounts of Green Devil continent cultivators had crossed the Empty Pill Sea and entered the Heavenly Bull continent under the leadership of third-step cultivators and even exalts. The many layers of protection of the Heavenly Bull continent had collapsed, and they had slaughtered into the core. The Green Devil continent cultivators had formed two armies, and had surrounded the Guei sect and Great Soul sect for this final battle. Two of the three golden exalt ancestors of the Green Devil continent were gathered outside the Great Soul sect. As for the Guei sect, there were many exalts leading the Green Devil continent cultivators on a slaughter. This battle had lasted for only 100 years, but its intensity was unprecedented. Countless cultivators from both continents had died. Third-step cultivators had fallen, exalts had fallen, and too many ordinary cultivators had fallen. However, during this war between the two continents, some nameless people shined like stars and became famous across both continents, or those already famous had become even more powerful in this war. On the Heavenly Bull continent side, Yunifeng was such a person. He had killed many Green Devil Conscient cultivators and reached a high cultivation level with the 8-blade soul slicer to make himself famous. Several months ago, he left the Scorpion Temple and returned to the Heavenly Bull continent to participate in this final battle. Aside from him, Tang Jia and Edgecloud had also become famous due to the Heavenly Bull soul armor. Several people from the Great Soul Sect had risen as well and become the brightest lights beside the old ancestor. The Green Devil continent also had cultivators like Void Cloud, who Wang Lin had killed twice. His original body was still in the Heavenly Bull continent, as Wang Lin had only killed his avatars. Void Cloud's sword cultivation was extraordinary and had caught the attention of everyone here. Under Void Cloud there were several more people, and along with the people who rose up in the Heavenly Bull continent, these less than 20 people were now the leaders of this war. It was as if the purpose of this battle was to highlight the glory of these less than 20 cultivators. This war continued to be carried out by the Great Soul Sect and the Guei sect. The 16 cultivators from both sides released their full power, as if the battlefield was a stage for them to perform on. Wang Lin was still inside the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin didn't want to show himself, he just wanted revenge. But by doing this, he was revealing his own light. If anyone was paying attention to the war between the two continents, they would definitely not ignore Wang Lin. What Wang Lin was doing was not something those 16 geniuses could compare to. He completely suppressed them. He leaped into the air and raised the Yin blade in his hand. Behind him, the 5-element True Body and the Thunder Essence True Body also raised their Yin blades and chopped down on the incoming golden-robed old man and the red-robed man. The 3 figures were brilliant under the sun and instantly closed in. 3 heaven-shattering roars replaced all sound in the world and absorbed the full attention of the 30,000 cultivators below. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. This battle would make Wang Lin famous on the Immortal Astral Continent. This battle would make Wang Lin's name rise on the Immortal Astral Continent. Fighting 2 void tribulent exalts alone was enough to shock anyone. They were true void tribulent exalts, and although they might have never become golden exalts, they were still terrifying void tribulent exalts that everyone looked up to. Any one of them was far more powerful than the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Any of them could have killed the 7-colored celestial sovereign as easily as taking something out of their pockets. Today, both of them were attacking at once, so how could this battle not shock everyone? The Yin blade swept down and instantly closed in on the golden-robed man. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the blade covered in Yin energy collided with the golden-robed old man. The golden-robed old man let out a shocking roar. His hands formed seals and then he threw out all his treasures. All of these treasures gave off powerful auras, and at the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. He casted the strongest spell he had as a void tribulent cultivator. Golden Metal Dao. As he roared, a golden light surrounded him, forming a protective layer around him. He looked like a battle celestial that had to be respected. Great power devil. A second roar came from the golden light. Black gas appeared and surrounded the golden light to form an even larger devil god. The devil god looked fierce and wore an armor made of black fog that gave off a destructive aura, as if it could destroy the world. It formed a fist, which caused popping sounds to echo, and collided with Wang Lin's Yin blade. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Wang Lin's Yin blade collided with the devil god. Wang Lin's Yin blade contained his full cultivation, so it cut into the hand of the devil god like he was cutting through paper. There was no resistance as the blade cut through all treasures, through the arm of the devil god, and through the body of the devil god, landing on the golden body of the golden-robed old man. The golden light trembled and the old man inside coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face became pale and his eyes were filled with fear. The devil god around him was cut in half by Wang Lin's blade like it couldn't resist at all. The devil god collapsed and the golden light trembled. Wang Lin's 5-element true body closed in with its Yin blade and chopped down on the golden light around the old man. The golden light trembled and erupted with the sound of a mirror collapsing. The light shattered into countless pieces, revealing the golden-robed old man, who was filled with despair. The fear and horror in the golden-robed old man's eyes were replaced by a thunder-een blade. Thunder rumbled as Wang Lin's thunder essence chopped down with its een blade. With this chop, the thunder-een blade moved at an unimaginable speed across the old man's neck. Blood sprayed out as the old man's head was cut off and his origin soul collapsed to the blade. A void turbulent exalt died like this. All of this happened too fast for the 30,000 Devil Dao sect members to react. The elder that they respected, who had heaven-piercing power, had his head cut off and body turned into a mist of blood. The moment the old man died, the red-robed man closed in. His face had turned pale and his pupils shrank. He was scared out of his wits, and without hesitation, he retreated like crazy, trying to leave. At this moment, he didn't care about the Devil Dao sect. Nothing was more important than his own life. However, thinking about escaping now was too late. In truth, the moment Wang Lin ripped open the fog formation, escape was no longer an option for the cultivators here. Wang Lin turned and his eyes erupted a dazzling golden light. This golden light came from the fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword. The golden light shot straight toward the escaping red-robed man. Although this man was a void turbulent exalt, he was still going to be suppressed by Wang Lin's eyes. When his gaze swept past the red-robed man, the red-robed man's heart trembled as if a sword had pierced his heart. At this moment, Wang Lin raised his left hand and waved. The entire Devil Dao sect sky darkened. Then a giant palm appeared in the sky and smashed down toward the earth. This palm had 9 fingers. This scene caused the red-robed old man to let out a miserable scream. He retreated like crazy as he formed seal and used all his spells. At the same time, the 30,000 cultivators below scattered like crazy to leave the shadow of the palm print. However, the giant 9-fingered palm covered most of the Devil Dao sect. There wasn't just one palm. After it, 2 more giant palms followed. One came from the 5-element true body, while the second came from the thunder essence true body. 3 palm prints filled with destructive aura closed in on the red-robed man. The man's body was covered in a large amount of red fog. The fog turned into 2 huge arms and rose up as if they were going to support the sky. The 2 arms formed by the red fog seemed to contain endless power and had killed countless cultivators to make him famous. However, facing Wang Lin's palm, they were destroyed like withered wood. The moment the 2 arms touched the palm print, they immediately collapsed. The first palm print rapidly descended and touched the red fog around the red-robed man. The fog scattered and the red-robed man inside roared and bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. He raised his arms to collide with the palm print once more. Devil Dao blood body. The red-robed man's expression was fierce and revealed a hint of madness. Blood erupted from the 36,000 pores on his body and covered him to form a blood body. There was an extremely pure Devil Dao aura coming from his blood body. His left hand contained Dao and his right hand contained Devil. When his arms pushed out, the first palm print collapsed before him. When the palm print collapsed, the red-robed man coughed out blood, but the blood was immediately absorbed by him. He retreated several steps and the second palm print landed. The red-robed man's hair was scattered and he seemed to have lost his mind. The only thing that remained was his unwillingness to die and a sense of madness. His legs began to rapidly wither and his blood and flesh began to move. All of his flesh and essences seemed to gather in his arms. His arms suddenly expanded several folds, making for an extremely shocking sight. Wang Lin had seen Big Head use this kind of spell before, but it was not nearly as amazing as the red-robed man's. Not only did his legs wither, but even his body withered. All the flesh and blood gathered in his arms and smashed into the second palm print in the sky. Thunderous rumbles shook the world. The second palm print created by the 5-element true body collided with the red-robed man. The palm print collapsed and the red-robed man's body trembled. He continued to step back, and his left arm exploded into a mist of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. When the third palm print closed in, he let out the last roar of his life. He knew he could not escape, but he wanted to fight. In a flash, he rushed into the sky toward the third palm print. His soul began to burn and his origin soul gave off a destructive aura. At this moment of life or death, he decided to burn his life in exchange for a surge in power. His cultivation level increased from void tribulent exalt like crazy as he burned his life force. When the third palm print closed in, his cultivation leaped into golden exalt. The moment he became a golden exalt, the third palm print collided with him and a thunderous rumble echoed. The thunder palm print collapsed, but this was just ordinary thunder, not slaughter thunder. After the palm print scattered, the red-robed man had a crazed look. His body was a bloody mess, but he didn't die. He stared at Wang Lin and knew he only had 10 breaths left to live. After 10 breaths he would die, and Wang Lin wouldn't have to do anything. However, the only thought in his mind was that death was the price for 10 breaths of golden exalt strength to kill Wang Lin, who had forced him into this situation. Without hesitation, he charged at Wang Lin. Die! He let out a fierce roar filled with killing intent, and he closed in on Wang Lin on the second breath. Wang Lin didn't dodge, he just coldly looked at the red-robed man. You're qualified for me to use 70% of my power. Wang Lin muttered as the red-robed man closed in. He raised his right hand and the Yin blade retracted. His eyes lit up and his 5-element true body and thunder essence true body fused with him. Then he threw a punch at the red-robed man. This punch was 70% of Wang Lin's power. This punch was a fusion of his ancient Tao and void tribulent cultivation, with the celestial vein releasing 70% of its power. The punch looked powerless, but it caused the world to change colors and tremble. The void between the two of them distorted and ripples echoed. Wang Lin's punch seemed to exceed time and space as it landed on the red-robed man's chest. The golden exalt red-robed man's body trembled. He revealed a bitter smile as his body exploded. He still had 7 more breaths of golden exalt strength, but there was no need to spend that time. The moment he died, the red-robed man clearly knew how strong Wang Lin was. He was not Wang Lin's match. Even though he had burned his soul and life, he was still not Wang Lin's match. Is this golden exalt? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. He had only used 70% of his power, but he felt how powerful golden exalts were. When the red-robed man died, the 30,000 cultivators and dozens of third-step cultivators scattered to escape. However, Wang Lin had already sealed the Devil Dao sect, so they couldn't escape. Wang Lin stood there with a cold gaze. He looked at the lake at the center of the sect and the island on the lake. You still won't show yourself. Wang Lin's words echoed like thunder, but no sound came from the lake. Are you attempting to break through? I'll give you the chance. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and he appeared next to a third-step cultivator of the Devil Dao sect. His finger swiped by and a head flew off. You all shouldn't have joined the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin turned and stepped away. He appeared before another third-step cultivator, and as that person howled, his finger pierced that person's forehead. At the same time, the seal around the Devil Dao sect rumbled. The seal around the sect rapidly shrank. Any Devil Dao sect cultivator that touched the seal died. Since Wang Lin said he was going to destroy the sect, he was going to destroy the sect. Not a single member would be allowed to escape. Wang Lin indifferently moved and killed those dozens of third-step cultivators one by one. He stood at the edge of the half-empty lake and looked at the island. Screams entered his ears as large amounts of the 30,000 Devil Dao sect cultivators died. These miserable screams continued to echo across the world. They entered Wang Lin's ears and also the heart of the Devil Dao sect's sect master, who was still in closed-door cultivation. The Devil Dao sect's sect master's expression was distorted. His eyes were red, but he continued to endure. He didn't dare to leave. He didn't dare. He had watched Wang Lin kill the golden-robed old man and saw the red-robed man sacrifice his own life to reach golden exalt cultivation. However, what made him tremble was Wang Lin's punch. That simple-looking punch had instantly killed a golden exalt. The Devil Dao sect's sect master had divinated thousands of times to see if he could survive that punch. After doing so more than 1,000 times, he died 50% of the time. However, this was only 70% of Wang Lin's power. Once Wang Lin used full power, the consequences were very clear. What's more, the Devil Dao Sect's sect master clearly knew that Wang Lin still had the Heavenly Bull Soul armor. Wang Lin hadn't even used the armor yet. I can't go out. I have already reported the matter here to the old ancestor. I don't know if he can rush back. The screams from outside made his heart ache, but his expression soon became cold. So what if they die? Even if the entire Devil Dao Sect dies, as long as I'm still alive, it can be rebuilt. The more death and destruction there is, the more likely it is to anger the old ancestor. And I also have a backup plan. The agreement between me and the Great Soul Sect's esteemed Green Bull has come to an end. The final battle must be happening right now. The two continents have been acting out this play for tens of thousands of years. In the last 100 years, we made it even more real by sacrificing large amounts of cultivators. Using this price, we must be able to attract the attention of the royal family. The celestial emperor that came out of closed-door cultivation more than 100 years ago must have noticed. An imperial edict will be sent. The Devil Dao Sect's sect master was enduring the screams from outside when his eyes became cold. Outside, Wang Lin looked at the lake and saw the shadow moving under the water. The rapidly contracting seal had killed most of the Devil Dao Sect cultivators and destroyed a large amount of buildings, leaving the sect in ruins. It was condensing toward the center of the lake. At this moment, on the Heavenly Bull continent, a big event occurred. The Guei sect was surrounded by countless Green Devil continent cultivators. They began a crazed slaughter in an attempt to open the Guei sect formation. Both sides had 7 or 8 geniuses that had risen up, and the two armies fought regardless of death. All the Void Tribulent cultivators, including the sect master and the several Void Tribulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent, all raised their heads to look at the sky. At this moment, the sky was covered by a monstrous, golden light. Under this golden light, all the cultivators inside and outside the Guei sect stopped fighting and looked at the sky in horror. A wave of endless pressure came from the sky and descended. A golden figure calmly stood inside the golden light and looked down. Heavenly Bull Continent, Green Devil Continent, all members of the Celestial Clan, accept this edict. There were 2 more of the same figure. One appeared outside the Great Soul Sect and one moved at an indescribable speed toward the Green Devil Continent. As the powerful words came from the golden figure in the sky, all the cultivators inside and outside the Guei sect became silent. They all looked up and were shocked. Imperial family. Celestial Emperor. Imperial Edict. The Celestial Emperor's Imperial Edict was extremely rare and barely appeared, maybe once in tens of thousands of years. This edict represented the irresistible majesty of the Celestial Emperor at the Central Continent. It would not be wrong to call it the might of the heavens. On the immortal astral continent, the Celestial Emperor had the bloodline of the celestial ancestor and was a supreme existence among the Celestials. Although they were only the ruler of all the Celestials in name, they were not something a mere sect, faction, or continent could resist. Due to their bloodline, over countless years, they were not only the nominal emperor, but also the symbol of the entire Celestial clan. Unless one planned to betray the Celestials, they had to listen to the Imperial Edict. More importantly, this emperor was one of the 9 sons. With such a powerful strength along with his identity, it allowed this generation's imperial family's power to reach an extremely high degree. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. All the cultivators clasped their hands and bowed. No matter where the cultivator came from or what their cultivation level was, they all bowed with respect from the depths of their hearts. The golden figure in the sky was not the Celestial Emperor, but holding the Imperial Edict meant that he was the embodiment of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial clan didn't need to kneel before the Emperor. They only had to bow. This was a rule set by the Celestial Ancestor because he believed that Celestials were those that defied the heavens. So how could they kneel to another so casually? The reason the Imperial clan always stayed back and didn't participate in worldly affairs was also due to the will of the Celestial Ancestor. Celestials couldn't be restrained, and if they were restrained, They weren't worthy of being called celestials. As a result, even the 4 other Grand Empyreans gave the imperial family a certain degree of respect. As all the cultivators inside and outside the Guei sect bowed, the golden figure in the sky looked down on the earth. There are 3 imperial edicts, one here, one at the Great Soul sect, and the last one at the Green Devil Continent's Devil Dao sect. With a wave of their right hand, the golden light shined brightly once more. An imperial edict made of unknown material was opened by this person. The celestial bloodline has lasted since ancient times until now. The cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent and the Green Devil Continent are to stop this war immediately. Yunifeng, Tangjia, Edgecloud, Zhouhai, Zhao Dongqing. These 8 people will come to the palace and enter the ancestral temple to enter the trial. The golden figure's words were slow, but each word was like thunder. The 8 cultivators he named were all filled with excitement. These 8 names belonged to the most eye-catching 16 people in this war that were at the Guei sect. As these words echoed, the Guei sect's sect master let out a deep breath and revealed a smile. This war seemed complex, but it was actually very simple. The battle between the 2 continents was to display the new generation to attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor and enter the ancestral temple. The Guei sect's sect master was not the only one who smiled. The void tribulant exalts from the Green Devil Continent also smiled. They all clasped their hands and bowed once more after the edict was finished. We all obey the will of the Emperor. The golden figure waved their right hand and the golden edict flew out. It floated before the Guei sect and gave off a soft, golden light. After doing this, the golden figure no longer spoke and disappeared from the sky. The golden light in the sky slowly disappeared and returned to normal. Almost at the same time, outside the Great Soul sect, the battle between the 2 sides reached the most intense moment. Void Cloud and the geniuses from the Great Soul sect were battling when the second golden figure appeared. The same scene took place above the Great Soul sect. All the cultivators bowed, and even the imperial edict had pretty much the same meaning, only the 8 names were changed to Void Cloud and company. After the golden figure left, both the inside and outside of the Great Soul sect were completely silent. Old Ancestor Green Bull looked at the sky after the golden light had scattered and revealed a complicated expression. He let out a sigh. Far too many cultivators had died in the war between the 2 continents, but for this opportunity they had to do this. It was the opportunity to enter the ancestral temple. Although the old ancestor's divination changed a bit, it ended up being mostly the same, but I never told Wang Lin the reason. The old man shook his head as he let out a sigh and went toward his closed-door cultivation location. This war that had lasted for more than 100 years ended because of these 2 imperial edicts. The cultivators of the Green Devil Continent slowly retreated back to their homes on the Green Devil Continent. The Heavenly Bull Continent had suffered heavy casualties, but the Green Devil Continent had suffered even more. On the Green Devil Continent, in the Devil Dao sect, as the seal rapidly shrank, anyone who touched it died miserably. Even the buildings were turned into ruins by the seal. In less than 30 breaths of time, the seal had destroyed everything and killed all the cultivators. It gathered around the lake under Wang Lin's feet. At the same time, most of the origin souls of the 30,000 cultivators were destroyed. Only the origin souls of the dozens of third-step cultivators remained trapped inside the seal. They all flew toward Wang Lin and were caught by him. Origin souls were very important for his rapid spell art as he only had 1 spell vein. If he could devour more origin souls, his casting speed could reach a shocking degree. Out of the 2 late-stage void tribulant cultivators, one's origin soul was destroyed and the other had burned to death. So Wang Lin hadn't collected them. The main reason was because Wang Lin needed to judge how powerful he was right now. In such a situation, if he took care to maintain the origin soul, he wouldn't be able to accurately judge how powerful he had become. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain void tribulant origin souls. However, for these dozens of third-step cultivators, he had no hesitation in taking them, and he put them into his storage space. Wang Lin didn't know what had happened in the Heavenly Bull Continent. He just stared at the lake below. The sounds of dying cultivators had disappeared and now it was dead silence. The Devil Dao sect has been destroyed and everyone is dead. If any of them remain, they are on the Heavenly Bull continent, yet you still won't come out. Wang Lin's words were cold and he waved his hand at the lake below. The moment he waved his hand, the seal around the lake shined brightly and thunderous rumbles echoed across the ruined sect. The seal began to rapidly contract around the lake. The water in the lake began to ripple rapidly and water vapor flew out. It was obvious this lake was rapidly collapsing. The seal contained powerful destructive force. When it contracted the water dissipated and the lake collapsed, leaving only the light that rushed toward the island at the center. However, when the seal was halfway to the island, a roar came from inside the lake. A dark blue sea dragon rushed out from the lake. This was a sea dragon. A completely blue sea dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The sea dragon was a celestial beast on the immortal astral continent. It looked fierce and gave off dense celestial energy. This sea dragon had lived for a certain amount of time. It gave off an ancient aura and its head was somewhat different from other dragons' heads. The row of thorns on its back made it look even more shocking. This dragon had no claws, it looked like a large python. But it had power comparable to a dragon's. Its body looked slender but was hundreds of feet thick. On its head, aside from the thorns covering its back, there were two huge fins that connected together like a fan. As the sea dragon flew into the air, large amounts of water flew down from its scales. As the dragon flew out, the water level of the lake decreased a lot. Roar! The moment it appeared, the sea dragon's giant, red eyes stared at Wang Lin and it let out a shocking roar. As it howled, two more eyes appeared. This dragon actually had 4 eyes. The sea dragon should live in the sea, but it lived inside the lake. The moment it appeared, a pressure spread out from its body. The moment the sea dragon appeared, an earth-yellow light came from the island, forming a protective barrier that protected the island from the seal. Shortly after, the sea dragon suddenly moved. It opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin to devour him. All the thorns on its back stood straight and gave off a cold chill. This sea dragon had power no weaker than a peak golden exalt. It had followed the Empyrean exalt for a long time, and when he left the sea dragon here at the Devil Dao sect. He was confident that with this dragon and the power of the Devil Dao sect, the sect would be safe for countless years. As the sea dragon charged into the sky toward Wang Lin, a ray of golden light arrived in the green devil continent from the heavenly bull continent, flying at a speed faster than void turbulent exalt cultivators. From its speed, it wouldn't take too long before it arrived at the Devil Dao sect. The sea dragon roared and rapidly closed in on Wang Lin. Inside the island surrounded by the earth-yellow light, the Devil Dao sect's sect master stared above. His eyes could easily penetrate this place and see everything outside. This sea dragon was left by the old ancestor. If I wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of effort and I might not even succeed. Although this Wang Lin killed Elder Feng sacrificed his life to reach Golden Exalt for a short period of time. There was still a big gap between him and a real Golden Exalt. He can kill Elder Feng, but he can't quickly seal with the sea dragon left by the old ancestor. With the sea dragon's delay, the old ancestor will certainly receive the news. The Devil Dao sect's sect master didn't dare to go out, but his hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous. He wished he could devour Wang Lin's flesh and blood. As he clenched his teeth and whispered, his right hand trembled. The Devil Dao sect's sect master looked down on his right hand and green gas appeared. The green gas turned into 7 strands and entered his orifices. The Devil Dao sect's sect master trembled and closed his eyes. However, he soon opened his eyes, and they were filled with ecstasy. He began to laugh out loud. It's done. The Celestial Emperor has handed out the Imperial Edicts. There are 3 Imperial Edicts, and one of them is heading to my Devil Dao sect. That edict must be dedicated to me. The Devil Dao sect's sect master laughed and revealed an insuppressible sense of excitement. Wang Lin, you want to kill me? You want to kill my Devil Dao sect's Dao? The old ancestor will soon arrive, and once he does, you will without a doubt die. The Imperial Edict is coming soon. Once the Imperial Messenger is here, how will you kill me? If you kill me, then you will kill the person who will accept the edict, which is a great crime. The Devil Dao sect master was very happy. Outside the earth-yellow light, the sea dragon charged at Wang Lin. Its huge body gave off a shocking pressure, and this pressure was enough to shock the world. All below Golden Exalt would tremble and not dare to fight it. As the roar became even more intense, he heard a sound that could shake one's soul. This roar seemed to contain a powerful force that could make one tremble. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stared at the sea dragon that was rapidly closing in. He had never seen such a beast before, and he felt the terrifying aura coming from it. This was the power of a Golden Exalt, which was causing the sky to change colors as the sea dragon closed in. The clear sky became dim and gloomy as if clouds had filled it. Golden Exalt Beast. Wang Lin's eyes shined and revealed a monstrous, golden light. His eyes revealed shocking battle intent. His cultivation erupted completely without reservation. This was his first time releasing his full cultivation since he obtained the great fortune at the Green Devil Scorpion Temple. He fully released his ancient Dao body and his void tribulent cultivation. Aside from not wearing the soul armor, this was Wang Lin's highest peak in his nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. His white hair suddenly extended several fold until it was longer than this body. It hung in the air and matched his white robe. Wang Lin looked like he was surrounded by cold, white light. As his hair extended past his feet, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the sea dragon. Sundered night. The world rumbled and the surroundings suddenly changed into a monstrous sea. As the sea roared, the sky became dark. A rising sun in the dark sky released dazzling light. The sea dragon's huge body trembled and its eyes revealed fear. It clearly felt that the cultivator was using a spell that made it feel unimaginable horror. It felt like it had gone back to a time when it was still very weak. It remembered the fear it felt when facing the might of the heavens. The rising sun revealed Wang Lin's figure. He was the rising sun and walked out from the bright light. A powerful faith power spread out from his body. This faith power surrounded the area and caused the sea dragon's body to tremble violently. The sea dragon didn't dare to close in. It retreated like crazy. Even though it had strength equal to that of a Golden Exalt, it felt death closing in on it inside the dark sky. However, no matter how fast it retreated, it could not escape from the dark sky and the force that will tear this darkness apart. As the light from the rising sun spread out, the darkness collapsed layer by layer toward the sea dragon. It was as if it was going to tear the sea dragon apart along with the darkness. The feeling of death surrounded the sea dragon's entire body, and its body trembled as it roared. Intense pain came from all over its body. The power that was tearing the darkness apart was destroying its body. This intense pain was something not even its powerful physical body and Golden Exalt cultivation could bear. As it roared in pain, it was filled with fear and despair as if it was in a nightmare it could not wake from. Surrender or die. As its body was about to collapse and die, as pain flooded through its body, pushing it infinitely close to death, a powerful voice filled with faith and majesty echoed in the world. The moment the voice rang out, the sea dragon struggled to open its eyes, blinded by the rising sun. It saw Wang Lin walk out of the rising sun and then suddenly entered a trance. Grand Empyrean. In the eyes of the sea dragon, the rising sun behind Wang Lin was like a sun. The 10th sun on the immortal astral continent. The figure under the sun, the powerful faith power. It was a Grand Empyrean. Its owner, the Devil Dao sect's ancestor, was only an Empyrean Exalt, and at this moment, Wang Lin looked like a Grand Empyrean to the sea dragon. It fell into a trance. It would not yield to others, even in death, because it had its own pride. However, at this moment it trembled and laid down without hesitation. Surrender. The moment it released this message from its mind, the seal of its original master immediately collapsed. A beast at the Golden Exalt stage could not be controlled by ordinary means. It required a great amount of aura to make it surrender. Aside from Grand Empyreans, Others couldn't make a celestial beast like this their slave. They could only keep an equal relationship. The dragon and its previous owner were like this. But the moment it surrendered, a green soul aura came out from the head of the sea dragon. Wang Lin grabbed the soul aura with his hand. Not even the previous owner of the sea dragon was able to obtain this soul aura. However, under a trance and enlightenment, this sea dragon had given its soul aura to Wang Lin. Controlling the soul aura meant full control over its life and death. The moment Wang Lin took control of the soul force, the darkness disappeared and the surrounding sea and sun scattered. Everything returned to normal. The earth was still the ruins of the Devil Dao sect and the sky was clear. However, the Devil Dao sect's sect master inside the earth yellow light was filled with disbelief when he saw this. His body suddenly trembled. No way. That sea dragon belongs to the old ancestor. It actually surrendered to Wang Lin. The Devil Dao sect's sect master was filled with fear. He was not just shocked by the surrender of the sea dragon, but the Sundered Night spell Wang Lin had used after erupting his full cultivation. Faith spell. That was a faith spell. He thought the sea dragon could delay for some time, but he didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. In just a few short moments, Wang Lin used a faith spell, and the sea dragon chose to surrender. Endless fear instantly surrounded the heart of the Devil Dao sect's sect master. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spayed out blood. The blood turned into a blood mist and quickly entered the earth yellow light to reinforce the power of the light barrier. I can't let him inside. I'm not his match. I can't let him enter. I need time. Old ancestor should be here soon and the imperial edict should be here even sooner. I need time. The Devil Dao sect's sect master seemed to have gone crazy. His hands rapidly formed seals and they flew into the light barrier around the island. As the light barrier flickered and was being reinforced, Wang Lin stepped forward. The sea dragon followed and looked at Wang Lin with respect and awe. As Wang Lin closed in on the light barrier, he silently raised his right hand. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he threw a punch. Rumble, 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 rumble. The light barrier that was reinforced by the Devil Dao sect's sect master only lasted for an instant before it shattered into countless pieces. All the surrounding buildings on the island were destroyed as well, revealing the desperate Devil Dao sect's sect master. Wang Lin coldly looked at the Devil Dao sect's sect master. He didn't hesitate to charge forward with a punch. The Devil Dao sect's sect master seemed to have gone crazy as he retreated and his hands formed seals. However, his body trembled and he coughed out blood. He was seriously injured and was forced back. Wang Lin, you dare to kill me? My Devil Dao sect's ancestor is an Empyrean Exalt cultivator. If you kill me, you will die a terrible death. Wang Lin didn't speak. He stepped forward and was about to throw another punch. Just at this moment, a ray of golden light arrived at an unimaginable speed and shrouded the world. Inside the golden light stood a golden figure. Celestial Emperor's messenger, Celestial Emperor's messenger. The Imperial Edict is here. Wang Lin, I want to see if you still dare to kill me. Do you dare to go against the edict? The Devil Dao sect's sect master was filled with despair. But now he was suddenly very excited. The golden light in the sky gave off a dazzling glow and lit up the ruined Devil Dao sect. The golden figure didn't even look down as he waved his hand and the imperial edict appeared. Devil Dao sect, accept the edict. As he spoke, the Devil Dao sect's sect master's eyes were filled with indescribable excitement and surprise. He stopped retreating and clasped his hands toward the sky. Just as he was about to speak, the excitement in his eyes collapsed and was replaced with fear. Because Wang Lin wasn't looking up at the golden light in the sky and had ignored the imperial edict. He didn't pause, and he instantly closed in on the Devil Dao sect's sect master. He raised his right hand and smashed down. A thunderous rumble echoed when his punch landed. Wang Lin's full cultivation erupted and formed a power that would terrify all Golden Exalt cultivators. Killing someone under the imperial edict. The Devil Dao sect's sect master's heart trembled and he retreated like crazy. He activated his full cultivation and the Tao and devil shadows appeared to defend him. Thunderous rumbles echoed once more, and Wang Lin's punch shattered the Tao shadow and collapsed the devil shadow. His punch landed on the Devil Tao Sect Master's chest. The Devil Tao Sect Master trembled and coughed out a large amount of blood. His injuries became even more serious. He was knocked back and fear filled his eyes. Thunder spread out from his body and formed countless balls of thunder that shot at Wang Lin. At the same time, the golden figure surrounded by the golden light coldly looked at Wang Lin. He held up the imperial edict and let out a roar filled with a sense of majesty. To kill someone before the imperial edict, you have guts. Still not backing down. Wang Lin completely ignored the golden figure and stepped toward the seriously injured Devil Tao Sect Master. He completely ignored the balls of thunder. No one can save someone I want to kill. Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw the third punch. A thunderous rumble echoed and all the balls of thunder collapsed. Although the Devil Tao Sect Master was a golden exalt cultivator, he let out a miserable scream. He coughed out blood once more as he was knocked back. His whole body seemed to wilt, and monstrous fear appeared in his eyes. The imperial edict is here. If you kill me, then you will without a doubt die. The Devil Tao Sect Master looked miserable and blood mist gushed out from his body. The shockwave from Wang Lin's punch was rippling in his body and he was almost out of strength. His cultivation was not a match for Wang Lin. You dare to kill before the imperial edict? Arrogant. I am the imperial messenger here to announce the imperial edict. Not retreating means defying the edict. The golden figure saw Wang Lin and immediately roared before he rushed toward him. As he charged out, a golden light released from this golden figure, turning into a golden curtain that flew toward Wang Lin. Dense celestial energy came from the golden curtain, along with a sense of majesty. When the crazed Devil Tao Sect Master saw this, he seemed to have spotted a chance to survive. He looked mad as his hands formed a seal and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. 9 black flying knives flew out toward Wang Lin. Scram! There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he turned to roar at the incoming imperial messenger. He waved his hand at the imperial messenger. With this, the world changed colors and a giant palm print appeared. It carried with it the might of the world and flew toward the imperial messenger. As a thunderous rumble echoed, the giant palm print collided with the golden light curtain. The light curtain immediately collapsed and the palm touched the imperial messenger. As the thunderous rumbles replaced all sounds in the world, the imperial messenger coughed out blood and was knocked back 1,000 feet. He barely stopped and coughed out blood once more. He looked at Wang Lin with disbelief in his eyes. Empyrean exalt cultivation. Wang Lin had forced the imperial messenger back with one palm. His cultivation erupted and a black wind appeared around his body, colliding with the 9 black flying knives. Thunderous rumbles echoed and all 9 knives collapsed. Wang Lin stepped forward and instantly arrived next to the Devil Tao Sect Master. Fear filled the Devil Tao Sect Master's eyes as Wang Lin's right hand smashed down on his chest. A thunderous rumble echoed and his expression dimmed, the death aura filling his body. He was knocked back and Wang Lin followed after like an arrow and threw another punch. More than 100 years later, the scene outside the Meng Earth continent. The human heads flying and Wang Lin desperately trying to escape fate appeared in his mind. This time, he didn't punch but opened his mouth and inhaled. Die! Wang Lin threw a punch and the body of the Devil Tao Sect Master collapsed. His origin soul screamed as he escaped from his collapsed body. Everything that had happened in the Green Scorpion Temple and his tenacity appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This devour seemed to cause infinite suction force to spread out. The origin soul of the Devil Tao Sect Master let out a howl of despair before his death. Old ancestor, save me. Lord Messenger, save me. The expression of the imperial messenger holding the edict changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and charged down once more to stop Wang Lin from devouring the Devil Tao Sect Master. Wang Lin, if you kill him, I can't declare the Emperor's edict. This is not a matter you can bear. It is an offense to the might of the Celestials. Do you want to betray the entire Celestial clan? This was the first time the Imperial Messenger had delivered an Imperial edict. He didn't expect to encounter something like. As an Imperial Messenger, he had seen many powerful cultivators in the Central Continent, but none of them was as arrogant as Wang Lin, to dare to kill someone under the Imperial edict. You're dead. If you do this, you're dead. The Imperial Messenger was extremely angry and rushed out with a roar. Golden light shined from his body and turned into a large, golden print around his body. He smashed toward Wang Lin, who was devouring the Devil Dao Sect's sect master. At this moment, the Devil Dao Sect's sect master's origin soul had been pulled within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin by the suction force. He could not break free at all and was letting out howls of despair. The Imperial Messenger's action caused the Devil Dao Sect's sect master to struggle even more violently. If he wanted to live, he would have to borrow external force to escape. The golden print closed in and instantly shrouded Wang Lin. When it was about to land, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a flash of coldness. He suddenly turned around and his eyes revealed monstrous, golden light. The golden light contained the sword fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword and the power to suppress the heavens and earth. At this moment, that power erupted from the golden light in his eyes. Scram! If you attempt to stop me again, no matter what your identity is, I'll kill you today. The golden print released a sound like it was about to collapse under Wang Lin's gaze. An invisible force bombarded the golden print and caused it to be unable to move forward. The heart of the Imperial Messenger trembled when he felt the suppression force from Wang Lin's gaze. His expression changed and his scalp felt numb as his body trembled from the majesty of the gaze. This kind of gaze, this kind of majesty, and this kind of suppression was something he had only ever felt from the Celestial Emperor. Although Wang Lin couldn't compare to the Celestial Emperor, at this moment, the Imperial Messenger felt like he was facing the Celestial Emperor. He didn't dare to not retreat, he had to retreat. As he retreated, the Devil Dao Sect's sect master was completely filled with despair. He watched his origin soul get pulled from 1,000 feet to less than 300 feet from Wang Lin. Seeing how he was going to be devoured, his eyes were filled with madness. If you want to kill me, then you will be buried with me. Lord Messenger, this old man accepts the edict. This old man wants to listen to the edict of the Celestial Emperor, even if I die. He didn't choose to blow himself up, but chose to let the Imperial Messenger read the Imperial Edict. This would set in stone Wang Lin's crime of killing him. He was using his death to make Wang Lin suffer in the future. As his howl echoed, his origin soul was less than 10 feet from Wang Lin. His origin soul turned into a ghostly light and was devoured by Wang Lin. Let's die together. The mission of the Imperial Messenger in the sky was to pass the edict. Now that the person who was going to receive the edict had accepted, he didn't hesitate to open the edict. At the same time, his voice echoed. The celestial bloodline has lasted since ancient times until now. The sect master of the Devil Dao sect on the Green Devil continent dared to offend the might of the imperial family. He schemed with the servant of the Green Devil against the imperial family. If he is still alive, then destroy him along with the Devil Dao sect before the edict. If he is dead and if he is killed by a person named Wang Lin, then Wang Lin will accept the edict. Come to the central continent. I learned of how you helped Dao Fei, and I have not forgotten about it. As the Imperial Messenger read the edict, sweat appeared on his forehead. Before he met the person who would receive the edict, he couldn't open it either. This was the first time he saw the edict, and after reading it he was startled. If he was like this, there was no need to mention the Devil Dao sect's sect master. After he was completely devoured by Wang Lin, he heard all of the edict and his vision went black. After devouring the Devil Dao sect's sect master, Wang Lin closed his eyes and popping sounds echoed in his body. He erased the divine sneeze on the origin soul and injected it into his spell vein. When he had free time, he could use this origin soul to increase the number of spell veins he had. A moment later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and waved his sleeve. The earth trembled and the half-collapsed lake and island trembled. As the storm swept by, it was destroyed completely. The Devil Dao sect had collapsed. The imperial messenger in the golden light stood there with an awkward expression. It wasn't until Wang Lin opened his eyes that he clasped his hands with a bitter smile. Fellow cultivator Wang, don't blame me. I didn't expect the contents of the imperial edict to be like this. If I had known earlier, I would have joined forces with fellow cultivator to kill that traitor. Wang Lin had a calm expression as he looked at the imperial messenger. But he didn't speak. He was also surprised by the contents of the imperial edict, especially the last few lines about him helping out Lien Daofei. The madman's name was Lien Daofei. When I opened the storage space, he and the woman in silver were lost to a rift in the unknown. This madman often called himself king, and from what teacher Shen Luo told me, his big brother is the celestial emperor. Could it be that the madman was found by the emperor and after he woke up, he told him about his relationship with me? Wang Lin pondered as the imperial messenger felt terrified. He was extremely regretful and was bitterly cursing the Death Devil Dao sect's sect master. That damn sect master. He could have died, but he had to drag me into it. If I knew, I would have ignored Wang Lin and would have read the imperial edict first. What is this Wang Lin's identity for the celestial emperor to talk to him like this? And helping Lien Daofei? Prince Daofei awakened 30 years ago. Could it be? The pupils of the imperial messenger shrank and he quickly dispelled all thoughts. He knew there were things that he should not know or guess. This Wang Lin has such power and he certainly has the attention of the celestial emperor. I must repair things as soon as possible. Fellow cultivator, don't blame me. Don't blame me. I was really confused before. The Devil Dao sect's sect master deserved to be killed. As the imperial messenger spoke, he looked at Wang Lin. When he saw that Wang Lin still had a gloomy expression, his heart sank. This is bad. This person must still care about the fact I acted twice. If he speaks badly about me before the celestial emperor, then Sweat appeared on his forehead, and as the wind blew by he felt a chill. Fellow cultivator Wang, I have some specialties from the central continent. This is our first meeting, so please accept these small gifts. His heart ached as he took out a jade and handed it to Wang Lin along with the edict. Wang Lin was just pondering the karma of this when he looked at the imperial messenger. He accepted the imperial edict, but he didn't look at it and instead looked at the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense, and although he looked calm, his heart skipped a beat. There was no information inside, but it contained a storage space filled with large amounts of origin stones that contained celestial energy. After putting the jade away, Wang Lin silently looked at the imperial messenger with a cold gaze. Under his gaze, the imperial messenger complained in his heart. He clenched his teeth and waved his hand to take out a jade bottle. His heart ached as he squeezed out a smile. I forgot this. This is a specialty of the central continent. It's not too precious, so fellow cultivator must accept it. He handed the jade bottle to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin accepted it, he scanned it with his divine sense before the imperial messenger. There were a large amount of pills within. They were all for healing, and many of them were extremely precious. It would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain them. Only the imperial messenger could find methods to obtain them in the central continent. After sending out 2 great gifts, the imperial messenger's heart ached. He closely looked at Wang Lin and saw that his cold expression had eased a bit, which made him feel relieved. However, Wang Lin's cold gaze was still staring at the imperial messenger after receiving the pills. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the imperial messenger complained bitterly in his heart once more. Too greedy. The imperial messenger had to put a smile on his face. His right hand trembled and he clenched his teeth. He took out another jade and squeezed out a smile. I have a bit of real estate in the central continent. His heart ached violently as he handed another jade to Wang Lin. After taking this jade, Wang Lin slowly put on a smile. When the imperial messenger saw this smile, he let out a big sigh of relief. Lord Messenger, you don't have to be so polite. Since these central continent specialties are not precious, then I won't be polite. Yes, yes, none of them are precious things. The imperial messenger felt pain in his chest as he smiled bitterly. Wang Lin slowly asked, since Lord Messenger came to the Green Devil continent, you must have passed through the Heavenly Bull continent. I wonder, how is the war going over there? There was a total of 3 imperial edicts. The Heavenly Bull continent and the Guei sect both had an imperial edict each. The war should have ended, so everyone is probably returning to their respective sections. The imperial messenger didn't keep this matter a secret. Wang Lin put away the jade and casually asked, Dao Fei is at the imperial city? Prince Dao Fei has awakened and wanted to leave the imperial city, but he was stopped by the emperor. These were all rumors, so the imperial messenger felt that there was no harm in talking about it. Oh, I saved Dao Fei before and helped him. Wang Lin smiled. The imperial messenger quickly nodded. He had noticed this when he read the edict, and now Wang Lin that had said it, he was even more certain. Dao Fei's personality. I haven't seen him in a long time. Is he still the same as before? Wang Lin shook his head and let out a sigh. Prince Dao Fei. The imperial messenger hesitated. But after considering the edict and Wang Lin's words, he continued. With my identity, I can't see Prince Dao Fei. However, rumors say that after Prince Dao Fei awakened 30 years ago, his personality is not the same as before, but sometimes it's the same. The imperial messenger was hesitant as he spoke. Wang Lin's heart skipped a bit. He smiled and no longer spoke. The imperial messenger saw this, and he knew when it was time to advance and retreat. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator Wang, this imperial edict can be used to transfer to the central continent. This place is far from the central continent, so you will need to transfer 8 times. I'll need to head back first to report to the emperor. When you arrive at the imperial city, I'll greet you. The imperial messenger smiled and quickly left. He was afraid that he would say something to anger Wang Lin and would have to give away another not-too-precious item. Only after the imperial messenger was gone did Wang Lin's smile disappear. It was replaced with a gloomy expression. He didn't leave the ruins of the Devil Dao sect but sat down on green stone in the sect, and his eyes shined. Liang Daofei. His greed and many of his negative traits were devoured by the heavenly Dao. According to this, his personality should differ greatly from before. The words of the imperial messenger also reveal this. His personality has changed, but what has it changed into? Wang Lin frowned and looked at the darkening sky. He continued to ponder. However, if he really has changed, then why did his brother only announce this now, 30 years after he awakened? If he really wanted to thank me, then 30 years ago when I was suffering and receiving the fortune in the Scorpion Temple. The contents of the imperial edict are very interesting. There was coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he waved his right hand. A black wind appeared and a few miserable screams echoed before it quieted down. Wang Lin was vicious. When he was determined to do something, he would be even more vicious. Since he had decided to erase the Devil Dao sect, he wouldn't allow the members that were at the Heavenly Bull continent to escape. The ones that would return first would be those with very high statuses. They would likely use transfer arrays to return at any cost. Wang Lin was also waiting for someone else aside from these people. The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor should be on his way. He is an Empyrean Exalt, and in order to wipe out the Dao of the Devil Dao sect, he must die. And even if I don't look for him, he will still come and find me. Grand Empyrean. I wonder how I compare to a Grand Empyrean after equipping the soul armor. Wang Lin sat on the green stone and looked into the distance. After dealing with the matter of the Devil Dao sect, I have 2 choices. Go to the Donglin sect and enter the Donglin pool to see if it will help my other essences to condense essence true bodies. Or head to the central continent to see what kind of dragon den and tiger cave it is. I will see if that Liang Daofei even remembers me and what his celestial emperor big brother has in store. However, teacher once said that there are 5 grand Empyreans, and celestial emperor Liang Daozhen is one of them. If I got here, I might face a lot of danger. Wang Lin closed his eyes and pondered in the dark. 5 continents away from the Green Devil continent, there was a ray of light flying through the sky. Inside the light was a red-haired old man with a calm expression, but there was anger hidden in his eyes. In a flash, the world rumbled and he disappeared into a transfer array. At great cost, he crossed transfer arrays to travel through the continent. He was the Devil Dao sect's ancestor, who was now under Grand Empyrean Daoyi. The Imperial City is a place I must go. Not for the thanks, but for my vow to Lien Daofei. I must restore Daofei's memories to repay for all he has done for me. Wang Lin revealed a determined gaze. He remembered the kindness others had given him. Back then, the madman had given him kindness. Now he had to go to the Imperial City to see if the madman had fully recovered. Then he would have no regrets and would untie the knot in his heart. No matter what his personality is, changed or not, even if he thinks of me differently, I must go and see for myself. Wang Lin silently pondered, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He didn't know what the madman was like now. He didn't know if the madman would still roar and clamor around him. I'll tell you, this king is powerful. You. This king will bite you to death. Bite you to death. Damn it. You dare to pretend to be dead before this king? It's raining. Little Red, come and message my shoulders. Tell my big brother that this king is tired. I won't cultivate today and will go out to play. Tell him not to come and find me. Once I finish playing, I'll come back. If he dares to take me back like before, I'll cut off my relationship with him. This king's blood is very. I think I remember a little devilish girl named Fei Fei giving me something to eat. The madman's voice seemed to echo in his ears. In the darkness of the ruins of the Devil Dao sect, Wang Lin sighed. He remembered when the madman appeared in his life or death crisis and saved him from that fatal blow. He still remembered the third dream when he became immortal, when he and the madman floated in the void. In the dream Dao, he met the madman and they spent a lifetime together. I hope he hasn't changed too much. Wang Lin sighed deeply. He didn't have many friends, and the madman could be considered one. In truth, he hadn't given the madman much. Rather, it was the madman who had helped Wang Lin greatly. I must go to the Imperial City, but it will be dangerous. I must make some preparations before I go. Wang Lin silently pondered and made a decision. The Celestial Clan's 5 Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the tortoise shell the Great Soul Sect's old ancestor Green Bull had given him appeared. Aside from the map, there was some information on the Grand Empyreans. Shen Luo had also given Wang Lin some information back in the cave world. The Central Continent's Celestial Emperor inherited the Celestial Ancestor's 8 Extreme Dao and his Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme. The Eastern Continent's Purple Yang sect, the strongest of the 9 sects and 13 factions, home to Grand Empyrean Gemini. The Southern Continent's Dao E sect has Grand Empyrean Dao E. The Northern Continent's Universe sect has Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. In the Central Continent, there is another Grand Empyrean beside the Celestial Emperor, and that was Grand Empyrean Jiu Di. These were the 5 strongest people across the 72 celestial continents, the 5 sons, the 5 Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he analyzed the 5 Grand Empyreans. Once they learned of his strength, they would certainly want to recruit him. Once he had the backing of a Grand Empyrean, the danger of his trip to the Imperial City would be a lot lower. After all, even if a Grand Empyrean wanted to kill an Empyrean Exalt under another Grand Empyrean, they would need to give a reason. This was Empyrean Exalts were beyond Golden Exalts and were extremely rare on the Immortal Astral Continent. Every Grand Empyrean had at most 100 Empyrean Exalts under them. On the entire Immortal Astral Continent, there were no more than 1,000 Empyrean Exalts. If it was just killing an Empyrean Exalt, it would still be fine. However, if the target was an Ascendant Empyrean, then no Grand Empyrean would allow it. Because Ascendant Empyreans were even more rare. On the entire Immortal Astral Continent, there were only 48 Ascendant Empyreans. Most of them were in closed-door cultivation hidden across the Immortal Astral Continent. Less than 30% of them were under a Grand Empyrean. Figures like these would even be respected by Grand Empyreans. After all, they were the strongest under Grand Empyreans. If they didn't want to follow a Grand Empyrean, the Grand Empyreans wouldn't force them, unless it was like the great soul sex Luo Yunhai, who had challenged a Grand Empyrean. And once an Ascendant Empyrean chose to follow a Grand Empyrean, the Ascendant Empyrean would be treated well and be part of the core. This was because an Ascendant Empyrean was the best guardian during a Grand Empyrean's reincarnation. If an Ascendant Empyrean was killed by a Grand Empyrean, it would be fine if they were alone, but if they were under the command of another Grand Empyrean, that Grand Empyrean would never allow it. This was related to their reputation, related to whether they could recruit more powerful underlings in the future, and related to the important guardian for their reincarnation. No Grand Empyrean would watch an Ascendant Empyrean under them die and do nothing. There were simply too few Ascendant Empyreans. If it was in the ancient clan, there would be no need for this. With teacher there, Wang Lin understood that although he was Xian Luo's only disciple, he couldn't let anyone in the land of the Celestials know. Otherwise, he would be hunted by Grand Empyreans. The Celestial clan would absolutely not allow a cultivator like him to appear in the ancient clan. Even the madman doesn't know the matter about teacher, only the Guei sect knows. Since teacher dared to allow the Guei sect to know of this matter and didn't kill them in the cave world, it means he is confident they won't talk. As for the specific reasons, although I don't know, I believe in teacher. Even the Grand Empyreans won't mind me having an ancient clan body and celestial cultivation, as long as they don't find out about my relationship with teacher Xian Luo. Wang Lin had been on the immortal astral continent for a while now, and he vaguely understood that over the countless years, the ancient and celestial bloodlines had mixed. There were some celestial cultivators with ancient clan bodies, but they weren't recognized by the ancient temple. As a result, Wang Lin's ancient clan body might seem shocking to ordinary cultivator, but not so much to the Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin also knew that there were some matters that didn't need to be hidden, like the fact that he came from the cave world was meant to be hidden from others, but not the Grand Empyreans. They would have their own way of finding out, and it was even a good thing because they could confirm Wang Lin's origin. Although it was extremely shocking that a cave world cultivator could break out, compared to Wang Lin's cultivation, it wasn't important at all. The most important part was Wang Lin's decision. To attract the attention of the Grand Empyreans, I must display my power, a cultivation that can kill an Empyrean exalt. Then I can do as I wish in the Celestial clan. With enough fame, the Grand Empyreans will come to find me themselves. Wang Lin's eyes shined and he was even more determined. A total of 5 Grand Empyreans. The Celestial Emperor can be ignored. As for the other 4, I don't know much about Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, Grand Empyrean Feng, or Grand Empyrean Jiu Di. I only met the Eastern Continent's Purple Yang Sex Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin recalled back to his encounter with Greed in the cave world and the 2 lovely little girls named Wawa and Han Han. I have to attract the attention of the Grand Empyreans and make them come find me themselves. That is the best method. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and then he slowly closed them. He was waiting for the arrival of the Empyrean Exalt, old ancestor of the Devil Dao sect. He was going to keep himself in peak condition and see the extent of his power. Golden Exalts could no longer be used for Wang Lin to gauge his strength. Only Empyrean Exalts could help him do this. As he waited, the Devil Dao sect's sect master's origin soul was being ruthlessly absorbed by him. However, he didn't condense the second spell vein but took out the dozens of third-step origin souls he had gathered. He picked out those at 5 arcane tribulants and below to devour to form the second spell vein. Time slowly passed. Several hours later, when the sky became bright and after Wang Lin had devoured 9 origin souls below 5 arcane tribulants, the second vortex immediately condensed. The moment the second spell vein appeared, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He felt like he could cast spells even faster than before. The third spell vein is about to appear. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and picked 7 origin souls above 5 arcane tribulants out of the dozens of souls. Because there weren't enough origin souls at the arcane tribulant stage, he devoured an early stage void tribulant origin soul. His body rumbled and the third spell vein appeared. After the third spell vein appeared, he could instantly cast a lot of spells once all of them activated. Even the speed of his ancient Tao body changed drastically. This was different from the cultivator who Wang Lin learned it from. He could only increase his casting speed, not affect his body. This was because the first soul he had devoured belonged to a Nirvana Void cultivator, while Wang Lin had devoured an Arcane Void origin soul. More than half the origin souls were devoured by Wang Lin were going to be used for other things. I wonder how many spell veins the Devil Dao Sect Master's origin soul will form. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began forming spell veins with the Devil Dao Sect Master's origin soul. At this moment, the sky was bright and the sunlight was shining. As Wang Lin was forming the spell vein, a ray of light flew across the border of the Meng Earth continent and the Green Devil continent. The cultivators were shaken by the ray of light, and none of them dared to peek outside. The boundaries between continents were completely ignored by Empyrean exalts. The Soul Search spell was an extremely powerful spell. However, for a golden exalt, even if their origin soul had lost all will, their powerful cultivation formed a strong protective barrier over the countless years. This made it very difficult to soul search them. Even with a forced soul search, one could only obtain some fragments, not everything. Maybe if one's cultivation level was far above a golden exalt, then one could perfectly extract the memories. Although Wang Lin could win against golden exalts, that was due to the fusion of his ancient Tao body and his cultivation, allowing him to reach that battle strength. In truth, his cultivation level was only early-stage void turbulent. While the Devil Dao Sect Master's origin soul was being refined into a spell vein in Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin tried to soul search it. However, he could not find any important memories like the secret behind the war with the Heavenly Bull continent. He could only find some thoughts about the Empyrean Exalt Ancestor. The Devil Dao Sect's Empyrean Exalt Ancestor, an Empyrean Exalt under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. The sun was hanging high in the sky and shining on the earth. Wang Lin opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. In his body, the fourth and fifth spell veins appeared. A golden exalt had allowed 2 spell veins to appear. Wang Lin waved his arms a bit and shadows appeared. Wang Lin clearly felt not only his casting speed increase, but also his terrifying physical strength. This was the key to the rapid spell art. It was what attracted Wang Lin. Let's test how fast my body is. Wang Lin looked up and his body moved. He was still sitting under the sun, but the sunlight distorted and a second Wang Lin appeared 30 feet away. The second Wang Lin stood there and smiled. As he walked forward, the sunlight distorted again and a third Wang Lin appeared 100 feet away. The third Wang Lin frowned and looked up at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Soon, the sunlight continued to distort as the fourth, fifth, sixth, until a total of 98 figures appeared. Some were sitting, some were flying, some were walking, some were casting spells, and some were waving their fists. Each was different, and at a glance it was a shocking sight. The 98th figure sat down next to the first figure. The two looked exactly the same, only their expressions were different. 98 afterimages is the limit, the last figure murmured as the first figure disappeared. Then the second, third, fourth, until 97 figures dissipated. The 98th figures could each be considered an avatar. This was the afterimages left due to Wang Lin's extremely fast physical speed. This meant that his speed was already shocking. It was very simple to reach this kind of speed with the help of spells, but to achieve it purely through the physical body was not ordinary. Now I have 6 spell veins. The rapid spell art can form 9 spell veins. But it doesn't say 9 is the limit. Maybe when I get 9 there will be new changes. This spell is extremely powerful, so I must focus on it. Wang Lin sat down and his eyes shined. The path ahead had been determined, and now it was all about how he would walk down that path. After dealing with the matter at the Celestial Clan, I'll go to Teacher and cultivate there. Once I'm more powerful, I can go anywhere I want to search for Wan Er's soul. My current battle power is very high, but still far away from that of those old monsters. My 9 essences have fused into 3. According to my understanding, if I can form the other 2 elements for my 5-element true body, I should reach the mid-stage of void turbulent. Similarly, if I could add 2 more special essences to my thunder essence-based essence true body, then I should be able to reach the late stage of void turbulent golden exalt. Finally, the most difficult will be the ethereal essences. If I can comprehend 2 more ethereal essences and combine the 5, I should reach peak void turbulent Empyrean exalt. After that, if all my essences form their own essence true bodies, then with these 3 essence true bodies, my cultivation level will go beyond Empyrean exalt and reach a point where I'm only second to Grand Empyreans. Although I don't know the method to become a Grand Empyrean, teacher said that it requires great luck and for the immemorial God realm to open. But if I can fuse all 3 essence true bodies into one, perhaps I can become a Grand Empyrean. As Wang Lin silently pondered, his eyes shined. This was all his own analysis and he needed time to verify. If my analysis is correct, there must be another level above Grand Empyreans. Perhaps this level is the 4th step or perhaps not. That level would require my 3 essence true bodies to fuse into one and reach the level of true soul. This level should be something not even the Grand Empyreans have reached, something they are always in pursuit of. Or perhaps that is the level of the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor. Wang Lin's mind was clear at this moment. Although this was his own speculation and judgment, it was the path he needed to walk in the future. Whether it was true or not, he would know once he reached that point. Special essences and ethereal essences are not easy to obtain. However, the metal and wood elements should be easier. As Wang Lin pondered, the afternoon sun was shining in the sky, but a faint thunderous rumble came from the distance. Wang Lin raised his head, looked at the sky in the distance, and slowly stood up. A breeze caused his hair and clothes to flutter, and with the ruins in the background, Wang Lin gave off a strange temperament. Here he comes. Wang Lin's eyes were suddenly filled with battle intent. To attract the attention of the Grand Empyreans. Become famous across the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. This battle is the beginning. As the thunderous rumble in the sky spread, it enveloped the entire world. A powerful killing intent spread out as the ray of light that seemed to split the sky in half rushed into the Green Devil continent. There was a red-haired man inside the light. In an instant, the thunderous rumble dissipated from the world. It was like the moment when a noisy room suddenly became quiet. When the rumble disappeared, the light collapsed and the entire world was dead silent. A figure appeared 1,000 feet before Wang Lin. The red-haired old man was wearing a purple robe with edges and a Tai Chi pattern on right corner. This Tai Chi pattern was fire red, as if it represented Tao. The red-haired old man stood there, and after a long time, he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Was it you who destroyed my Devil Tao sect?" He was very calm and didn't show any emotion at all. However, his voice set off countless echoes that became more and more intense. In the end, the sky rumbled, the earth roared, and a shocking sound wave attacked Wang Lin's body. As Wang Lin calmly stood there, his pupils shrank slightly and he slowly said, "Yes, after destroying my Devil Tao sect, you still waited here. Are you going to challenge me?" After the red-haired old man saw how calm Wang Lin was, his eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin looked at the red-haired man and calmly said, "Yes, good." The Devil Tao sect's old ancestor showed no contempt and didn't show any anger. At his cultivation level, all the emotional fluctuations were gone from his body. He was an Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Tao Yi. Although he was not the strongest Empyrean exalt, he was still at the top of the Celestial Clan. "I'll give you the opportunity to challenge me. If you can endure 3 punches from me, then I'll forget the matter of you destroying the Devil Tao sect." The Devil Tao sect's old ancestor waved his sleeve and threw a punch at Wang Lin. This punch caused the world to change colors and the ruins of the Devil Tao sect distorted. Everything changed. It was as if this space had become a separate existence. Inside the distortion, all the power of the world was absorbed by the red-haired old man's punch, and there was no power of the world left in this space. At the Empyrean Exalt stage, there is no need to perform spells. A cultivator's body is their root. There is no need for an extremely powerful physical body. one just has to put Tao into the body. Make one's body their Tao. With the body as Tao, even a normal punch contains the Tao that destroy everything. This was what Grand Empyrean Tao Yi had told the red-haired old man. This punch made Wang Lin's pupils shrink. His white hair moved without any wind and his eyes shined brightly. He felt the terror of the punch. Even though it looked ordinary, as the punch moved, the world moved as well. This punch also contained 9 different kinds of spells. These spells required no seals or divine sense. Just a casual punch would cause the spells to appear. This was the true power of an Empyrean Exalt. This punch would make golden Exalts tremble in fear. This punch was enough to kill them 100 times. This was the result of fully integrating one's Tao and will into one's body. The body was Tao, the fist was Tao. The world distorted. As Wang Lin's white hair fluttered, he didn't retreat but also stepped forward and threw a punch with this right hand. He didn't immediately put on the heavenly bull soul armor, but tried with his own power. He wanted to see how he matched against an Empyrean Exalt without the heavenly bull soul armor. At this point, rumbles began to interrupt this silence and the earth began to shatter layer by layer under the collision of their punches. Everything collapsed, but the distortion prevented the collapse from spreading out far, and it could only fly into the air. Inside the storm, thunderous rumbles echoed before Wang Lin, and he withdrew his fist. His body trembled and he retreated 3 steps. The first step left a fire-red footprint. The second step was a green footprint that was covered in vegetation. The third step caused the earth to become metal like a metal footprint. During the 3 steps, Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor. The storm gradually dissipated and the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor walked out and calmly looked at Wang Lin. To not die or be injured by my punch and only taking 3 steps remove the 3 spells that entered your body. You have the power to destroy the Devil Dao Sect. Wang Lin looked at the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor with a solemn expression. That punch contained 9 spells, but he could only block 6. The final 3 steps were to deal with those remaining 3 spells. Is this the power of Grand Empyreans? Very strong. Wang Lin's eyes shined. He wanted to fight an Empyrean Exalt. So Empyrean Exalt cultivators fight like this. Wang Lin recalled the punch from the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor and his eyes became brighter. He was learning. This is the second punch. The Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor stepped forward. His red hair moved without any wind and his eyes revealed a strange light. As he raised his right hand, his whole body rapidly changed between real and fake. It looked extremely strange as he threw the second punch. The moment the second punch appeared, the entire Devil Dao Sect trembled. It was as if an invisible force had appeared and torn open the sky and earth, causing the area around Wang Lin to turn into a void. This was an endless void. In the darkness, Wang Lin could not see the sky or earth. It was as if he was in another world by himself, and the only other thing was the punch. This punch contained 18 spells. If a Golden Exalt saw this punch, they could only feel despair and horror as they weren't qualified to resist. Even 10 Golden Exalts wouldn't be able to delay this punch for 1 breath of time. This was no longer a difference in quantity, but in quality. Golden Exalt cultivators still used spells to fight. However, Empyrean Exalts fused the Tao into their bodies and integrated it into every movement of their bodies. It was on a much higher level. There are 18 spells inside the fist. Very strong. Fusing the Tao with my body, I can't do that yet. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he raised his right hand. He punched toward the second punch coming at him. I can't fuse Tao with my body and use spells with just a movement from my body. This punch contains a fusion of my ancient and celestial powers. It has no spells, but it contains the power of my faith and will. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. He stepped forward with a roar as their punches collided. A thunderous rumble echoed across the void. As the sound became even more intense, the void began to show signs of collapse. In an instant, the void was torn apart and formed a destructive collapse. After the void collapsed, the sky was still the sky of the Green Devil continent and the earth was still the ruins of the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin stood there, 1,000 feet from the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin felt like a powerful impact was echoing through his body and he was pushed back 7 steps. Each step was different and after 7 steps a rumble came from his body. He lowered his trembling right arm and drops of blood fell on the ground. A powerful second punch, 18 spells fused into a punch. Just one punch can isolate a space from the world. Wang Lin looked up and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor. Your cultivation level is not high, but your battle power barely reaches Empyrean Exalt. But you don't know how Empyrean Exalts battle. I believe I should be the first Empyrean Exalt you have gone up against. The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor slowly said as he walked forward. His gaze toward Wang Lin became a bit serious. A cultivator that doesn't know how Empyrean Exalts battle can take 2 punches from me. This person is not ordinary. After walking out 10 steps, the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor's eyes shined brightly like he was the spirit of the world. He looked at Wang Lin as he raised his right hand for the 3rd time. The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor slowly said, "If you can take my last punch, then the matter of you destroying the Devil Dao sect will be written off. This punch contains my full power. If this punch can't kill you, then I really can't kill you. You must have your own reason for why you destroyed the Devil Dao sect. But I won't ask what it is. This 3rd punch will end it all. This punch contains 27 spells. How many can you take?" The Devil Dao sect's old ancestor said as he raised his right hand. Wang Lin clearly knew that without wearing the soul armor, he couldn't take it. That punch was powerful enough to kill him completely. Not even his ancient Dao body could survive this punch. He would be completely destroyed. Empyrean Exalts. They are indeed worthy of being the peak below Ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin closed his eyes and the tattoo of the heavenly bull on his face began to spread. At the same time, Wang Lin's cultivation surged. This aura spread out from the heavenly bull's soul and entered Wang Lin's body and flesh like crazy. It also entered Wang Lin's origin soul and soul, causing his cultivation level to immediately climb from early-stage void tribulent to mid-stage void tribulent. However, this wasn't the end. It climbed into the late stage of void tribulent, until Wang Lin reached Golden Exalt before it stopped. This sudden change caused the pupils of the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor to shrink for the first time. Borrowing the soul force? This is the soul power of the heavenly bull. So you are recognized by the heavenly bull. To raise your cultivation level to this extent, you can hear the voice of the heavenly bull's soul. The expression of the Devil Dao sect's old ancestor changed for the first time. He was well aware of the 72 souls that were suppressed in each of the 72 continents. Although they were all suppressed, the levels of suppression were different in each continent, and so was the strength of each soul. Some of them were already dead souls. Only half of them were still alive. For example, the green scorpion soul. It was originally extremely powerful, but the suppression on it was not weak. It had also been suppressed for a very long time, even before the formation of the heavenly bull continent. Its soul had been weakened far too much. The soul of the heavenly bull was different. Out of the 72 continents, the heavenly bull had joined later, so it was sealed for a shorter period of time. The heavenly bull was also powerful and was ranked 18th among the 72 souls. Obtaining the recognition of a soul was not that special. Any continent where the soul was still alive would have messengers like this. However, obtaining recognition was only the start. Even with the soul force, at most they could reach the late stage of void tribulate, not golden exalt. This was a consensus that people came to after countless years. It was by no means impossible, but very few people could hear the roar of the soul and receive a higher degree of recognition to reach golden exalt. But golden exalt was the absolute limit and couldn't be exceeded. If it was the rank 1 soul sealed under the imperial city, it might be possible after reaching high recognition, but it would be impossible for the other souls. Most importantly, the number of cultivators that could reach Golden Exalt with the soul armor was even lower than Empyrean Exalts, around the same as Ascendant Exalts. This was because at most only 2 people could receive high recognition on each continent. As a result, the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor had never heard of someone who was an Empyrean Exalt and had also received high recognition by a continent's soul. In his view, the chance of this happening was even lower than someone becoming an Ascendant Empyrean and just a bit more likely than a new Grand Empyrean being born. Enduring 2 punches from me proves that he's qualified to be an Empyrean Exalt. To even have high recognition of the Heavenly Bull, the Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor revealed a hint of emotion he hadn't revealed in a long time. Any Grand Empyrean who saw this person would want to take him under them. I just don't know what cultivation level he will reach with the power of the soul armor. Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and threw out the 3rd punch. The moment this punch flew out, the fist that contained his 27 spells formed a giant black hole between him and Wang Lin. This black hole seemed to devour everything, and the ruins of the Devil Dao Sect were being swallowed by it. Even the sky seemed to collapse. It distorted and arched and was being devoured by the black hole. The earth turned into a strange half-circle that was being mercilessly pulled by the black hole. The black hole released a strange howl as it flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and golden exalt power filled his body. He clearly felt a sense of strength he had never felt before flow through his body. His body trembled and a second body appeared. The second body took a step and then a 3rd, 4th, 5th, until the 98th body appeared. 97 of them were afterimages and 1 of them was real. I can't fuse Dao with my body or use spells with just my movement. However, I can use the rapid spell art to use 98 spells at once to battle an Empyrean Exalt. After fusing the Dao with the body, a punch or kick could contain a number of spells. This was the strongest way to display power for an Empyrean Exalt. The Devil Dao Sect's old ancestor could fuse 27 spells within his fist. It was strong enough to wipe out any cultivator below Empyrean Exalt. The key was the number of spells that could fuse, not the amount of different spells. Some Empyrean Exalts might not have dozens of spells, but they could fuse dozens of the same spell and reach similar combat power. The key was the amount. After the rapid spell art reached 6 spell veins and allowed Wang Lin to create 97 afterimages, his speed reached a terrifying degree. Wang Lin could use this trick to instantly cast 98 spells. He could do this because his current combat power had reached Empyrean Exalt. If one hadn't reached Empyrean Exalt combat power, then even with 9 spell veins, hundreds of afterimages, and casting hundreds of spells, they wouldn't be a match for an Empyrean Exalt. Even if an Empyrean Exalt learned the rapid spell art, if they could only use 27 spells, even if hundreds of afterimages used those spells, they would still only display power similar to the 27 spells their original body could display. Because their limit would be 27 spells, it couldn't be exceeded. Just like how a bottle could only hold so much water. No matter how much water you tried to fill it with, it could only hold so much. But Wang Lin was different. His actual battle strength was infinitely stronger due to his ancient Dao body and because of the soul blood. The soul blood played a vital role. As a result, with his current borrowed golden exalt cultivation, the battle strength he could display was even greater. This was also why Wang Lin could battle people above his cultivation level after fusing his ancient and celestial powers. The other reason Wang Lin had become so strong here, even though he wasn't as strong in the cave world, was his strongest avatar in the void. These 3 powers fusing together was the reason why Wang Lin possessed the combat power he had now. His body was the bottle, his cultivation was the water, and the strongest avatar was what made the bottle flexible, as if was elastic and could continue to expand. The existence of the soul blood made Wang Lin undergo a change. Normally, this change wouldn't reveal itself, but it was one of the reasons for Wang Lin's strength. It was a fundamental difference that made the other ancient clan members not be able to match up to Wang Lin. All these fortunes might not seem important one at the time, but stacked together, they caused a shocking effect. As the black hole closed in, the 98 Wang Lins appeared. The 98 Wang Lins didn't use 98 different spells. They all used the same one. He performed the Heaven Bull charge he had obtained from the sliver of memory after using the Heavenly Bull soul armor 98 times. This heavenly bull charge could perfectly display the borrowed power. The 98 bodies all raised their hands and formed horns on their heads. As a continuous roar echoed, they charged forward. The earth trembled and the sky turned into the void. The sun in the sky collapsed, and the only things left in the world were the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor, his black hole, and the 98 Wang Lins. The 98 Wang Lins dissipated until one body was left. It let out a heaven-shattering roar after using 98 heavenly bull charges. As the roar echoed, a giant heavenly bull shadow appeared. This shadow was very real, as if the heavenly bull's true body had escaped. After it appeared, it let out a heavenly bull roar. This heavenly bull shadow was completely green and gave off an ancient aura. It contained an indomitable aura and raised its head. The two large, black horns charged forward as it let out a roar. Heavenly bull charge. From afar, the giant heavenly bull shadow covered Wang Lin, and it slammed into the black hole with its two black horns. If this scene became a painting, it would become a beautiful treasure across the immortal astral continent. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 27 spells inside the black hole were destroyed. The black hole itself trembled and disintegrated due to the impact. The collapse of the black hole caused the heavenly bull's giant head to pause for a moment, but it could not stop it. The heavenly bull charged toward the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor. All of this happened very fast. The moment the black hole collapsed, the horn of the heavenly bull arrived before the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor. The red-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. His eyes revealed a rare trace of shock and he rapidly retreated. A fusion of 98 spells. He can't fuse the Dao with his body, but this method achieves a similar effect. If he could use one more spell, wouldn't he be stronger? The limit of Empyrean Exalt is 99, and one more than that would be considered reaching Ascendant Empyrean. After borrowing the power of the soul armor, he is so powerful. The red-haired old man raised his hands. With a roar, he attacked several times. This is almost enough to be comparable to an Ascendant Empyrean cultivator. He hasn't fused his Dao with his body, and these 98 spells are not a whole. They were fused by force and are not perfect, but even so, I can barely resist. Every punch was formed by a fusion of 27 spells, and they all collided with the heavenly bull. This caused the 98 spells inside the heavenly bull to collapse one by one. The collision with the black vortex earlier had caused nearly 40 spells to collapse within the heavenly bull. Now the red-haired old man attacked once more, and more than 40 spells collapsed again. However, more than 10 spells hadn't dissipated, and they slammed into the red-haired old man. He coughed out blood and was pushed back. But at the same time, Wang Lin created 98 afterimages once more. With a roar, the second heavenly bull charge appeared. Another large heavenly bull appeared in the sky and charged forward. What powerful strength and speed! I couldn't even resist the first wave, and the second wave arrived so fast. His body has to be extremely powerful to be able to bear casting continuously like this. The red-haired old man suddenly retreated. As the second heavenly bull shadow charged at him again, a grand Empyrean aura erupted from the purple Dao robe he was wearing. This Dao robe was a gift from Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. At key moments, it could save one's life. When the Grand Empyrean aura appeared, a vague shadow appeared before the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor. This shadow was formed by a sliver of Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's divine sense. This figure appeared suddenly and blocked the heavenly bull charge. Then it suddenly turned and threw a punch at the heavenly bull charge. This punch looked very ordinary, like a mortal was throwing it. Even the world was calm, like if nothing happened, but the heavenly bull instantly collapsed. The 98 spells inside were all destroyed. When the heaven bull shadow collapsed, Wang Lin was pushed out and his face was pale, but his eyes were fierce. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Greetings, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Behind the vague shadow, the Devil Dao Sec's old ancestor immediately clasped his hands and bowed toward the shadow. The shadow was originally a blur, but soon it went from a blur to clearly revealing the figure inside. This was a young man wearing a Dao robe. He only looked around 20-something. He had black hair and sharp brows. He was very handsome, and his star-like eyes that would make one lose themselves if one looked into them. He wore a simple Dao robe and looked very ordinary standing there. However, the heavens didn't move, the wind didn't move, nothing moved. Even the operation of the heavens and earth seemed to completely stop. Before him, there was still some dust floating. That dust had floated into the air due to the battle and should have fallen down, but right now it was frozen in the air. There was also the collapsed earth. Some of the surface was being torn apart by the shockwave of the battle, but right now it was completely frozen. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. He even felt that his own heartbeat began to slow due to this strange aura. It was as if it was going to stop like everything else. What was particularly shocking was the blood the devil Dao Sec's old ancestor had coughed out. It should have fallen to the earth, but it was now floating. Is this the power of a grand Empyrean? This is just a sliver of divine sense left on the robe. Just this sliver of divine sense can have such shocking pressure that the world and everything in it doesn't dare to move. Wang Lin looked ahead. It wasn't that everything was frozen, but everything didn't dare to move after Grand Empyrean Dao Yi appeared. You are qualified to follow me. Those that follow me won't die as long as I don't die, the black-haired youth slowly said as he looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with endless wisdom and light.